Bouncing Back from Separation and Divorce, Finding Your Dream Again. Written by Kieran Fitzsimmons. Narrated by Kieran Fitzsimmons. I am definitely not a professional narrator. However, one step in the right direction will take us a lot further than 10 years thinking about it. Back cover. Are you facing any of these life challenges? You have had a historical separation that continues to remind you of its challenges. You have recently separated and want to clear your mind from the trauma of that relationship. You are currently in a relationship that is causing you difficulties and you are seeking a clear direction forward. You have had a repeated cycle of broken relationships and are wanting to make better relationship choices in the future. You are looking for a new lifestyle after separation to become the person you were always meant to be, to find your dream again. Then this book is definitely for you. It will support you to deal with past traumas. It will help you understand the hows and whys that caused you to end up where you did, and empower you with the tools to make correct relationship choices in the future. It will not only substantially improve your mental health and well-being, but it will also provide you with the relationship system, SYSTEM, save yourself stress, time, energy and money that will better your life and safeguard your children's future. Simply stated, this book is a life changer. Introduction. As the title states, this is a book on how to bounce back from separation. It will open up your understanding about relationships, teach you how they function, what the honeymoon period is, how relationship challenges are compounded into problems and why they end. It will help you make the right relationship decisions going forward. In short, this book may be one of the most influential life-impacting books you will ever read. It is written in a conversational manner, so it's easy to digest. It gets to the point simply and powerfully, so you can apply these principles in everyday life. It will encourage you to get back up and run again, only this time with the benefit of wisdom and experience. You'll be able to set goals for your life and become the person you were always meant to be. It will help you heal from wounds and recover from what some call a broken heart. By putting things into a better perspective, it is not a religious book, but it does unpack spiritual concepts that apply to life. Through my hundreds of hours of counseling and decades of life experience, I have come to the conclusion that relationship recovery and understanding healthy relationship dynamics are vitally important to healing and to rebuilding of a successful and purposeful life. Not many counselors have been through life's darkest times, eaten the dirt of life's suffering repeatedly, and fully recovered to thrive in life again, then shared their experience, strength, and hope. If truth is not experienced in a person's life, it will still be a proverb to them. Drawing on the years of training, relationships, and life challenges, my total recovery and ongoing successes, I deliver to you the knowledge, wisdom, and experience I have amassed. I believe I have fully discovered life's true purpose and value. It is contained in the Māori proverb from the indigenous people of the land I call home. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. Add God to the statement and you have the full package. I have been told to write this book so many times over the years, I have lost count. So here it is. Footnote. For anonymity, people, places, and things have been fictionalized in this book. Bouncing Back from Separation and Divorce. Copyright 2021 by Kieran Fitzsimmons. All rights reserved. No part of this book or audio may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means for commercial or personal gain without written permission from the author. However, it may be freely distributed for domestic purposes. The contents of this book is the opinion of the writer only and not to be considered as fact nor to be used for medical, commercial, financial, or relational, life, or personal advice. The author suggests the seeking of a suitably qualified professional for all matters as may be required. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my children for their patience and understanding they have shown me. Also to those who have challenged and guided me along the way. A special thanks to Rennie, Trace, Brent, Purnell, Akatiara Corp, and Jesse from Wild Studios, Auckland, New Zealand, and to those who have supported me with their input in the production of this book. About the author. As a young man, I was driven by the desire to succeed and was never satisfied with the status quo. I have always been a prolific studier, constantly asking questions and looking for the answers. In my mid-20s and 30s, I attended university and undertook studies in human sciences, including psychology, philosophy, mechanical and astrophysics, because I was always searching for my purpose in life. I also studied theology at tertiary level and gained certification in other areas of spirituality. Before the age of 30, I had also been a millionaire twice, but lost all I had worked for. I repeated that scenario in the 2008 global financial crash, but I set goals, got back to work, and succeeded again. I was successful in business, but not in my personal life. I had 2 unsuccessful marriages and a further 2 engagements, or rather disengagements, and had become a solo dad. However, I have lived through the pain, difficulties, brokenness, and trauma of the journey and bounced back. I have recovered from addictions and been through rehab. Today, I am successful, fit, healthy, resilient, and I live with the hope and love for life. In my 40s, I resumed my studies, graduating in the area of mental health and addictions. I'm a qualified recovery coach, group facilitator, and supervising facilitator, commonly known as teachers. I have papers in acute trauma care, suicide and self-harm prevention, de-escalation, physical health, nutrition, and alternative health therapies. I am also a qualified personal trainer. I have always had the desire to help others. Through my personal journey and my extensive studies, I have gained a wealth of knowledge and experience about the path to recovery and how to renew hope. I have mastered the art of bouncing back. My primary purpose in writing this book is to educate people through what I have learned, to enable others to bounce back as well, and to find their own success and purpose in life. Chapter 1. Becoming Yourself Again. Recovery. Because I work in the field of therapy, my focus is always about recovery. The best definition of recovery I have come across is remembering who you are and using your strengths to become all that you are meant to be. Recovery means recovering from trauma or life challenges of any description, not just returning to normality, but to a full and healthy life, becoming well again. Wellness is about being well in all areas of life: social, occupational, financial, spiritual, emotional, mental, physical, and a relational well-being. Through difficult times and events, the stress and distraction can take us off course and away from our true self. Dysfunctional relationships can be an ongoing trauma that takes us far away from our goals and aspirations we once had for our lives, and from opportunities for self-development and life improvement. In effect, these types of relationships can take us away from our self-identity in all its fullness. Often subconsciously and slowly, we lose our identity along the way. Sometimes we give up our identity intentionally to please our partner. Sometimes we give up developing or maturing in our identity to mitigate differences in the relationship. It's easier to give in to the demands and behaviors of a partner when there is no way to negotiate a common ground or common understanding in the relationship. This often happens in relationships where there are addictions, control issues, stubbornness, dominance, and chauvinism, lack of communication, lack of freedom for self-expression, financial issues, jealousy, or when one partner is unfaithful in the relationship. A common factor that is often below the surface is unforgiveness, which breeds resentment, and resentment is toxic to the relationship. Finding your dream again will take time and self-discovery. However, it is entirely possible for every individual. Remembering who you are will take time. A common meme that I really like is, the 2 most important days in your life are the day when you were born and the day you found out why you were born. Mark Twain. Carved into stone at the entrance of Apollo's temple in Delphi, according to legend, were the words, "Know thyself." Consider that. A lifelong journey of self-discovery summed up in 2 words. We hear this advice so often from people that it astounds us. We ask, how do I do that? And we get answers like, well, just know who you are, or know your roots, which often leaves us with the same question. So, Let's have a look at this question and see if we can get some know-hows on knowing ourselves. Who am I? For us to recover, return to our former selves, or to become our true self, we should be able to answer this question with confident assurance. Who am I? Not what am I, but who am I? First, we will consider what we are. The scientists will tell us that we are an accumulation of elements, and that if we were to remove all the water from our bodies, what would be left to fit in the bucket would have the consistency of oily goo. Not the best picture. According to counterpulse.org, if we were to put a value on our components, minerals, vitamins, and proteins, we'd fetch the grand sum of $160 on average. According to medicalfuturist.com, if we died and all our parts were harvested and sold separately for transplant, they'd be worth $550,000, assuming they were in good condition. In effect, you could say we are worth more dead than alive. The average price of a house in Auckland, New Zealand is around 1.1 million. The average price for a house in San Francisco is about 1.3 million at the time of writing this book. So, in financial terms, we are not really worth that much, about half the value of the house I'm currently living in. Often we hear about how powerful we are. According to largestanford.edu, if you were turned into electricity, at rest we could power a 100-watt light bulb. And if we had an intense burst of energy, like having a sprint, we could produce enough power to turn on a kettle that's 2,000 watts. However, because we could not sustain this energy, we couldn't even produce enough power to boil the kettle for a cup of tea. From these examples, we must conclude that our real value is not in what we are, but who we are. Our journey is to discover the value that lies within us. Our value to our Creator, to ourselves, to our family, our friends, and our community. Self-honesty is a talent that only few can master without practice. Becoming self-aware is the first step to self-honesty. This is the ability to stand back and observe our thoughts and really get down to the nitty-gritty, asking ourselves, is this narrative, this story that I'm telling myself about me, really true? Or am I fooling myself here? There is more to me than what I think there is. We are complex creatures. Self-observation takes practice and is very difficult to do in the middle of all the noise of life. Self-observation is the art that has been lost by the masses. When the radio is not on, the TV is on. When the TV is not on, the phone is in front of our faces. When all these are not there, the kids want something, or our parents are demanding another thing. Work commitments are ever before us. The traffic was bad today, and all this aside, I really want a drink to turn my brain off. As this book is about recovery from relationship breakdowns, we'll focus on this aspect of self-awareness. We're going to go deep here. We'll find out why it is so important to develop self-awareness. So read slowly and hang on for the ride. So often we consider our emotions to be true, and we validate them with reason. Philosophers and some psychologists call this emotional qualia. Qualia is a term used to describe our subjective conscious experience, what we think to be true or real. But often our emotions and feelings are not true at all. They may just be the story we're telling ourselves. They are just emotions and feelings. A partner might say something about us that we take negatively, as though they are attacking our whole person. However, they may be actually trying to be helpful or supportive and have just not framed their words the right way. We receive this as an attack, a label they have put on us. How dare they? We tell our friends and family what they said, and now they're labeled a jerk, a narcissist, a bad person, or whatever term we want to call them. We build a whole backstory around this truth that is not truth at all. This piece of qualia then becomes known as a schema. A schema is a foundational belief system. Here's a helpful analogy. A schema is like a clothes hook we screw onto a wall. The schema may be, they said this, so they're a bad person, a nasty person, whatever it is you think. Then we think of other things they may have done, and we add these to the belief that they're already that bad or nasty person. The things we add are like coats, so we hang our coats on the hook. The other words we hang are these beliefs. In other words, we hang these beliefs on the schema. We remember other times they have wronged us, and these beliefs contribute to the schema. They are more coats that dress up the schema and invariably cloud our whole perception of them. It may be that they don't work hard enough, make enough money. What schema do we build up on that? Are they good enough for us? That's a question. This works in reverse as well. We can find ourselves accused of things that are just not true. How do we defend ourselves against these accusations? We can't. As our partners and others around them have built up a belief system, a schema about us that is incorrect. More often than not, these incorrect beliefs are there to stay. We become the victim of their judgments of us, and they become our villain. All of our friends agree with us, and we have set up a whole belief system about one thing that may not be true at all. We might even break up over it or have time apart. Our friends and family support us. They were no good for you anyway. You could do better. And on it goes. Now what has happened here is that we have all this backstory to deal with. Our friends' viewpoints of them or their viewpoints of us. We might realize what we have done and want them back. But because of our schema that we've built up and the beliefs we've hung on that schema, we have a big problem. If we take them back, our friends are in our ear. What are you taking them back for? They were bad for you, or you are too good for them. In fact, they are bad and you are good. In fact, you are too good for them. Think of this scenario in reverse, where you have been wrongfully labeled and there is a whole backstory that is false. You were judged for something that was misinterpreted or a mistake, and now you have a field of judgments against you from all of your partner's associates and what they think of you. The question here is, how can a healthy relationship operate in this environment? It can't. This schema scenario works across all relationships. Have you ever been judged wrongfully at work, in groups, in a family or social setting, even in a religious setting? Something you have said gets taken out of context, and others take issue with it and speak about you behind your back. And before you know it, you have a problem on your hands. Another scenario, let's say you've had an issue with girls or guys in the past. The media and friends all tell stories of partners being unfaithful or untrustworthy, or say that relationships don't last. The statistics are overwhelming. 67% of first marriages end in divorce. We can build a schema that most partners will eventually become untrustworthy or unfaithful in some form or another. Then, if we meet a nice guy or girl or partner of any description, we are suspicious of them. Everything is fine for a while. This might not show up at first, but if we get our heart involved and we fall in love, we become vulnerable and exposed. So, out of self-protection, we can push our partner away subconsciously without even knowing it, because there is a program running deep within our subconscious that influences our thinking and our future, that this is too good to be true. We might do the same for relationships where money is involved. In our older years, as time availability to create wealth is reduced. So, if we lose our resources, savings, or wealth through breakup, the consequences are more acute than they would be if they were done in our younger years. As a result, we become wary of being vulnerable with a future partner in the area of finances. A partner may look for security in a relationship with the prospect of having the name on a house. But when we have had to pay out financial settlements after previous breakups, the schema that holds up these beliefs are very strong and difficult to remove. So if a new partner makes us feel pressured into financial commitments in a relationship, we're likely to want to leave it a bit longer before we trust again, if we can ever trust again. This also works in minor areas of everyday living, where we can adopt a transactional relationship mindset. one where we want as much out of the relationship as we put in and feel wronged if we don't get it. So we may unknowingly develop a give to get relationship mindset. We are all human. We've all developed schemas that are not truthful. Ask yourself what schemas you have. Some of these schemas may relate to you and some may relate to other people. Ask yourself if these schemas are actually true or if they're not true. So, not only will these schemas come off the wall like a hook, but all the beliefs that hung on those schemas will also fall away. This process of assessment or self-assessment is a good way to achieve self-honesty. I am not good enough is an untrue schema. It is a lie you are telling yourself. You are good enough. You're equal to everyone else and you have the same potential to achieve in your chosen area, aligned with your individual giftings and talents. Your self-expression may be different, but you are equal in value nevertheless. In fact, you are eternally highly valuable. Another untrue schema is, I don't deserve success. You do deserve success. Success is the birthright for every person. I will never meet my soulmate is another untrue schema. It is a lie you're telling your own heart. You may have not met your soulmate because you do not trust you will meet them. Trust you will meet them. Make it your goal. List their qualities and put them on a vision board. We'll talk more about vision boards later on in the book. They are out there waiting for you to believe for them and prepare yourself to meet them. The list of schemas goes on. Everyone else looks so happy, or they are all better than me, especially if you believe social media. These untrue schemas, lies you are telling yourself. Look at most pop stars, married and divorced. Some go broke. Some don't look good as years go on. Life's problems visit most people's houses. It's easy to put on a smile on social media. Social media is one of the biggest cause of depression today because of comparison. Try not to develop a case of comparisonitis. Don't compare yourself to others any longer. Think of the best representation of yourself and make that person the real you, your goal. Your uniqueness and your difference are your strengths. Your uniqueness is your strength. Do something every day that will take you towards this goal. To quieten our minds and listen to the thoughts our minds produce is the key to finding ourselves. To become the person we've always wanted to be takes work and commitment to the cause of becoming the real you. The real you is the person who stands naked in front of the mirror first thing in the morning. The you who wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning thinking about your life. This is the you that no one else sees. Not the you who hides behind makeup, the suit, the car, the house, the group of friends, the paycheck, the achievement on social media. These are all armor that we use to protect ourselves. Before the light bulb came into the world, it was quiet. Dreams, hopes, and aspirations were all around. The craft of imagination was handed down through the generations. Television has largely stolen this away from us. Turn off the television. Put on YouTube and listen to a guided meditation. Imagine the best representation of yourself and go there. Do not question how you're going to get there. Just imagine, believe, and hope. Hold only positive emotions. Your future self will thank you for starting this journey. You'll be drawn to this picture that you have built in your heart. This actually does work. Don't take it personally. Here is a statement that will be a challenging pill to swallow for those who have experienced a separation. Don't take your separation personally. There were two people involved in your relationship. Good things can come out of bad experiences. Regardless of what happened that contributed to your downfall or the downfall of the relationship, the only way to grow out of these challenging situations is to jettison ourselves out of the carnage and move on. What happened to you has happened to the majority of the population at some time in our lives. Some recover and some do not. Be one of those who recover and flourish. Do not take it on board. It was an event, like a car crash. There is a mess to clean up, bodies that need attention, and time needed to heal, kids to organise, and a new routine to adopt. With the right nurture, in time, the traffic will flow again. The people involved will recover and get on with their lives. Do not delay the healing process by procrastinating and putting off your self-healing and self-nurture. There is a statement of truth that will liberate you and encourage you as much as it has done me. It seems negative, but it's not negative at all. It's very liberating. The statement is, you were born with your mistakes in you. We were given a set of DNA codings at birth and a life environment you didn't choose, including your parents, your siblings, the location and environment you were brought up in, your body, your hair color, your weight, and so on. Some of these mistakes you made in the past can be directly attributed, or in part, to a cascade of errors that came from the cargo of genes, of who knows what biological and behavioral risk factors that were delivered into your DNA code, along with all other aspects of your makeup that were handed down from past generations. These may include attitudes, beliefs, views on money, intellect, religious views, and some big ones: susceptibility towards addictions, anger issues, and a propensity towards self-sabotaging yourself, including your choice of partners. Interestingly, divorce can run in the family. Because a large part of the population has been brought up in the environment of a divorce or blended families, we can, unknowingly, go on to repeat the cycle. How do we break this chain? We become aware of those cycles and, as best we can, we challenge those patterns, so that we not only alter those inherited patterns in our own lives, but we don't pass them on to future generations. Many unhelpful behaviors are learned, so we can learn a new set of behaviors, and in turn, our offspring will be empowered to adopt the beneficial lifestyle that we have developed. This is not fanciful. This is scientifically proven method called epigenetics, above genes, where we can correct the reading of our genes through ingraining new habits and value systems. If you Google epigenetics, you can read about how epigenetics helps to explain what is really genetic behavioral modification. Epigenetics is the study of how your behaviors and environment can cause changes that affect the way your genes work. Unlike genetic changes, epigenetic changes are reversible and do not change your DNA sequence, but they can change how your body reads the DNA sequence. Bruce Lipton is a world-renowned leader in the incredible field of epigenetics and has written an excellent book called The Biology of Belief. You can research his work on YouTube. A good example of this process is that when my son saw the changes in my life, he became interested in addictions and mental advocacy. This led him onto an entirely new path in life, where he has trained, qualified, and is now working full-time in this profession. He never ceases to impress me with his achievements. His personal development has become one of the greatest gifts resulting from my sobriety. It wasn't until very recently I found out a lot more about my heritage. My older sister told me that my mother was concerned that addictions were an issue on both sides of my family tree. Looking back, I can see how that played out in my life and the battle with addiction that I would one day have to face. It took quite a long time to manifest. I was in my late 30s before I started drinking. It took me about 10 years to put down the bottle once I had picked it up. You'll hear more about this later on in the book. Most of the time, our failures are built into us and we discover them along our journey through life. Often a circumstance will trigger them and set them off. When we find ourselves in a situation that is the result of a mistake, we can sit down and think about how we got there. We ask ourselves, what role did I play in this? I had a text conversation with a previous partner recently and text that very question. It takes some self-honesty and self-awareness, but you can come up with the truth. Once you have the truth, you will know how to avoid repeating the same mistake. The truth will set you free. An immensely self-empowering moment came to me at the point when I realized that I was giving away my power by blaming others. When I blamed others, I was saying they are the cause of my mistakes. Thus, I was the victim. I remember the day I realized that if I owned my mistakes, I had the power to change my behaviors and no longer the victim of the circumstance. I would then have the opportunity to change myself and become the person I actually wanted to be. I took back my power and went from being the victim to being on the path to victory. In my first wife's family line, there was a repetitive cycle of early pregnancies, and on both sides of our family, there was a repetitive cycle of difficult relationships. That pattern was repeated in our lives: an early pregnancy and a difficult relationship. Repetitive cycles are not a given, but there can often be propensities towards that cycle continuing. The point is that all that has happened to us, the mistakes that led us to the outcomes, were always in us. But don't get me wrong, that's not an excuse. I have learned to own my mistakes. They are some of the few things I can call my own. Who wants someone else's mistakes and the difficulties that come with them? That realization will liberate you. You are only human, and separations happen. It's not all your fault, although your ex-partner might tell you that it is. They may refuse to accept anything as their own wrongdoing. However, as we know, it takes two to tango, so cut yourself a break and let yourself off the hook of it. Don't take it personally, but do try to be self-aware and make every attempt not to repeat the same mistake in your next relationship. Be prepared. Success loves preparation. It's that simple. A while ago, I was talking to a middle-aged woman whom I have had many lengthy conversations with over the time. We'll call her Jessie. Jessie had been married twice and had recently entered a new relationship with a genuine man. This relationship she wanted to get right and have it for her life. She had rationalized her first marriage and was content she had settled the matter in her heart. But her second relationship she had not. I asked her carefully, why did she stay in her second marriage for so long when she knew it was emotionally grievous? A couple of days later, she came back to me quite shocked, saying that when I asked her this question, she did not have the answer for it and felt quite a sense of shame and failure that she had allowed herself to be belittled for so long. She hadn't realized how much she had allowed herself to be devalued and in turn devalued herself. I explained that this feeling was always inside of her on a subconscious level, but it had been covered up. Now we had brought it to conscious level, and now we could reinstate a correct and healthy self-perspective. She went on to say, yes, she had these feelings of shame and failure before, but she continually pushed them away. Jessie went on to explain to me that on reflection, her mother had felt the same way about herself, and that she had possibly picked it up on the same unworthy belief and allowed other people to treat her less than her true worth. We actually do teach others how to treat us. I explained that the true perspective of Jessie is that she is a highly valuable human being, worthy of a healthy, harmonious relationship, a beautiful person with as much belonging in this world as anyone else. She has a birthright for a successful life and the confidence to express the true person that she really is. Since this conversation, I have observed Jessie becoming herself again. Her self-belief has skyrocketed recently. Her creativity has been set free. She has gone on to start a new business in essential oils, balms and pottery. Jessie's current relationship is authentically loving and healthy, and she and her partner have begun a great future together. Often we feel like we are a prisoner of a relationship circumstance that is detrimental to our healthy self-value and our future. However, the door to the prison is open. We just feel we cannot use it through obligation and fear of the unknown until one day we actually do. On that day, we find out that we do have family, friends, and organizations that will support us in making the breakaway from the relationship, and that there is a better life that is available outside the dysfunctional relationship pattern. That was the case for Jessie. Point being, be aware of invisible chains. Jessie explained that during the dysfunctional relationship, she had spent so long pretending to everyone and to herself that she was okay and she could handle it. That had become a way of life. This can be a survival mechanism that we use, or even a denial to accept the shame of the perceived failure of yet another broken relationship. We are good at putting on a mask and pretending that we're okay, even when we're not. Jessie asked for this piece to be put into this book so that other women do not have to endure or prolong an incorrect relationship longer than absolute necessary. The point is, we often feel a great sense of shame after a separation because we take it on as our failure. We may bury this shame deep within us, however the outcome may not be failure. We may have lost ourselves somewhere along the way for a period of time. It may be all part of our journey towards self-discovery and our stepping stone to a brighter future by becoming ourselves again. Speaking as a man here, an addendum to this is that we men need to face the fact that when a relationship is not satisfactory, that the writing is on the wall and that the relationship is unsustainable. We need to provide a way out for the woman. We cannot continue to use them for our own sexual gratification, and as our housekeeper, we need to man up and have the hard talk and say, I can see you are not happy. What do you want? And then deal with the truth of the answer. This will take real strength and maturity on our part to accept that people do grow apart and to accommodate their wishes, provide them a safe, amicable passage out if that is their choice, and maybe the big payout as well. These payouts can be painful. I know. I have done the dividing of assets with the lawyers, fees, and all the trimmings 3 times. Then it becomes our turn to rebuild our life, develop into the better person, and become ourselves again. Focus on what's strong, not on what's wrong. Throughout our education, we have been trained to work on our weaknesses. For example, if a particular part of science understanding was weak, let's say photosynthesis, we were taught to concentrate on improving that area of our education. The same would be applied for other subjects. We did this at the expense of our strengths because our strengths were an easy pass, so we directed our focus to our weaknesses. Probably not many of us were straight-A students. Being a straight-A student would get your name in the Hall of Fame at school or at universities, but it would not guarantee you a place in the Hall of Fame of life. A complaint from many straight-A students is that the school taught them to remember a whole bunch of random stuff for a short period of time and to be able to regurgitate bits of that knowledge during an exam, but life does not work like that. And that process of learning is actually foreign to how human communities actually do work in real life. In the origin of our species, we were quickly recognized by our strengths, whether it be horticulture, agriculture, being a hunter, gatherer, a builder, meal preparer, tracker, or perhaps we had a high sensitivity to incoming danger. But now we drag the philosophy of this superiority of straight-A student into our adult lives and compare ourselves with each other on this abstract scale. This is as bizarre as comparing the ability of a monkey and a fish. The monkey is not adept to swimming and the fish cannot swing between trees. We are all uniquely different. We have to give ourselves a break from these false expectations. As long as we can read, write, and work a smartphone, we have all the equipment we need to succeed. The basics used to be reading, writing, and arithmetic, but now we have a smartphone that we barely need to know how to write today if we can handle technology well. It's a good idea for us to look at what we have and what we're good at, then get to work on developing our strengths, focusing on those strengths, not on our weaknesses. What is your passion? What do you most like doing? In terms of recovery from a relationship breakup, we can have given so much of our identity away that we've literally lost ourselves somewhere along the way. It's time to reclaim ourselves, develop our strengths, our passions, our energy, and claim our enthusiasm back for life from these energy thieves, and fully believe in ourselves once again. Finding our identity again. All day long, we're getting hit with advertising, telling us what we need to look like, where we should live, what we should wear, the car we need to be seen in, and the furniture we should have in our homes. Why do we need these? We want to fit in to society's norms and expectations. We're continually bombarded with other people's views of us, the boss's expectations, the image we should portray to our co-workers, our customers, our religious organizations, our friends, family, our neighbors, and more. Where do we fit into all these barrage of ideals? Why do we feel we need to comply with all those ideals? Often we lose ourselves when we try to fit into the social norms and expected social identity that we have put out into the world that we now need to work to maintain. The big one is the role we have in our families, the way our society identifies us as someone's husband or wife, or perhaps as a parent, where we're just known as Sally's mum or Johnny's dad. We identify ourselves in all the different communities we belong to in a certain way, as a certain person. All these people groups have their own perception of us. We've all heard the saying, you never know what goes on behind closed doors. One month there are posts of happy families all over social media, and the next month there are rumours of extramarital relationships, affairs or separation. Then it's our turn to split up or have relationship challenges, and as a rule, each partner goes to their confidants and just can't help but tell an elaborate one-sided backstory about why it all went pear-shaped. They get consolation from their listeners who don't stop to consider that there are always two sides to the story. Amongst the noise and drama of life, we can lose ourselves. We can forget who we really are. When a relationship eventually breaks down, we can walk away feeling broken and empty, left with the pieces of the puzzle of our identity to put back together again, and a void deep down within us. To the untrained and the unskilled, this is a time of unnecessarily prolonged mourning. We want our next partner to fill this hole in our heart. It's too easy to repeat the cycle. The wound that we nurse colours our perception of relationships, the opposite sex, and or any other future partner. But to the trained or the training, the person reading this book, you are now a student of life, seeking knowledge with which to develop the extraordinary person that you already are, and furthermore into the person you aim to become. This whole event is an opportunity to take back the identity that you lost somewhere along the way. Your rights were coerced, and the person you became was not you. You really didn't like that person anyway. This event is another chance provided by life to reinvent yourself, to find your dream again, to make a plan and start living again. I challenge you, don't let a good crisis go to waste. Your relationship was a danger to your identity. You may be still in a relationship, or you might be planning your way out. You may have escaped the danger, or you may be managing the repercussions of separation from a relationship. The danger may be your own self-sabotage. If you're feeling at risk, seek some support right away. Call a trusted friend. Call a helpline. Reach out to someone who can help you manage the challenges you are facing. It's a difficult time, and you don't have to go through this alone. Often when we face difficulties, we can turn to self-medication through alcohol, substances, gambling, repetitive sexual partners, retail therapy, or whatever it may be, and quickly get trapped by these things. We can also experience other mental hygiene challenges, such as depressed emotions and recurring thoughts of failure and regret. There are peer groups available who understand the challenges and how to initiate the process of recovery. You may want to trial some of these. One direction, which many have found helpful to do with addictions, is the anonymous groups. Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, SLA, Debtors Anonymous. You can quickly Google these groups, and there are many other groups around for meetings near you. They provide options like sponsors and other support models that are confidential, anonymous and free. If you want to break free, then try different methods of recovery to find one that fits you. There is a saying I like in recovery, whatever it takes, so do whatever it takes. What is most important to understand is that change is inevitable. Whether you are contemplating a separation, in the throes of a separation, you've been separated for a long time, or if you can't get over a separation from a while ago, use this event to your advantage. It is an opportunity to become the person you are meant to be. It has been my experience time and again that while this is extremely difficult, it is definitely achievable, and the person who will benefit the most is yourself. Confront mediocrity in your own life. A statement I often hear is, I just want to be normal. I do not usually say anything when I hear this because sometimes to be normal is actually a big stretch to achieve for a person suffering from addiction, depression, a mental health challenge, or recovering from a difficult separation. To achieve a reduction of their suffering is often a big win for people, and along this journey I am their biggest cheerleader. But the intention of this book is for us to become the best representation of ourselves. To be normal is to be average. To come out of the cookie cutter machine as a grey person in a grey crowd in a grey world. Who wants that? Not us. Our strength and identity is found in our uniqueness, our difference. It took me years to discover the truth behind this. Sometimes all I wanted to be was as good as other people made themselves out to be. This was especially difficult because I had a serious push bike accident when I was 19 and I lost a large portion of my face, including teeth, most of my top lip, a big portion of my nose, and even parts of my tongue. Specialists had to rebuild my jaw with freeze-dried, demineralized cow bone over a couple of years, just so they could drill implants into my lower jaw to hold my dentures and eventually my teeth. So any form of normality was a big win for me. I went through 23 facial operations over 14 years to get my face basically rebuilt. 3 of these facial operations included over 100 stitches and a lot of skin grafting. Portions of my top lip are grafted from my lower lip. Overseas travel was required in order to visit specialist plastic surgeons for the last 2 operations. I remember coming to on a ventilating machine in an intensive care unit. My head and mouth were so swollen I needed a tube to breathe. Due to the stress, I hyperventilated and continuously sucked the diaphragm of the ventilator down, so I couldn't get enough oxygen, fighting against the ventilator. Over the next 3 days, I had to teach myself how to relax, let go, and let the machine breathe for me. The doctors then put me into a room for a further 2 weeks with no mirror. One day, I went to the main bathroom and by chance, I glanced in the mirror. It was a moment I will never forget. Angst with horror. I couldn't recognize the person looking back at me. What was this thing in the mirror? I had lost my identity of my own facial recognition. The recovery journey was long, painful, and traumatic. When I hear other people complain about what they look like, I think to myself, I'm just glad I have a face at all. I am so grateful those skilled plastic surgeons who did the work on me were so gifted at their craft. Our uniqueness is our strength. I cannot stress this passionately enough. In the past, I wanted to be someone else until I realized that everyone else was already taken. So I was stuck with myself. But I also realized that if I didn't like the way I was, I could change. That was an aha moment for me. There are things about yourself that you want to change. You can change them. If you want to be smarter, open up YouTube and watch TED Talks or whatever the subject you desire. Type in the subject and you will find a high value intellectual knowledge within seconds. If you want to reskill yourself, go to university or do papers online. At the moment, a lot of governments are offering mental health university grade papers fully subsidized. Start Googling and make inquiries for options that are available to you. If you want a better physique, join a gym and develop a habit of exercising regularly. If you want to be healthier, watch the movie Game Changers. It will change the way you eat. What you put in determines what you get back. It's a simple equation. If input doesn't equal output, it stays put. You cannot outrun your fork. Be careful not to spend your life doing what's most urgent over what's most important. There will always be the next urgent thing to do. Attend to the washing, the shopping, going to see a friend, the next job on the list, or an item in the to-do tray. Often the most important things are discretionary, easy to put off, so we think they can wait as we attend to our daily grind. It might be a call to the local gym to make an appointment to join up. It might be to Google and find out about study options or career choices, research a dietitian, join a sports soup, singles group, or a common interest group. Or it may be the perfect time to call a relative, friend, or parent you have not connected for some time. Whatever it is, take a moment to do it now, or if it's late in the evening, promise yourself you will do it tomorrow. There are some things that we can't change. I think the tone of my voice is a bit high, but at least I've got a voice, and I'm thankful for that. I'd like to be taller, but I'm not, so I'm just thankful that I've got legs. It's all about context and perspective, which we read about in the last chapter. So find contentment in who you are. Imagine if there were thousands of people just like you. Every person in the crowd would look just like you, and you like them. Imagine if you were taller, and everyone else was taller. Then you wouldn't be tall at all. Then you would really feel like a nobody. Develop intensity. I believe that one of the most essential personality traits a human being should have is intensity. One that is being eroded in our current society. Intensity, in this sense, is when you give a task or objective all the energy and resolve you have. Intensity will set you apart and will define you as an individual, and you will find your flow. Flow is a relatively new term. There's a good book on this concept written by Mahai Csikszentmihalyi. In simple terms, your flow is when your total concentration is focused and your body and mind are being used to their capacity in an activity that you find purpose in, pleasure, or in necessitates your survival. Times, for example, when celebrating your child's birthday and the pleasure you derive from seeing all the children enjoying themselves while you're being hospitable to your family and friends. At work, when you are completing a successful task that will lift your standing among your peers. A deep, intimate connection with your lover when the world and all its cares disappears and time stands still. Or when you are seeking protection from imminent danger and your total focus goes on you or your dependent's survival. The best moments usually occur when a person's body or mind is stretched to its limits in a voluntary effort to accomplish something difficult and worthwhile. Optimal experience is thus something we make happen. In chapter 3 of Mahai's book, The Flow is like a meditation experience, and afterwards you sort of come to and reflect on the experience you have had. I get into my flow sometimes at the gym when a workout is so demanding that my subconscious takes over to get me through it, or like trying a personal best when my brain literally cancels out all external activity and my total focus goes into my lift of the weights. Then I come back to reality and discuss the weight, whether I succeeded or failed on the lift. At the gym, it's called going into the zone or the void. How can you find your limits if you never go looking for them? By exploring your limits, you'll discover the best representation of yourself. This is the real you, the person you were born to be, the person you truly are. After all the noise of life has been silenced and the distractions are gone, the excuses have all been exhausted and the television is off, all that is left is you. This real you must be chiseled out of the current you. The only way to get there is to confront our comfort zones, our mediocrity, and search for our unique identity. With this intensity, comfort is the enemy of progress. Comfort will ruin our lives. Think of it this way. Everything around us is designed for our comfort. People often say that they just want to be comfortable. However, we all know that comfort lullabies us to sleep. Sure, there are times for relaxation and fun, but there are also times where we must push ourselves to our limit in order to extract the best from ourselves. Have you ever heard of an athlete starting their training schedules with rest days? To get out of these comfort zones and test our limits, we need to take well-planned and executed risks. It's often said that miracles happen outside of our comfort zones. If we put our bodies under demand, they are designed to respond to demand placed around them. If we fail on that load, our bodies quickly adjust to expect the same load will be required of them in the future. It's no different to strength training in the gym. Think of it this way. Why can some slim people lift heavy weights while bigger people cannot? The brain has learned to employ more muscle fibers to contract at once, and the brain has adapted to meet the demand. In the same way, we adapt to the skill sets required for us to achieve our best self. The brain subconsciously gets to work searching out the next steps in our lives in order to meet the objectives of our unique purpose. Back to the issue at hand. Think of the intensity of the following. you have come from or are now in a place of separation. You have been emotionally reliant on a significant other to some degree. They have been a big part of your life. You have had dreams and aspirations of a happily ever after story that didn't turn out to be that at all. You feel pain and a sense of loss. You might even feel discarded, devalued, empty, angry, or mistreated. You have spent money on them, formed bonds with their family, children, friends, only to hear hurtful, twisted, and untruthful things said about you after you've separated. This is just normal behavior that we are all guilty of in some form or another at some time in our lives. We've invested so much into the relationship. How intense our emotions are at these times in our lives. But honestly, what would you expect? A happily ever after divorce? No relationship breakup is anything like a wedding. It's more like a wedding in reverse, where partners give their rings back to each other. One partner walks out and the other is left standing there. They end up leaving in separate cars. This does not sound like comfort to me. This writer knows that intense journey very well, but there is little understanding without experience. Unfortunately, experience comes at a high price. As we know, experience costs blood, but the best outcome will be your success. So my deep desire is that you will achieve success after reading this book. We have the ability to redirect the intensity of a separation and focus that intensity towards achieving our goals. We can use the mental and emotional power it takes to get through these difficult times to our advantage. The way we remember things well is when we connect information with emotion. Emotion sits outside time and space. A good example of this is when we're driving our car and we hear a song that reminds us of a past experience. We are immediately transported back to that experience and the emotions that went along with it. When we recall something funny, we laugh and re-experience that emotion as if we were there again. When we remember the loss of a family member, the thought triggers the emotion of loss and transports us back to that time to re-experience the event. Therefore, time doesn't really matter much at all when considering emotional recall. Unfortunately, this same process works with trauma, including the trauma of a dysfunctional relationship or separation. We will learn more about these emotional triggers in a later chapter. Think of it this way. Every day in Africa, both a lion and an antelope wake up and have to eat to survive. An antelope has lots to eat, but it has to outrun the lion to survive, and the lion has to outrun the antelope in order to catch it and eat it, so it can survive. Neither animal can survive and carry on their species without learning intensity. So, every day, wake up prepared to run towards the best version of yourself. We each have a best version of ourselves that we can achieve. Intensity will overcome distraction. When we are operating in the flow of life's purpose, your intensity will naturally override distractions that would otherwise waste your time and energy. Like a newborn baby crying for food, regardless of what you are doing, innately you stop that and focus on feeding the baby. Intensity will overcome negative distractions in our lives, like overspending when we're focused on saving for something or have a mortgage or rent payment due, or Netflix when we have an assignment due, or for the guys, gaming or hanging out with our mates when we're starting a new relationship where intensity for the relationship needs to become our focus. We can use this principle, which is innately built into our psyche, to our advantage. Once we've discovered our purpose, we can connect with that emotional intensity. Then the final piece of the puzzle is intention. Intention. When we back our goals with intention, we use the cohesion of emotion to activate all that is within us, connecting intensity to our goals. Intention expresses itself in the logical outworking of our goals. The goal is our true self being expressed in our physical world. It is who we really are, coming out in all of its fullness. Think of some of the people who have achieved this in today's society. Maybe Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Oprah Winfrey, Ellen DeGeneres, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, Arnold Schwarzenegger. In history, we read about people like Henry Ford, Einstein, Mother Teresa, and Martin Luther, and many more that you can think of. In spite of their difficulties, these people have risen up to become the best they can be. Individually, we may not be able to change the world, but by using intention, we develop ourselves. Then we do change our own world. You are not here by mistake, but by grand design. Scientists have estimated the chances of you being right here, right now, at this time and place in history are 1 in 400 trillion. That is 1 in 4 with 14 zeros behind it. You are not here by mistake or here by chance. Impossible. You are here by design of a master architect, one of infinite consciousness. This all-knowing God or supreme being or grand architect planned for you to be here right now and designed you for a purpose. What is your purpose? Remembering the 2 most important days in your life are the day that you were born and the day you realize why you were born. To become yourself, unpacking the mystery of your life is the small key that will open up the grand door to your own personal vault, filled with all the riches of self-worth, self-appreciation, success, and destiny that you could ever wish for. It's the answer to the statement, know thyself. Most of us have forgotten the art of purpose. In our purpose, we find a large portion of our identity. Our identity can never be complete unless we are operating and living our purpose. Becoming ourselves again after a relationship or even inside relationships is identity related, which has a lot to do with being a purpose-driven person. So many of us, myself included, have lived for many years, if not decades, not really having a complete sense of purpose. Our purpose can be so far off in the distance that we don't even know what it's like to have a true purpose. So we trip through life not really knowing what we're doing. Life then becomes about being busy, looking forward to a trip away, the next exciting event, living month to month, maybe even distraction. Then, lo and behold, another year has passed. My first marriage came about by chance. Does that mean my kids were born by chance? No. No, they were born by grand design. Don't be mistaken, children and grandchildren are the most valuable things in life, apart from our Maker. Children are what connects us from our lineage to our heritage, and what we are, the link that stands in the middle. It's by grand design that they came into the world. Therefore, I count myself lucky that I was given the opportunity to be their father. Being a parent is part of our individual purpose. Looking at the bigger picture, if I hadn't gone through my accident, I wouldn't have been through a period of time in my life with such low self-esteem that led me to marrying the first girl that came along and put up her hand. Then I would not have the overflowing enjoyment of my children and grandchildren. Was it all worth it in the end? You betcha, definitely. However, one day I woke up and my children had grown up and flown the coop. It all happened gradually. I realized the area in my life of being a parent with dependents was now over. Once I realized they had gone to live their own lives, I got on a plane and went to live overseas for a while, with my second wife, that is. I returned a few years later, divorced. She was from another country and had children over there. I was from New Zealand and had children, and soon to be grandchildren, in New Zealand. So there is a sense of dislocation regardless of our place of residence. It probably would have been better to think ahead about these things before we entered into a relationship. Oh, the blindness of love. I had to find myself again, so I went back to study. Fortunately, at that time, I also got into a group fitness with friends who liked partying and drinking. I had not really been a drinker before that, and I didn't even really like the taste of alcohol. It was then that I discovered a mistake that I didn't even know was inside me. That reinforces my belief that we were born with our mistakes in us, and I ruined an opportunity of finding my purpose. It had taken me more than 10 years of my life, another failed marriage, the loss of a successful real estate business, and going broke for the 3rd time for me to put down my binge bottle and go back looking for my purpose again. If you have not found your purpose, think back in life and remember what your juice was. Your juice is the thing that really turns your crank. If you listen to your inner self, your purpose will just call you. Just put yourself in a place where you can hear it and follow that direction. It's that simple. Then surrender to it. I always wanted to help people. I used to enjoy building houses for people because they were realizing their dreams and I could see the excitement on their faces. I've also worked on a missionary field in a third world countries and have been involved in church pastorship. But back then, I had not finished discovering and overcoming the mistakes that were within me. So I had no true ability to empathize. A couple of years ago, I rediscovered that purpose of helping people. The experiences I have had in life are like manure that makes great fertilizer. I've learned how to help other people to bounce back from life's challenges, financial difficulties, trauma, addictions, divorce and separation, just as I have. I'm not proud of where I've been at all, but I've learned to overcome the darkest of times, bounce back and thrive again. Through my own experience, I know very well what I'm talking about. Think of it this way. People may take success from you at times, but they can't take away your knowledge of how to succeed. Using the tools in this book, you will succeed and succeed again. Practically everyone I've ever spoken to has had at least a few things that have not been the best for them during their early years. Some people didn't have the best parents. Some had parents who could have done a better job of educating them. And some had parents who did a poor job at bringing them up. Some people came from broken families where parents, step-parents, siblings, and possibly extended family members were abusive, malicious, or cruel. These people have suffered from behaviors they should never have been exposed to. They still carry their childhood traumas with them today. The effects of these traumas have sometimes resulted in negative behavioral patterns and abandonment issues that have caused unhealthy choices and compulsive behaviors such as addictions and repetitive unhealthy relationships. The trauma of such events is not to be taken lightly, as the triggers in our psyche take us back to these events. Often we do not know the events these triggers relate to, as they are at such a subconscious level. The lack of nurture, lack of teaching, and lack of instruction can prevent us from achieving a quality life. Negative or traumatic events can cause us to get stuck in life. Many people complain that they feel stuck and don't know how to get unstuck and move on. The concept of reparenting yourself works brilliantly. It is the most effective tool to deal with being stuck or ill-prepared in life. It will help you overcome the lack of nurture, affirmation, and support you may have experienced from your parents or even as an adult. Using this tool has helped me to overcome destructive words spoken by my family members and has also helped me to overcome childhood traumas and negative or compulsive behaviors. Reparenting is about re-educating oneself with the necessary life skills and wisdom to live a complete and full life. Due to the gravity of this topic, I will use a personal account from Richard. Glossing over difficult topics really doesn't produce effective results. I am one of 8 children from the same parents. After I was born, 2 others, a favoured daughter and a favoured son, were born. The brother who was born before me had moderate special needs. I consider that it may have been better if I had been adopted out. To my recollection, I do not recall a day that my father didn't drink in the evenings. He would start on beer and then wine and then some spirits before bed. He did not appear to be drunk. However, my older siblings had told me stories of his drunkenness and what he did. I wasn't there, so I won't say anything secondhand. The amount of alcohol that I observed him drinking would definitely have added to his explosive behavior that on reflection was abusive in anyone's language. On occasions, I observed him beating my siblings and I was beaten with a closed fist and other instruments numerous times. Through the years, we lost a brother to suicide at a young age. I felt like I experienced very little nurture, maybe because there was very little love to go around. As soon as I was 15, I left home and went out into the world totally unprepared for what was to come. I was a seriously hard worker and had a love for life, which I've never really lost, but I went from mistake to mistake, having no idea of how to live life. My father had experience in the army, as it was a compulsory rite of passage for all young men during those years. He was a blue-collar worker and later worked as a union man, which was a very stressful job. I observed that he brought his stress home with him. My mother was constantly under pressure, overworked, and emotionally starved. Come Sunday morning, there we all were, in the same pew, third from the front, lined up, in our Sunday best. The local Catholic church was where all the people in our community played happy families. During the good times, it was the bit of the Waltons or Brady Bunch and an annual camp on a farm. But during the bad times, no one saw what happened. The bad times were hidden from view behind closed doors. My mother died at 65 of a heart attack. However, I tend to think it was more from a broken heart. I was in my early 20s at the time of her death. Broken heart syndrome is actually a true medical condition called tuxedo cardiomyopathy. Much to the shock and surprise of both myself and my siblings, my father returned from an overseas trip a few months later, remarried. In this new marriage, his overly determined, ill-tempered wife was seeking residency, and whatever he had put out during our upbringing, he got back twofold with her. I observed that he died a broken man, and I actually felt sorry for him. I had reconciled with him in the final 10 years of his life, and we became friends. He appointed me as executor over his health, and when he died, I held him as he transitioned from this life into full spirit. Looking back, I suppose that I do understand the impossibility to educate all of those children and provide for them at the same time. So that's just the way it is. I have had to figure out life myself through trial and error, and errors were my forte. He did have a saying that the purpose of life is to procreate and educate, so he did quite well with one of his purposes. This type of story is not uncommon, and it's very light compared to some others. Richard has exercised reparenting due to the lack of parenting he experienced in his own life. Reparenting is a journey of recovery, which you can start yourself right now. You are your own counselor and you are your own client. As with professional confidentiality, this is a very private matter. You can be confident in yourself that you can keep all your thoughts and internal discussions to yourself in private, or you can share confidently with a counselor or whomever you choose. The best way to approach this is to keep a journal. Leave your writing where it will not be discovered and read by anyone else. Imagine all the nurture and instruction you have missed out on. Speak to yourself the way a loving parent would speak to their child, that they adore them and care for them dearly. Whatever task you are undertaking on a daily basis or learning to, encourage yourself and tell yourself that you are proud of the person you are becoming. If you have negative thoughts about yourself, oppose that thought with an uplifting, positive thought. Ask yourself what you want to do with the rest of your life, your hopes and dreams. Then support yourself to go on to do it. If you fall over in life or make a mistake, give yourself a hug and kind thoughts and have another go. Like a child when they trip over. They're crying, they need a hug. This may seem strange in the beginning, but keep at it. It will pay dividends. Like the child, and they learn to walk and then learn to run. How many times do we hear parents tell their children that they do not deserve something? Tell yourself that you are good enough and that you do deserve it. With this tool, you can take the reins of your life back. You can take back what should have been the responsibility of your parents and apply it to the life you are now living. In other words, you are taking back control of your life. Chapter 2. I have already left in my heart. Often we stay in a dysfunctional relationship because we do not know how to rationalize our current situation and environment. However, really, we think we would leave if we could find a way out that was easy and convenient. We feel stuck in the relationship. We have thoughts like, this might be the best thing for our kids, our parents, our community, our religious affiliation, and more. We have thoughts like, how would I survive? I couldn't cope on my own. I need him or her, or they are the best I can do. Maybe you've had thoughts like, I'm not worthy. This is my lot in life. Or, I've made my bed, now I have to lie in it. On and on we go, with reasons and excuses as to why we cannot face the truth, or at least have a really good look at our options, in order to make a clear decision regarding our relationship. Are these statements true, or are they reasons to procrastinate, like I have before, or to justify our current situation? How can we know which path would be best for us unless we consider the whole picture? Should I stay or should I go? As The Clash so aptly references that song. Everything comes down to the understanding. Ignorance is not bliss. It's often the reason for repetitive cycles of mistakes that end in pain. Rationalizing emotions. One of the most difficult things in life is to rationalize emotions. As we know about emotions, protein peptides flooding the endocrine system, electrical impulses that we perceive as an experience that we adopt into our reality, and so on. The theory of all this is pretty much useless for decision making in real life, as emotions really do drive our decision making. Knowing when the right time to leave a relationship brings about a whole series of emotions. Most of the time, it's just too much for our brain to compute and arrive at a conclusion. Then, when we do arrive at a conclusion, the brain introduces new perspectives and information into the equation, and our brain starts the whole process all over again. Round and round we go. We can boil all these negative emotions down to one emotion: pain. We can call them other things like discomfort, fear, being alone, anxiety, depressed feelings, anger, resentment, sadness, frustration, but really they're all dis-ease, which is, at the end of the day, pain. We can measure pain in the form of our tolerance of pain. When physical pain becomes greater than we can bear, we say stop, like having a tattoo done. We get so far and say stop, or a headache. When it gets too bad, we take a painkiller or further medication, lie down, or take a day off work. There are two types of pain that exist in a breakup, in my experience: the pain of staying and the pain of leaving. There is a tipping point, and if we can identify that tipping point, we'll know exactly where we are in the entire chronological process of breaking up, the timeline. Leading up to a breakup, there is a decision, the aftermath, the recovery, the getting over phase, and the termination phase. Bluntly, that last phase is when the other person is just someone we used to know. Let's find out. We need to start by putting ourselves in a quiet place with no distractions. Privacy is the key here. This conversation is with yourself. Don't allow yourself to be persuaded by anyone else. They don't walk in your shoes. They don't know your whole life, just what you've actually chosen to tell them. They do not really know what is going on in your inner world. Take stock of your relationship. While this task may seem very basic, it's seldom done in relationships. It is done annually in retail outlets and in business, called annual financials. Almost every business knows exactly where they're at. They can then make some adjustments or preparations for their future. Why don't we do it in relationships, which are probably the most important thing in our lives? Let's do the same thing for your current relationship. We'll do it in the form of setting pros and cons. As neatly as you can, on one side of the page, list their attributes: kindness, supportiveness, attractiveness. And then on the other side of the page, list the aspects of your partner's behaviors that are difficult, unhelpful, annoying, disgraceful, or destructive. Don't list any attributes from the past. Don't enhance or exaggerate their attributes. Take some time for this. Be as honest and balanced as you can, like an accountant would do with money. Once you have completed this exercise, go down the list of cons. Any minor cons can be crossed off. People are not perfect. We're not perfect. And there's always needs to be some grace in a relationship. Have a look at what is left on the cons list. Are there any that you can live with? If so, cross them off. Now, let's make a comparison. What does your relationship look like on paper? Do the pros well and truly outweigh the cons? If not, you need to ask yourself if you are truly compatible. Over and above these, the key points we're looking for are what I call non-negotiables or deal breakers, like physical or emotional abuse. Circle these. Deal breakers are where you do not in any way accept the other person's behavior. So unless there is immediate change and you are willing to let go of the past, forgive and move forward, it would seem that you are at the end of the road. In such a case, you may want to move onto the planning and exit strategy. Caveat: if there is harm to you or harm to another, seek safety, support, and professional help immediately. What has this relationship cost you in the past? Was there years of wasted life? If we have children, then in my view, relationships were worth it. How can we put the value on children? We cannot. Even though my first marriage cost me 13 years of my life and a lot of anguish, it was well worth it. If I choose to look at it selfishly, it cost me that much time. However, if I stand back and look at it from a gratitude perspective, I have 3 wonderful children, and at the time of writing this, I had 6 grandchildren. At the time of reading it, I now have 9. They are the most special people to me now. I look at it this way. I had my children at an average age of 26 years old, and if I live until 76 years old, then I will have had them in my life for 50 years. Multiply that by 3, and it's 150 years. Add the 6 grandchildren, and once again, if I lived to 76, I would have had them for an average of 18 years of my life. Multiply that by 6, and that's 108 years. Do the math, I now have 9. So for my 13-year investment in my marriage, I get relationship returns for a combined total of 258 years at the time of writing this book. At the time of reading this book, I am now at over 300 years of relationship from my children and grandchildren. Another way of putting it is that for every year I put in, I will receive almost 20 years of reward back, and now 25. It keeps on growing. That return on investment is unheard of, and that's not including great-grandchildren. If you do your numbers, you'll see the value of your children too. Life is about perspective. See context in the last chapter. Stay, but have a last go. Will it be worth it? In life, all we can do is our best. Once we have done our best, we are vindicated from the outcome and should come first place in our own eyes. Not every runner can come first place. If you placed number 2 or number 10 and you gave it your best, then that is first place for you. I once competed in a CrossFit Games for my city. I came last. Yes, last. But when I tell people that, I am happy to say that I came first to last because I did my best, and in my mind, that was first. I was just happy to qualify for the games and do the workouts in front of such a large crowd. I had a great time, and that's all that mattered to me. Each time I tell people I came first to last, it's always a laugh. All we are required to do is our best. If giving a relationship another go is our best, then that's okay. We'll look at this soon. If you feel you have done your best, then that's okay too. We've all heard the saying, fight or flight, but that's only part of it. How about adding other scenarios like freeze or negotiate? If we freeze, we can consider alternatives for ourselves. A dog handler will always tell you to freeze if a dog is running towards you, then back up slowly. We can do this in life as well. When considering a breakup, we can freeze for a designated period of time, and once we believe our decision is the best option, we can back away from the relationship in confidence. But we do need to be careful not to use this as a procrastination tool and be stuck in those same patterns a couple of months or a year from now, just delaying the inevitable. Pulling off the band-aid slowly is the most painful way to remove it. If we want more from a relationship that we know is unbalanced and we truly feel with hand on heart we can resurrect that unsustainable relationship with behavioural alterations, we have the option to negotiate. We can prepare a set of behavioural alterations which form the requirements of the relationship and present them to our partner for negotiation. A good example of this is a couple who were having an issue that was causing the breakdown of their relationship. Continuous excessive alcohol intake by the male was causing the female discomfort. She spoke to her partner, telling him that this situation could not continue and she was losing respect for him. She offered him an ultimatum, me or the bottle. We've all had that before. He chose her, and now it's been 12 months since their last drink. He goes to the gym, he's looking better, and she is happier. It looks like happy days ahead for that couple. It will take a while to build back her trust in him, but the green shoots of restoration are evident. Another situation where alcohol was an issue, the outcome was not so good. John had had a drinking problem throughout his relationship with his wife, Sue. When John told Sue that he could not promise that he would ever have a drink again, she saw a pastor who told her John was never going to change. I believe it's wiser to seek more than one opinion in such important decisions. Sue took the pastor's counsel as a green light to leave the relationship. She had an apartment booked. The next day she moved out and she never came back. Following this, John had one more binge but has not had another drink since. Although at the time of the breakup it had been over 100 days since John's last drink, Sue had lost faith in him and John had lost faith in himself. The issue here is that you can be responsible toward another adult, but you cannot be responsible for that adult. Being responsible is reserved for a child or something within our control or a dependent. Another functioning adult is outside of our control. Sue was being responsible for John, so he didn't need to be responsible for himself, thus enabling him to continue to drink. Within a few months of John becoming responsible for himself, he was up and away and has remained sober to this day. John had started drinking when he met his wife and stopped drinking after she left. Can you see the connection here? I've attended hundreds of alcohol, substance, and other addiction meetings. I facilitate addiction and mental health classes and also classes for people with trauma, depression, anxiety, and stress. This account of events is not uncommon. I've learned that you can counsel couples for a lot of things, but you cannot counsel marrying the wrong person. Marry the right person. It's easier said than done, and there might be a trial and error period along the way, but the goal is to find the right person, and when we do, be willing to become the right person for them. In other words, negotiate. If you can see hope in your relationship, be willing to negotiate. Be unswerving in your negotiating and stand firm. State your requirements. If this is your best, then like the Nike slogan says, just do it. This becomes your vindication. The ball is now in their court. If they do not change, you have absolved yourself from obligation and guilt. They have made the choice for you by their unwillingness to change, and now you are free to leave if you decide to. Caveat: this is my opinion. You have to decide for yourself in these circumstances. In this scenario, make sure you are in a safe place for this ultimatum discussion. You may want to seek relationship counseling together. This may make you feel more comfortable when you approach your partner in the presence of the counselor, a trusted senior figure, or an independent mutual friend. Once the ultimatum has been offered, record it in writing for future reference. Then have the resolve to stick to your guns and be true to yourself. I've come up with a term called relationship brownout. Brownout is a term I use to describe what happens before burnout. Brownout can last for years, but left unchecked, it will eventually end up as burnout. Burnout is when everything in life gets too much and life becomes unbearable. Relationship brownout is where the relationship has gone stale. It is not yet toxic, but it has no life or emotion in it any longer. An analogy might be of an orange that has been squeezed dry. The fresh juice has been drunk and the glass sits there empty on the bench. We have then squeezed the two halves of the orange to get the last tasty drops out. but now it's all gone. The honeymoon period was fantastic. We talked so much. The sex was stratospheric. They were so interested in us and hung on every word we said, and we felt the same for them. Now they just stare at their phone, watch television, go off with their mates, or are out pursuing hobbies. We are flatmates who share a bed. We are friends with not many benefits, and any benefits remaining have lost their connectedness. They talk to other people more than us, and we hear most things secondhand or by overhearing them talking to others. We get caught in a divide between not so bad we have to leave, but not good enough to stay. An enemy-free zone that doesn't belong to the enemy, but it doesn't belong to us either. That place is what Catholics call purgatory, a place of waiting. It's not heaven any longer, and it's not hell just yet. It's a place of misfortune. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. It's an unhappy, never-ending ever after. Will someone just help me out of my misery? Okay, I've gone a bit overboard here, but you get my drift. There are a surprising number of relationships that fit into this picture. The point here is that we can live with misfortune, but we can't live with something that feels like hell. We can find ourselves in an unhappy place where a relationship has become just unfortunate. This wasn't what we planned for. We didn't sign up for this. You were meant to be different, not the same as all the rest, and we hung on to what was in the hope we might see it again. Hope that we might get that spark back in our relationship. A new breath of life might be breathed into our relationship somehow from somewhere, but very seldom does this happen. I have read a lot of relationship books and a lot of studies, and the jury is out on this one. It doesn't happen very often at all. If there is a mismatch in your relationship, there is a mismatch. That's just how it is. No genie is going to pop out of the bottle and change that. If we have tried to change our relationship to make it more adhesive, to attain more connectedness, to become more bonded, and continually it has not worked, or it sparks up for a while and then slips back into the rut, then history is our fortune teller, predicting the future for us. We either accept the situation our relationship is in as our lot in life, or we don't. Eric tells us his experience. As I remember my marriage, I was unhappy during it. I was young, dumb, and full of cum, and I met a girl. We drifted together. I enjoyed her company, and she did mine. We were young. I had no idea what I was doing. School hadn't taught me about relationships, and sure as hell my parents didn't either. I got her pregnant with our first child within a couple of months of meeting her. We attended a church, so we had a shotgun marriage, as that was the thing that was done back then, apparently the right thing to do. In the Wild West days, if a guy got a girl pregnant out of marriage, the brothers and father would go round to the guy's place with a shotgun. The father would stick the gun in the guy's face and tell him to marry his daughter, or he would pull the trigger. The shotgun thing didn't happen, but the good Lord was on my case, and I knew things were not right. But hey, we could work it out. We could put there what was missing. How wrong I was. If only I knew then what I know now. My daughter was born. She was a beautiful daughter. She was my first child. I adore kids. We split up as I was a workaholic on ADHD. So much so that as soon as I had learned enough, I quit my apprenticeship at the age of 19, opened up my own company and started working for myself. On the first Christmas Eve, I went to take my daughter a present. My first wife and I got talking. One thing led to another. I got a call in February to say that I was going to be a father again. Not once, but twice. I'm a slow learner. I promised myself, my children, we were never going to call another man their father. So we got back together. We had one more child against my will. Yeah, right. So as soon as my wife got pregnant for the third time, I went down and I got the snip. Don't get me wrong, I'll do it all over again to have my 3 children. I wouldn't swap them for anything. I stayed for another 7 years, but all along I knew the relationship would not last. It was just doomed. And last, it didn't. When I left, I did the lawyers thing and the payout thing. Ouch. But you know, when I look back, really, the whole event was worth it. Remember, failure is an event, not a person. Your relationship failed, but this failure does not define your future. nor does it define you. The point of the story is that God brings some people into our life for a season, some for a reason, and some for a lifetime. The question I have learnt to ask myself in any situation is, what is the purpose here? If we can discover the answer, our lives will be so much brighter, as it gives everything we do meaning and purpose. See chapter 10, Surrendering to Your Purpose. There are life lessons in every relationship. If we're able to stand back and take a life perspective, we'll see the lessons along the way. There may have been very negative circumstances in our life, things that happened against our will when we were young, challenges in every relationship and major circumstances in our lives that have taught us lessons along the way. And when our time is done, it's time to move on. There is a saying that I love, that I heard from a guy in Orissa, the poorest state in India, when I was there. If you stare at a pig long enough, you'll eventually see the jewel in its nose. Apparently back in the day this used to happen. A precious stone from the pig digging in the mud would get stuck in the pig's snout. For the poor peasant who tended pigs, this was like winning the lottery. The saying means we should see everything in life, the good and the seemingly bad, as a leg up, a step in our journey as a divine being in this understanding. Looking for reasons holds keys to our life. So regardless of the challenges we face, we need to just keep going, because everything has a spiritual aspect, and all of these steps put together are part of our very own stairway to heaven. Eric's story continues. Here is the outcome so far from my decision to stay, and the decision to not have the kids call another man their father. Not long after I separated from my wife and had the separation and custody agreement finalized, my wife found that the kids were just too much to handle. So I became a full-time solo dad. Mr. Mum, they called me, from the old movie Mrs. Doubtfire. They have given me beautiful grandchildren. My son is now training to be a counsellor at college. He needs it after having me to live with. I was told that in one of his classes they had to do a role model exercise, and he chose me as his role model, which he said was true. I was absolutely blown away. A couple of weeks ago, I was with my daughter looking at a rental property to get one of her kids into a school in that area. She was on the phone to the real estate person. I overheard the conversation, and she said, "I'm here with my dad. He's my rock." When she got off the phone, I asked why she said it. She said, "I don't know. I just said it." The point is, my kids and I have had our ups and downs. They know I don't take their crap, and they know they've seen me in some very difficult situations and difficult times, but they know I have managed to get through them and strayed true to my original decision that they would not have anyone but me as their dad, and dad I am to them. At the end of the day, you might think you're a bit useless sometimes and have muddied things up a bit, or in a big way. Maybe you could have been a better parent, but that's not what others will think of you. They will see you as a survivor, as an overcomer, as a person who has been through the dark times of separation and come out the other end with the jewel in your hand, because you refused to give up. Children are very forgiving towards their parents. Sometimes it takes a bit of time for them to come around, but eventually they do. I've said to my kids, look at who Adam and Eve had for their parent, and look how they turned out. They took the whole human race down the wrong path. So even perfect parenting will not guarantee the success of the children. There are many contributing factors to our journey in life, such as peer groups, social media, and the societies we live in. There is a lot of voices out there, which you have little control over. These factors can take them off track or guide them towards success. Who knows? The biggest impact we will leave on this earth is our kids. If we really go deep with this thought, we can see that they carry our very DNA information, the very essence of our life, which they will pass on to subsequent generations. So, if we stand back a bit, we can have gratitude for all those who have gone before us. Only then can we see just how meaningful our life really is in the grand scheme of things. Putting things in context, if we can consider the value of the time we have in our lives, we can consider whether staying in our current relationship is being true to ourselves. If we leave the relationship, do we have an expectation that someone better will come along, or, as in Eric's case, we will live a more fulfilled life on our own. These are just decisions that only you can make. In making your choice, you will reap the benefits or suffer the consequences. So be clear and concise with your decision making and be true to yourself by working on that decision right through to the end. Exit strategy. We'll look at this subject. In the first instance, the documentation for separation is probably better kept binary, in files on your computer or on a memory stick. You can lock files with a password, and if questions are raised, you can just delete them and shrug your shoulders. If using paper and ink, this must be kept confidential and not able to be retrieved by any other person. Usually a separation in the first instance is about survival, most importantly, a place to live. Where resources are lacking or a person's welfare is at risk and urgency is a factor, there are safe places like Women's Refuge. You can Google these places quickly and make a confidential appointment. They have all the necessary procedures in place to house and provide for yourself and any children. Where you have time and the separation is semi-amicable, you can decide whether you stay or go from your current living environment, which will mean either you or your partner will move out. If you choose to move, start researching rentals. Also think about school zones if you have children. Call the agency and ask about the deposit bond required for rentals. Often the social welfare department or a similar agency has provisions for this and will pay the bond, in which case you can pay them back over time. Call and do your homework and make preparations so you understand the process. Write down all the things you will need, including children's needs. Seek some advice from professionals around children's custody. You could ask family or friends who you trust implicitly or who may have been through similar circumstances for their advice. Remember, loose lips sink ships. Picking the right time to make the break and call a relationship quits can be really difficult. However, once you have resolved to separate, then all you need is opportunity. If you think back, you will realize that there were other opportunities to have the hard conversation or pack your bags, but due to false hope, you stuck around, expecting things to get better, just to get more of the same old story. In an unsustainable relationship, future chances will arise. It may be during a conversation that the subject veers into happiness, and you can say that you are not really happy with the things they are at the moment and need to go and stay with friends or family for a while to get a bit of perspective and clear your head, thus letting the air out of the tire slowly. It may be that bag, pack and goodbye note on the bench works for you better. This may seem simple to some people, but to others it's a very difficult thing to do. We read about Jesse's story in the previous chapter. Jesse was a quiet person and her partner was strong-minded, so she continuously felt a sense of intimidation. She had his 2 children living with them on and off. But when Jesse's daughter needed a place to stay for a while, her partner said no. She bravely tells how she said, "So you're making me choose between you and my daughter? Well, then I choose my daughter." What he was doing was causing Jesse's bluff. However, we know that a mother has an innate responsibility to protect her children. He pridefully thought that he had so much control over her that she would renege on her decision. Jesse tells how, due to him having control over their finances, at 45 years of age, she had no money, no resources except for a car and a few simple belongings. She went to her parents for a while until she saved some money for a rental and began to rebuild her life out of the ashes. But she has had a great sense of relief that she is finally free. Moral of the story: when you get offered a door or a way out, use it. Emotional preparation. Bringing an unsustainable relationship to closure is no small feat in anyone's capacity to deal with life. The fear of the unknown is a scary thing, and most of the time, people just do not know where to start. It takes some resolve and commitment. It will be helpful if you process all the outcomes first. Role play the scenarios in your mind over and over. Imagine life without your partner. Consider the things they take care of in the home, any affection that you may have enjoyed, the tasks you may have shared, like washing, cooking, financing, paying bills, help with the kids, or even family functions that will be less one person. Life as a single parent is not easy, especially while holding down a job. I have been there. It's difficult, but doable. You may want to practice doing everything with no help from your partner for a week or two, or even begin this as a habit. So when you do leave, it will be like nothing has changed. Consider the questions you will be asked by in-laws, friends, and family. Have the scripts rehearsed in your mind with as little criticism or negativity as possible. It may be an advantage to role-play these events for a week or two, or maybe more. I have heard it said many times, I just can't leave although I want to. We have a house and I don't want to lose it. If I only get half the money out of the house, I cannot afford to buy another, so I'm stuck in limbo. They are living a life of quiet desperation. I do empathize with the gravity of this situation, as I know firsthand. I've been there. As I have mentioned, I have known 3 people in this exact position. One lady regrets not leaving in the first 10 years of her marriage. She's been married for over 30 years now. One question I ask myself is this: is my life and my future worth a half a house? When in actual fact, that is all I own anyway. In reality, I don't own the other half. They do. At the end of the day, I'm not actually losing anything. I'm just dissolving the financial partnership and the emotional entanglement that goes with it. I had to suck it up, hope that life favored me, and got totally passionate about making good decisions in the future, which is what I did for a while and got on my feet again. Then, you guessed it, I made more mistakes, hence 3 payouts. I'm a slow learner. One thing I have learned is how to bounce back from separation and divorce, and to find my dream and thrive again. The tools in this book work. Don't think becoming single again is going backwards. It is actually going forwards in your life. There will definitely be a sense of loss, pain, hurt, failure, and frustration. Think of it as a time to reconnect with your friends and try to build a relational infrastructure before the event. Often people do not get prepared, and it becomes even more overwhelming than it needs to be if they had put all the steps in place beforehand. Remember, continuing in an unsustainable or unhappy relationship is the equivalent of giving up everything for that one thing. Becoming single again and recovering from that relationship can be the equivalent of giving up that one thing to have a chance of gaining everything. Being in a relationship where there is a personality disorder. I cannot close this chapter without discussing personality disorders. Finding yourself in a personal relationship with a person who exhibits strong symptoms of a personality disorder is like biting into a beautiful wedding cake and ending up with food poisoning. There is a lot of information on the internet about narcissism, psychotic personalities, borderline personality disorders, BPDs, and the like. If your partner fits into the spectrum of these personality disorders, especially with the severity of BPD, whether they be covert, hidden, or overt, self-evident, my best opinion is to plan an exit strategy and save yourself. I know this sounds extreme, but if you join BPD or narcissism groups, you will quickly discover the direness of these relationship outcomes if they've left too long. These types of relationships are extremely difficult to exit, as a trauma bond is often developed and codependency is common. People with BPDs rarely change, and if they do, they are like a rubber band being stretched back and snapping back to the original size. As any change is not authentic or long-lasting, but it is for the purpose of keeping you in connection with them. Once you have done your research, you will be glad you considered this opinion. As I do not like labeling people who display neuroticism, sociopathic, pathological, or especially narcissistic symptoms, I will simply call them people with negative personality disorders, NPD. Often partners who separate from their NPD partners feel used up, discarded, empty, hurt, lacking self-worth, self-esteem, and confidence. The person with the NPD often tries to isolate their partner. They expose their partner's weaknesses and feed off their emotions, resources, and energy. All this is a slow form of entrapment. Rebuilding a healthy image of oneself is the key to getting back up and running again in life. The lack of understanding around NPD significantly restricts those who are exposed to these sorts of people. What I am saying here is that we need to divorce ourselves from taking the responsibility of a relationship breakdown if we have been in a relationship with a person with NPD. Also be careful of hoovering. Hoovering is a term used when you feel discarded by the NPD person, or a breakup happens and the NPD person comes back after a period of time with the sob story, or seeking forgiveness, or wanting to have another go. In other words, to suck you back in. We can easily get misguided by their efforts and have an imagination of idealistic romanticism towards them, believing that they have changed, because deep down, this is what we want to believe. However, it is almost humanly impossible for a person to change their character quickly. It takes years and a lot of personal development, internal self-work, honesty, and determination. If you have made the break and, on reflection, you can see the relationship was not right, stay on your new path, because allowing yourself to be hoovered will cause you unnecessary pain and time lost. No contact unless absolutely necessary, like organizing children, is a good choice. A person with NPT, more often than not, shows their true colors incrementally as the relationship deepens and the connection is developed. The general population is not skilled to detect these traits of the NPT person in the early stages of relationship. These NPTs are well masked as they have an agenda to latch onto their prospective partner and then exploit the relationship to their own ends at the expense of what they now call their host. Often even the NPT person is not aware of their own behavior. In my view, the most destructive personality type in a relationship, which has become more common in recent decades apart from physical harm, is the narcissistic personality type, or better put, a person displaying narcissistic personality traits. This puts them on the narcissistic spectrum. The term narcissistic comes from the word narcissus, which is actually a flower, a daffodil. Narcissus in Greek mythology was the son of the river god Cephissus. He was a strong, handsome, talented hunter, distinguished for his beauty. The story goes that one day, tired from the hunt and the heat, he came to a pond to drink. He looked into the pond and saw an image of himself and fell madly in love with his own reflection. Not wanting to disturb the image of himself to quench his thirst, the handsome hunter didn't drink, so he wasted away and died. In the place where he died, the narcissus flower grew in remembrance of him. It could be said that the narcissist protects their image at any expense, which disables their own personal growth and stops their inner healing from taking place. People on the narcissistic spectrum often have, in part or in full, an inability to be self-aware, a misguided level of self-importance, and they lack the ability to accept fault or responsibility for their actions. Often, the condition is not entirely their blame. It's just their personality makeup, commonly caused by incorrect parenting or societal conditioning. One of the symptoms of an NPT is what I call the illusion of permanence. The illusion of permanence is where we forget that we actually have a best before date. We have the days of our prime. Then we have a best before date, which is our middle ages, and getting past the days of our strength. And then there's an expiry date, the end of our senior years, or at least traveling through them. If life is not cut short unexpectedly, we can get into the trap of thinking that every day is just another day, just like the last one, and there'll surely be another day, week or month after that. But no, we are all incrementally getting older, although we are blinded to it. Permanence becomes an illusion until one day we get a life crisis, like a bad doctor's report, or a close friend or family member passes away and we have what I call a funeral moment when we're faced with our own mortality. Birthdays are a reminder that life is temporary, and when we move into another decade of our lives, life is fleeting and we are only here for a short while. I like the saying, teach us to number our days so that we may gain a heart of wisdom. We find this in Psalms 90, verse 12. We can forget that our days are numbered and personal values become impaired by being too focused on temporal things and wasting our time making mountains out of molehills. A person with NPD is consumed with their image, what others think of them, and their own self-importance, so they forget that they are wasting away and spend their life in a constant state of mind games, manipulation, winning their wants, and working overly hard to be liked at the expense of their own peace and sanctity, a life void of empathy. From another perspective, the narcissistic NPT is generally a taught behavior. The traits are derived from an overcompensation of undercompensation. When a person is young, they are taught to be competitive. High achievers, they are given rewards and praise, overcompensation, but with little emotional nurture and parental quality bonding time, undercompensation. Think of it this way. If a child gets addicted to computer games at an early age, they get their encouragement from high schools and friends' online approval, but they do not get emotionally connected. This reward system can be built into their psyche and flow into their adult life, where the ability to empathize and make emotional connections becomes limited, as it was never developed as a child. Or, if a child gets things as a substitute for love, the empathy and emotional area of the brain does not develop fully. In effect, we are teaching children to develop the fulfillment of satisfaction and joy from non-emotional means, therefore restricting development of that trait of empathy. These types of MPT are increasing in our society as we disconnect from our communal family and community roots, and as the use of technology as a babysitter becomes more prevalent. From another perspective, that 2,000-year-old book of wisdom says, but understand this, in the latter days there will come times of difficulty. People will love themselves and money. They'll be proud, stuck up and rude. 2 Timothy 3:1 and 2, paraphrased. This sounds a lot like a person who displays the traits of a person on the narcissistic spectrum. To some extent, schooling and society can be to blame by conditioning the NPT when they display these personality traits to foster their achievement at any cost. It is said we live in a dog-eat-dog world. What does that sound like? A narcissistic environment. Today's education overemphasizes financial success and underemphasizes relational and emotional development. However, every person is responsible for their own actions and personal development. People in a relationship with an NPT can develop a trauma bond with them, which makes it very complex, difficult, and emotionally traumatic to leave the relationship. For those who have been in a relationship with an NPT, there is healing and rebuilding of oneself that needs to happen. In your relationship choices, your physical and emotional health and well-being is paramount and must be put first in every decision you make. Good counsel from a professional who is experienced in these matters will be very helpful along the way. In conclusion, if you have already left in your heart and you know it's the correct choice for you, get advice. Make the best preparations you can, and then, with determination, regardless of the challenges you will need to overcome, go. Stay gone, move on. Chapter 3, Setting and Achieving Goals. Revenge and Retribution. I like these words. They're strong, full of emotion, vigorous, energetic, and satisfying. However, I want to introduce you to another concept, one where the very best kind of revenge is your own massive success. Ask yourself this: what would make you sleep better, your success or their failure? What would make you feel better, look better, give you more confidence, help you attract a better soulmate, give you a better view of yourself, and increase other people's perception of you? Your success. Who will actually be the beneficiary of revenge? I do not understand that. After a long-term relationship, there are financial aspects to consider. However, lawyers and courts will sort that out, and you will probably be delivered what is fair and equitable. So, that's not really revenge. It's only negotiation, and your emotions will have little influence on the legal system. It is a good idea to get advice on your rights from a suitably qualified professional. People rarely gain anything by seeing another person fail. The only comparison we want to make is the comparison between where we are now and where we become the best version of ourselves. The only emotional energy and resources we want to invest is in ourselves and our children. My hope is that by the end of this chapter, you will take the time to identify what you want from life and set some short-term goals that will move you towards your long-term goals, starting with goals for the next 12 months. This is a short enough time frame for you to keep track of your progress towards those goals. I set annual goals with a vision board, which we'll talk about later on in this chapter. A year goes past quite quickly, and it's amazing how you can drift through that year without realizing. However, if you have goals and a target for the year, by the end of that year, it will be rewarding to see what you have accomplished and will encourage you to set your next annual goals. As you walk towards those goals, you'll be walking further away from your past relationship and nearer to achieving your highest potential. Your welfare and success are the only things I am interested in. What happens for the other person should really not be your concern anymore, unless children are involved. Then your only concern, apart from your own success, will be for your children. Wish your ex-partner the best and watch them get smaller and smaller in your rear vision mirror. That is why your windscreen is so big and your rear vision mirror is so small, because it's all about where you are going as opposed to where you have been. It's all about you now and your kids. It's not helpful using up your precious time, energy, and resources on a person who is no longer part of your life. At one time, you were limited by your relationship. Now your options are unlimited. The relationship was standing in the way of your success and taking all of your emotional energy, but it's not now. So throw away the rest of the ice cream, tip out the beer, empty the tissue bin, finish off your last rant, and let's get on with it. It's time to focus on making yourself attractive, interesting, confident, successful, in shape, and a pleasure to be around. I'm going to take time to unpack goals in this chapter, as goals have the potential to define you and make you the person you've always wanted to be. I am an ardent goal setter. I have failed in many things and gone broke many times, but I've got it all back again and more every time through goal setting. After my last financial bounce back and recovery, I was able to buy my children their own houses. I've been able to get myself into a mental and emotional and financial position where I am semi-retired at age 51. I can now give back and help people, often without payment, just because I want to. Not because it's a job to make a paycheck. I'm not anyone special. I just know this stuff works. I put it into practice and get the successes that are due to me through making good choices and having the correct belief system. I passionately believe success is a birthright of every individual, and my desire is for every person to have a successful life. There is a saying, you will harvest what you sow. Every good decision and every good choice you make will have a good outcome. It will take time, but it will happen. So let us not waste our time. Let's start today. Understanding this will make goal setting simple, achievable, and most importantly, it will help you have an expectation of a good outcome in your life. You'll never hit a target you don't have. There is a concept called failure to strive, failure to thrive. Failure to strive is a failure to attempt anything. We just can't get going. We just can't believe. It hasn't worked out for us in the past, so how will it in the future? We feel a bit depressed. We don't know where to start or even how to start. We've had setback after setback, and we don't seem to be able to recover. Failure to thrive is when we are trying but not succeeding. We're not seeing breakthroughs. We work every day, and at the end of the year, we're no better off. It's Groundhog Day. We live day to day, week to week, month to month. We cannot seem to get ahead. It's been like this for ages, and we feel stuck. If you identify with either of these, let's have a look how we can move up and on. In my experience, sometimes we can ascribe how we are feeling to a mental condition, or at least symptoms of a mental condition. However, often we're just in a difficult season in life that results in a mental or emotional turmoil. Depression can be a big hindrance to achievement. In most cases, depression is just an absence of hope. Hold on, pain ends. I've yet to meet a person who has not had an absence of hope at some stage in their life. I've had times of feeling depressed in my life. I think we should be careful when we label ourselves with a condition when we're just going through a season in life. Everyone has bad days. I've had bad years. But taking on a label of depression is a sticking point because it can become an identity rather than just an experience or a time of change or a season of life. If you do need to get help to overcome a major challenge in life, sometimes seeing a doctor is wise, or at least getting some counselling to help you through it. You don't need to do this alone. There are free programs available for support. I encourage you to start reaching out for help today if you feel you need some support at this time. If we can fix the difficulties in our life, then we can relieve a lot of symptoms that are causing our mental condition or emotional unease. Goal setting is a proven method of overcoming emotional challenges and being able to move forward. I do understand that during these times of depressed feelings and lack of hope, goal setting is difficult because at these times, our self-belief is low. I'm going to approach goal setting from a different angle to the usual hype. I want to bring goal setting back down to earth and explain it from a practical point of view. Life has seasons. I did not know this when I was young, but now I see my grandkids coming through and starting school and going on in their life. I'm seeing life repeat itself, and I've obtained the wisdom of comparison. Think of the life cycle of an apple tree. In the autumn, the fruit falls from the tree, the leaves drop, the tree becomes bare. Any unharvested fruit rots, and the seeds become exposed or get eaten by the animals, carried off somewhere and pooped out. The manure from the animal becomes compost full of nutrients for the seed. When the tree grows through winter, it puts on a strong layer of dense growth, the dark ring you see when you cut a tree. The tree needs this stronger layer of growth. If it had only summer growth, the tree would be less dense and weak and not able to withstand the storms of winter and, most importantly, not able to bear the weight of fruit it is about to produce in the coming seasons. Winter eventually changes to spring. The tree has grown stronger and bigger. Its roots have gone deeper in order to access more nutrients and water. It bears more fruit than last season, and its seeds have produced more trees. While this is simple, it is profound. Our life is a series of seasons. We need these seasons to grow. If we had all summers, we would live a life chasing one good feeling after the next and not really maturing. If we only had winter seasons, we'd eventually die from too many long, challenging times. If you feel you're in a winter season now, great. You have something to overcome to prepare you for when spring comes. In this season, you are building great strength in your life, learning many deep lessons. I have had long periods of long winters, and when I look back, I realize they were deep learning periods and prepared me for the future. I could never do what I do now as patiently and effectively as I do unless I had experienced what I have. I got married quite young. I didn't really know what I was doing. Both my wife and I brought baggage into the relationship, which eventually poisoned it. Winter season. We eventually broke up, and I ended up as a solo father to our 3 children. I developed a very strong relationship with them. I also went to university, and through that time, I worked on the side. Springtime. The strong bond I developed with my children was immensely powerful and is still there today, even though we have had our issues. My children eventually grew up and moved on. I was doing okay in my life, but there was an emptiness. I had always been a father. I had taken that on as my identity, and suddenly that role was over. They wanted to spread their wings and move on, called the empty nest syndrome. Now, they all had partners and I was no longer needed. I understand what mothers go through now when they speak about this experience. If parents don't have their own personal goals when the kids become more independent, parents can lose their identity, which can produce a bit of an identity crisis, where we look back at our life and ask ourselves, what now? Or, why did I marry you again? Remind me? I didn't have any goals for myself as a person, so I experienced a lack of hope and a season of feeling depressed. Winter. An interesting point here is what often happens in the dynamics of a marriage when a couple reaches their 40s. Largely, I put it down to the lack of relationship goals. At one time, the family unit was consumed by the relationship. But as times pass, the couples drift apart because they haven't focused on their relationship with each other. If we had dreams and goals for the relationship, the experience of the good times was a hard copy of those imagined dreams. The success of the family unit was the relationship therapy. But there always needs to be a balance between the children's needs and the relationship the parents have themselves. On reflection, I realized this season was a major change in my life. I had been connected to my family but now felt disconnected to a large degree. I realized I had been living my life through my children. Who was I now? I remember the saying, if you know what you're looking for, you'll find it. But if you don't know where you're going in life, you'll probably end up in a place where you did not want to be. Because you can't find something you don't even know you're looking for. That was my experience, so I had to reinvent myself. I had to redefine who I was and set new goals for my life and start moving into the next season of my life, spring. I had always wanted to be a real estate agent, so the shift in relationship gave me the chance. I set this goal. I had remarried by now and started life with my new wife. That was a summer experience. I talked my wife into becoming an agent too. We went and studied, got our certificates to practice, and got a job together working for an agency. It was new and fun. These goals gave me hope. I was now looking forward. I then wanted to have my own office, so I drained my bosses of their knowledge and boom, I was on fire. I then approached other agencies to open a franchise and opened an agency across the road from the office I had been working at. By doing this, I developed an enemy and stiff competition, but I didn't care. I loved it. I quickly became number one in the area and our office also became number one. I worked day and night, 7 days a week, and to relax and switch my brain off, I started drinking with my new friends I was making. Autumn. Put these combinations together and you guessed it, my marriage hit the wall. Winter. Our relationship fell apart. My wife took over the business and I was on my own again. I had achieved my business goals, but my life was out of balance. I didn't have good relationship goals, so I ended up in a place where I did not want to be. Back to a winter season. That was a tough time in my life, but I only had myself to blame. So, it was time for another reinvention of myself. Whenever I have run into problems, I've gone back to the building industry and started from the basics. I'm good with my hands and I know how to work hard. I spent a few months doing odd jobs, called myself an odd jobologist, so I had a title. I had a few dollars left after lawyers' fees, separation agreements, negotiations and dividing of assets. Times had changed in the building industry. I could not operate without a certificate, and to get one, I'd have to go back to school and re-educate myself. I remembered an audio tape I had been listening to about 10 years prior called Doing All You Can With Everything You Have. I can't remember the tape at all, just the cover. I found the cover, but the tape was missing. However, the title was all I needed. I had a body, a brain, and I had my health. I knew how to work. What could I do with this? The three fundamental questions you can ask yourself are, what do I have? What do I want? What can I do? Those three questions contain the seeds for your success. It's that simple. From this, you can build a platform of increase. What you have now is the seed to grow your tree, your inventory, skills, abilities, relationships, and contacts who may be able to help you. Even your mode of transportation is an asset. I planned and set some goals. Goals can be daunting at the start. You don't know how, but you know what you want. You take the steps you can take, and the next steps seem to magically be revealed. You take that one step and on it goes. You just follow the breadcrumbs. Stay consistent, do the work, and your powerful subconscious goes to work and you find a way to make it happen. Success leaves clues. I do not know how it works, but it just does. It always has for me. No matter how much of a mess I can make things, it's like God says, okay, have you learnt your lessons yet? I reply, yes, I have. Well, we'll keep going then. I hear so many stories like this from all walks of life. It excites me, as does every story I hear of recovery from even the hardest journeys. Your story will excite me too. There are studies that show that having a plan and setting goals really works. One is from Harvard University, as per Zig Ziglar. In this study, 84% of the class had set no goals at all. 13% had set written goals, but no concrete plans. And just 3% had both written goals with concrete plans. 10 years later, the 13% of the class that had set written goals but had not created plans were making twice as much money as the 84% of the class that had set no goals at all. However, the 3% of the class that had both written goals and a plan were making 10 times as much as the rest of the class. The veracity of the study and these statistics have been questioned, but these statistics are consistent with the wealth distribution generally. Whether or not the Harvard MBA Business School study on goal setting is accurate or not, it does help to highlight something very important. To achieve your goals, they need to be written out and planned for. As simple as it sounds, it works. You set your goals, do the work, and enjoy the rewards. At the end of every day, a good question to ask ourselves is, what have we done to progress towards our goals? As we get into a habit of asking ourselves this question, it will repeat itself in our minds throughout the day, and in time, we will find ourselves planning our days towards our goals. The big break that we see others get is just an accumulation of all the little breaks put together. I have found that the harder I work at my goals, the luckier I get. It sounds good, but how much do we want to get ahead and why? I like the saying, do not die with unplayed music in your heart. Let it out while you can. Dr. Wayne Dyer. I got the last of my money together, begging for loans wherever I could, and I built a house. Then another one to get me going again. During that time, I sat down and thought about what I wanted for the rest of my existence on the spinning rock we call our world. I went back to tertiary education yet again to re-educate myself and do what I used to do. I used to find my juice in helping people. As a consultant in churches for their buildings and direction, I also used to be a pastor. But when people came to me with their issues, I did not have the experience to be able to empathize with them. I didn't understand what they were going through. Therefore, the answers I had for them were just out of a book I had learnt from. If a counsellor doesn't have life experience, as I didn't, they can hand out information like 3 steps to happiness, 4 steps to getting better, or 5 steps to a successful life. Too many steps and you'll likely fall over. It takes experiential knowledge to really understand the struggles people are facing. While my intentions were good, I was not ready back then, as I did not have the experience. I had worked with people who were suffering from relationship separations. They were distraught. I would listen and I thought I understood, but I had no real understanding until I experienced the real thing. I got into a relationship that hit stratospheric highs. It was literally like heaven on earth. We were both 100% committed to each other. It was happily ever after. After 3 weeks, she said she loved me. The trajectory went perpendicular from there. We got engaged in 6 weeks. It was a twin flame experience on steroids. We did everything together, including COVID-19 lockdown. We brought the best out in each other and the worst. Through that time, I defined myself and saw myself reflected in her. As it started, it finished. It really fell over in a matter of, 2 weeks. I came to the realization that the energy between us was just too powerful to control. We were just not ready for it. When I left, it took everything in my soul not to return. I had to leave to continue my purpose. My navigation system was screaming. If I did not leave, I believed I would never reach my potential. If I did not know about intensity and self-determination before, I definitely learned it in the 4 weeks or so after leaving. I visited places in the depths of my being that I had never visited before. I believe I now understand the extreme difficulties of leaving what could be known as a toxic relationship or an unsustainable relationship with a strong connection, and the addiction to the attachment that it carries with it. I have experienced knowledge about how distraught people can be after a breakup, and I truly empathize with them now. If you're in a toxic or abusive relationship, it is going to take all you have inside of you to leave it. After a while, you'll be able to reflect on the relationship with a clearer mindset, and you may wonder why you stayed in it so long. If children are involved, they have a right to a safe environment, and we, as parents, have an obligation to provide that for them. Don't let a good crisis go to waste. There is a familiar term in politics. If there is a crisis, politicians will use it as a smokescreen to implement policies that would usually cause an outcry. While everyone is concerned about the front page of the newspaper, the politicians use it to their advantage, initiating policies on page 3 that might always cause a lot of opposition. Learn how to use the crisis you find yourself in to your advantage. A relationship that is unsustainable, unhealthy, or even toxic is hard work on the mind. The breakup is even more so. It's a crisis. And in the body's chemistry laboratory, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are arguing and throwing petri dishes and beakers at each other, pumping out protein peptides that increase the heart rate, hormones that increase stress and creating cortisol. Both sides of the mind are having flare-ups at each other, processing imaginations, bringing up the same old information, and what-ifs and how could they's, or I should have, and so on. The heart weighs into the argument with its irrational arguments that make no sense at all. The mind is going around in circles about the same thing. Meanwhile, the mouth is talking away about this and that to whoever it can. You have all this energy, this horsepower burning up like a race car sitting on the pit stop, revving its head off, but going nowhere. If you can use that energy and intensity in a running race or a boxing fight, you would surely win. Or in an exam recalling information, you would definitely score 100%. Just imagine what would happen if you applied this horsepower to the race of life. Well, you can. You absolutely can. When all this is going on, the worst thing you can be doing is sitting around enduring the emotional pain. I was with someone recently who was going through a breakup exactly like my scenario, or very, very similar. I was watching it happen. As their mouth was going, every now and then I would say, I can see you're in a high energy moment, which is the term I use for mania, or experience a manic emotional moment. They would say yes and calm down for a while. Then I would watch it build up again. They were sipping away on a Coca-Cola at the time. I asked them if they thought fueling their body with high sugar and caffeine beverage was a good idea during this high energy time. They said no. And now they thought about it and realized the effect it was having on them. They went and tipped it out. Then I made them a chamomile tea so they could keep their hands occupied. The question is, what can you do right now that will bring you some relief and redirect this energy or these thoughts? Really think about this question and your mind will answer you. Then apply the answer you arrive at. Make necessity your master. Decide on your goals, believe, intend, or have a plan. Attempt, do your best, do not give up. Relinquish the outcome. It will arrange itself accordingly. The next step will be revealed when the time is right. This is a spiritual law that I rely on, and you can too. Serendipity is real. Manure makes great compost. In my life, I've proven to be good at making money and getting stuff done, but I've been broke 3 times as well, after making millions and losing it again. I've also been through the revolving door of relationships, including what I like to term as 2 unsuccessful marriages and a further 2 disengagements. So I have a fair bit of compost to use. Not that I feel too good about how I created it all. We all build up a bit of manure in our lives, and getting back up on the horse after a relationship separation is extremely difficult to do. We are a communal species, so relationships on all levels are a fundamental part of our makeup. Humans have an internal code that draws them to seek a life partner. When the expectations of that are disappointed, we lose hope and must reinvent ourselves again. Dealing with the trauma of a broken relationship is vital for our future and our future relationships, because rebound relationships will more than likely end up just another heartache. This I know only too well, as I realized my second marriage was a rebound relationship. One of the most important things I have learned in addiction recovery counseling is about mental relapse. Relapse starts in the thinking well before it becomes reality. When people come out of rehabilitation, they've got big hopes and dreams. This sounds great to the unschooled listener. They are feeling confident, and it looks like they're back on the path and going to make something out of their life. But to the schooled listener, this is a mental relapse. They are setting themselves up for a fall because they don't have a plan. I've been in this position, only to return to the same unhelpful behaviours. What I needed was a smart set of goals. We'll look at this word SMART goals soon. SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic timeframe. Our goals and purpose become a navigation system in our life. If we have set some specific financial goals, we can check progress every week or month and recognize when we're heading off track. Hang on, I just spent $80 on that night out and it really wasn't that great. So I'm never going to get my new car at this rate. I've just missed a week's scheduled savings. Or we might look at our target weight and say, hang on, I just ate 2 cream buns at the work function. That's no more desserts for me until the end of the month. Relationship goals are just as important. If we set goals, guidelines, and expectations, we can challenge ourselves to keep those goals. This is where having a vision board is so important, because we can see our goals and they get imprinted into our psyche. Vision boards. Having a vision board of what you want is one of the most powerful tools known to man. I speak to a lot of people who know about them, but I rarely meet a person who has one, or even fewer who have one by their bed or on their office wall to look at and meditate on it. John Azaroff is a lecturer, entrepreneur, author, and behavioral expert who focuses on brain research and brain training. He has a good introduction to vision boards on YouTube called Do Vision Boards Work, which talks about the power of the vision board. The reason that vision boards are so effective is because we think in images. Let's say we read something interesting. As we read, the words are transformed into images. When we explain what we read to someone the next day, we translate the image of what was formed in our mind, encoding the images back into words. Then the person listens to the words and decodes them to form an image in their minds. Eventually, they'll say, "Oh, I see what you're saying now." We do not see words or listen to understand. We interpret them into an image to help us comprehend. So, seeing images on our vision board goes directly into our understanding, and our subconscious goes to work to convince our conscious, and together they team up to make it happen. This is basic and fundamental stuff, but payday is in the follow-up. Once you have identified your goals, follow these steps. List goals you would like to achieve. As I've said, I've set my goals annually. Download pictures from the internet and match your goals. Not exact, but near enough will do. And get them printed. 3. Use picture frames to make a collage out of your pictures. Write a caption for each picture. For example, on a car picture, write, "In 9 months, I'll be driving this car." For your work, you might write, "In 6 months, I'll have a promotion and a 15% pay rise," or a new job, or whatever your goal might be. Then put it by your bed and look at it every day with intention. It is said that knowledge is power, but that is incorrect. Applied knowledge is power. Too many people take their knowledge to the grave without using it. What am I saying here is to apply this knowledge in your life. create a vision board and you will experience the power of it working for you. Look around you. Everything you see that is not part of the natural world has been made by somebody, somewhere, at some time. Even the landscaping at your house was inside someone's head as a design. Even the street outside your house. Everything that you see first started in someone's mind. Then, through planning and execution, it was transformed into a physical form and was placed somewhere within your reach, in a shop or on the internet, or wherever it was. You used your resources, selling your hours, or to be exact, a portion of your life, to purchase that thing. Consider and apply this process to the chair, couch, bed, or floor you're sitting on, even this book. Someone thought it. It became their vision and they designed it. It was made and you bought it. Now you are sitting on what began as a thought. You may think this is oversimplified, but it's not. This was just the natural course of events that happened to get you this thing. Now, think of your life. You thought of a topic to study, did the training at university, an apprenticeship or whatever. You graduated, looked for a job, maybe changed your job, and now this is your reality. Even if you were on welfare, you still had to make an application to receive it. Many great stories come from people who were on welfare and decided to change their lives. What am I saying? Nothing is impossible. Make a goal, then start making choices in that direction, and you will enjoy the self-validation from doing the work to achieve it. Apply this concept to your relationships. Someone became part of your vision for your future. You chose them. Entered the relationship with them. You helped steer this relationship in a particular direction by your actions or by your inactions. Perhaps you prolonged a bad relationship when you knew it wasn't right. You have created your current experience. Remember, we harvest what we sow. Make a promise to yourself that you'll make every attempt not to talk negatively about yourself or anyone else, and never complain. It's a holiday today. I'm going to take a break from writing. I'm off to see one lot of my kids and grandkids, then another lot. They don't get on so well. They try to get me to take sides. I do. I take sides. I take the outside and let them sort it out. Then I'm going to a beachside suburb to meet a group of people I've never met before for a walk along the waterfront. I will feel like a bit of a leftover, but no one will know my current struggles. I intend to bring a smile to everyone I meet. Without overcomplicating it, our intention goes out into the environment, and what we put out, we get back. In other words, be careful about your words you speak, because they have an impact on your reality. On YouTube, you can find documentaries about Dr. Masaru Emoto and his experiments that show the effect of emotions on water. In the experiments, words spoken with intention positively or negatively affect the shape and quality of the water crystals. Our bodies are mostly water. Your intention will have an effect on matter. It is so important to realize that our thoughts have a real impact on our feelings, our emotions, and our reality. So, self-awareness and focused attention, even 5 minutes during a busy day, is all it takes to reground yourself with your goals and intentions. Your current situation is not as important as your future. Here's one of my old journal entries. What have I got to be excited about? It's 10:21 a.m. on Christmas Day. I woke up this morning at 5 a.m. to an empty house, washed my face and kept on writing after going to bed at 12:50 a.m. I was at the gym training with a couple of my mates at 7 a.m. My lounge and dining rooms are a construction site because the carpet guys did not come back after ripping up the wooden flooring. My kitchen is demolished and I have one pot and a couple of plates to use. I'm alone again. I've been living off frozen vegetables, packet soup, frozen berries and protein drinks. I have a mortgage payment that I must pay by tomorrow, which I'll use the remaining space on my credit card. I will then have just a couple of $100 left for food and gas. I don't know where to go from there. However, I suppose, no money, no problem. No belief, big problem. Well, I have a goal. My goal is to be financially independent and work in a voluntary situation. My current challenges will not deter me from that goal. My intention towards that goal will shape my future. That is an actual journal entry that I wrote. Since this entry was made, I have done exactly what I promised. I was pretty low at that time. Since this entry was made, I've done exactly what I promised myself, simply through good planning, goal setting, and follow through. Necessity is the mother of invention, and sometimes out of necessity, we have to reinvent ourselves, like the saying goes. If we do what we've always done, we'll get what we've always got. When I was writing that entry, I had 3 partially written books that I had given all up on. I considered my options, foreseeing what was ahead for me. I asked myself this question: what do I have? I have my health. I have a computer. I have a roof over my head. I have food, and I've got time. I have decades of study and not very well used qualifications, and I have ample life experience, usually in the negative though. I was under considerable pleasure. I could go out partying and distract myself. I could feel sorry for how unfortunate my life was at the present, or I could do something about it. So I got out my book and have been sitting at my computer for the last few months, going between finishing my current university papers, writing this book, and doing my practicals for university. I was now back on track with my vision. If you struggle to keep yourself accountable, find a friend who will be committed as you are to your future success. Every year, I create a vision board with a friend. We sign each other's vision boards to say we'll support each other's visions and we will almost always reach our goals. He's built a $20 million business from nothing in the past 3 to 4 years. He's put on over 10 kilograms of muscle and he's driving his dream car. I absolutely love watching how things materialize for him according to his vision board. A tiny bit envious actually, but I won't go there. Sometimes values change along the way and we realize the vision we get started with was not what we wanted, or we were not specific enough. My purpose was turning back towards people again, not things. I'd put on my vision board several spiritual elements which were in conflict with the accumulation of more stuff, houses, cars, all the rest of it. My heart had recognized this, but my head had not. I was in a dilemma. I had to go with my heart. So, soon after I closed the business and went back to tertiary education to continue my training as a counsellor. I placed this new goal on my next year's vision board. A few unexplainable occurrences happened that led me to the right place to study, and unexplainable they were. Serendipity. I now get a great deal of satisfaction from helping people, far more than doing the next real estate deal. Think about how you want your life to look in 12 months from now. What do you want your future to look like? What does your partner look like and act like if you're single? If you are in a relationship, think about the options you have. Where do you want to go spiritually? What is your goal weight or achievable shape? What school do you want your children to go to? Do you want to retrain into a new career? Change your job? Get a job? Give up a bad or toxic relationship or habit? The list is as long and as broad as your imagination. And if you use the following SMART goal system, remember, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time frame, in your goal setting, you will achieve those goals. I am absolutely sure of it. SMART goal system. Specific. Be specific. Goal creation works like a person at Amazon packing shoes. You can get whatever style of shoe you want, but if you ask for just a pair of shoes without being specific, when they arrive, they won't be your style you wanted or your size. You need to make sure you specify the size, color, and style you want. If you need a new car, be specific about what car you want, even down to the color. It's as easy to envisage a blue car as it is a red car. On my vision board, I pictured a partner. She would have a certain eye contact with me, a certain look. Then I met someone and I was amazed that she was just as I had imagined. However, I had omitted to being specific about personality type, beliefs and values. Her belief system and personality did not match mine. I was annoyed that I had not been specific about those areas after some time because I had invested my time and energy, and she had also, into a relationship that could not work as our beliefs and values were incompatible. It was an impasse. Measurable. Be able to measure your goals. Saying what I want more of is just too ambiguous. $100 note for your birthday is more money. So your intention was met, but not to your expectations. Describe the amount of money or the pay rise you desire, the job you want. Make it so that you can measure it. The turnover of your company in dollars. Credit cards clear. However, think abundance, not debt. You can pay debt with abundance, but you cannot pay debt with more debt. Achievable. This is where we set our parameters with a time frame. Your goals must be more than you can do on your own, but not so much that it's something totally unrealistic in anyone's thinking. Something that is well balanced and still a bit out of reach is perfect, so that when you receive it, you know that you've created a vision that has enabled you to reach your goal. If a goal is too easy, it's a chore. If it's too difficult, you will lose hope. Realistic. What can you achieve in a year? Think of a holiday, but don't get too comfortable. Don't limit your goal to spending a night at the local hostel, but don't aim to visit the moon for a weekend either, if anyone has actually been to the moon at all. Make your goals realistic. Time frame. A 1 month vision board will not be long enough to achieve much. Therefore, it is really a task. A 5-year vision board is way too overwhelming and a bit of a marathon. I think 12 months works well, so this is why I do my vision board annually. I can add on to it the following year. The year I left the business I was building to continue counselling, I changed my vision board to focus on that area. That was just for the career part of my vision board. Vision boards are living things, so you can add a little to them or take a bit away, which does not serve you. But keep the fundamental aspects the same. Born with your successes in you. To wrap this chapter up, I want to present you with the flip side of born with your mistakes in you from chapter 1, becoming yourself again. I hope it will encourage you as much as it did me. Once I was able to get my head around it, you were given a set of DNA coding, and in that coding is the personal strength to enable you to overcome the darkness, the most challenging times, like the time of a separation, and you achieve your life's purpose and desires. Whatever else you need, you can get along the way. You just need to want it. Having the technology at your fingertips that we currently have is something that every generation in the past has only dreamed of. Now we have the smartphone. This amazing device holds all the information we need. Information about literally millions or even billions of things throughout history, and they put it together by people who have labored tirelessly to deliver it to us. The truth in a matter of seconds, or someone's perspective in a matter of seconds. Every time someone asks me a question, I reply, have you Googled it? As simple as it sounds, I believe that we are designed to overcome obstacles and succeed according to our intention. Once we have identified our goals, we do not have to go out and learn from scratch. We can copy the success of others. Humans have the intellect and ability to copy others and replicate their successes. So find someone who has gone before you in your chosen field and task and copy their steps with the knowledge you have available, with intention and with the discipline to carry it through. Then you cannot help but achieve your goals. This is a package of ingredients others have used who have gone before you and succeeded. A reminder, success leaves clues. Just remember, even when you get tired or feel a bit depressed, think about achieving your goals and how proud of yourself you'll be. Goals will stop you from giving up even when it seems impossible. As I have said before, we have been trained to work harder on our weaknesses than our strengths. But our successes come from working with our strengths. So we will turn our focus to fully discover our strengths. Our focus will be on what's strong, not on what's wrong. Our passions and what is good for us. We will disprove those who have thought we'd fail and make our future selves, our children, and those around us proud. Simple ideas to making money. As this chapter is about goals, and many of our goals are around money and health, our body, some people have money and some people don't. Most people want to make a decent amount of money to create a comfortable living, or at least make a little extra to supplement their income. So they can at least pay their bills, but do not know how to get started. I personally do not want to pour my life into business any longer because my value systems have changed. I'm also getting older, and business has become a game of snakes and ladders for me, so I don't want to gamble my valuable years for cash any longer. One way is to think of a good idea and sell it. This can be as simple as looking at fashion in the past, and as we know, fashion often repeats itself. So look at what clothing has gone out of fashion and is time to make a comeback. A particular style of jeans, say flares or stretchy jeans, or some type of clothing that was all the big rage years ago, and reinvent it. Talk to a person in a field for some know-how. Pre-sell the orders, and China will mass produce it cheap. Get creative. What are you good at or are interested in? Music? Write a song. Copy someone else's song. Reinvent it. Literature. Start writing scripts, poems, books, even kids' books. A TV show? Write a movie script. Engineering. Think of a concept or a need in the market. Design it. Go to corporations with business model and sell that idea. You can either think big or you can think manageable. This might not suit you, and you only need to pay your bills. You may live in a smaller community. One idea is upcycling, where you can go to op shops or garage sales, buy even quality clothes for 50 cents or a couple of bucks, always bargain the price, and have a stall on a Saturday at the local markets and sell them for maybe $5, $9 or $10. You can do this with knickknacks and antiques or whatever incites your interest, as people at markets love buying stuff they don't need. This is why they are there. The options are endless. Paint some pictures, grow some produce, and market it as organic to the local shops or markets. Breed a particular type of cat or dog or pet. I know a girl who lives rurally, so her options are limited, and she's good with horses, and buys ponies cheap and breaks them in and sells them for a handsome profit. All these products can be sold online, also through various sites like eBay, TradeMe, Gumtree, and the rest. People are addicts to online retail therapy. So, if they don't buy from you, they'll buy something similar from someone else, and those sellers will make the profit. The profit may well as be yours. Start renovating your house. It doesn't put cash in your pocket, but increases the value of your home, which is like a savings plan. You can upskill yourself by doing a course online if necessary. Become a personal trainer. The qualifications are easy. There's always jobs in the industry, and the hours are subject to your availability. Learn to paint or decorate. Painting is easy to learn. Put an ad in the paper and do odd jobs. In short, do something that you like doing. Not only will you like doing it, but you gain confidence, meet new people, and supplement your income along the way. Body hacks. Now the health and body part of our goals. Almost everyone wants to get more in shape. We want to look good for ourselves, but let's get a bit real. If you are challenged with your weight, as I've been in the past, I had to lose over 20 kilograms to get back in shape at one stage, you will appreciate this. I know the journey here. My kids have an old family picture of us all together that they still tease me about because I was so overweight it looks like I barely had a neck. During times of separation, difficulties, and lifestyle dysfunction, we can revert to seeking comfort in other things. Comfort food is one of the most common because it's cheap, easy, and all around us. The overhang of this weight gain can have a negative identity impact on our image to ourselves and how others see us. I am convinced that weight issues are not really food issues as much as they are knowledge and discipline issues. When we ask ourselves what will give us the drive we need to get our bodies into shape that is both healthy and we are satisfied with, I have heard many times of people taking the initiative to address their body. Invariably, they get a great amount of self-satisfaction from seeing the surprised response of people who once looked down on them or negatively, or even wrote them off as a lost case. Like I say in this book, the best form of revenge is success. I'll give you a hack to get yourself started. It's called water. Hold on, before you switch off. I'm sure you'll find this fascinating. I tell people about this and their eyes light up. To those who do it get the real benefits in many ways and they love it. I have qualifications in personal training, nutrition, and the science of modern day diets, which helps me a great deal in my training and my body goals. Here is some science for you that will be a great motivator. You hear a lot about the importance of water. The following is a bit of a mouthful, but I'll simplify it. Go with me here. The three most common fatty acids that's stored in the adipose tissues are olate, C18, H32O2, palmate, C16H32O2, and lineolate, C18, H32O2. These estify to form C55H104O6. If you remove the numbers, you're left with the compound CHO, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. Fat, that's all it is. What two things does the body excrete that remind you of these three elements? You guessed it, water and breath. So put it in simple terms. Fat is CHO, water is H2O or HO. Expelling the breath is to expel CO2 or CO. Sounds too simple, right? HCO to HO and CO. All we need to do to lose fat is to sweat, pee, or breathe it out. Where does a camel store its water as it crosses a desert for weeks on end? In its hump on its back. It's fat storage. Without getting into too deep a science about it, it's just concentrated form of water. Where do we carry our water? In our hump on our front. And if I'm not careful, my hump comes back very quickly. So, to get rid of some of that excess, we just need to find a way to convert it into breath and water and excrete it. If you're feeling a bit fat, you're not actually fat, you're flooded. So let's get you started on the journey. As an adult, the number of your fat cells don't change. So they're like balloons. You can easily hold 200 balloons in a packet in your hand, but blow them up and it's another story. They'll almost fill the room that you're sitting in. Fat is just stored fuel. We have a gas tank in our car that we fill up. This will drive us 600 to 800 kilometers. Any more gas than that and it will be too heavy for the car to cart around. It will slow the car down and we'll wear the car out prematurely. Think of the gas tank as if it was made of rubber like our skin. It is expandable like a balloon. If we keep going to the gas station when we don't need to, the gas will fill the boot, then the back seats. We may even need a trailer. One of the reasons we hold this extra fuel is because we're actually dehydrated. Think of it this way. The body thinks it's in a drought and stores the water. Try a 30-day challenge and drink 3 to 4 liters of water a day. Start by drinking 2 if you can. You'll feel fuller. Your body will begin to excrete the fat. I know some very flooded people who have lost 8 and 9 kilos in a month just by doing this. Drink chilled water if it's possible. That's even faster way. On my Facebook page, I put progress pictures of my scales. I was competing in a bodybuilding competition in a division I had not done before and needed to be 10 kilograms lighter in a month. Apart from other things, like dropping my sodium to a minimum healthy guideline, I drank between 6 and 10 liters of chilled water per day and lost over 10 kilograms in less than 4 weeks. And I didn't eat any less. This actually works. The next reason is that when you're dehydrated, most of the time your body doesn't compute and you think you're hungry, so you eat, but you're not. You're thirsty. So drink water or herbal teas or something, just not too much coffee. Coffee and alcohol are called diuretics. Diuretics make you urinate more than you drink, so further dehydrating yourself and is making the problem worse. Wine and other alcoholic drinks are filtered with sulfides to give them a longer shelf life, and it's cheaper. Sulfides further dehydrate the body. The dehydration is the most common thing that creates the headache in the morning, and sulfides make it worse. Look at the back label and drink wine filtered in other ways, most commonly using fish and egg products. It will say traces might remain. You might just be able to see a few of these. They're so-called wine diamonds, and they're floating in the wine. Coffee stresses the body, creates cortisol, and cortisol promotes belly fat. So limit your caffeine as much as you can. Salt is another major one. Salt retains water, water follows salt. Did you know that some athletes, especially bodybuilders, will take a couple of teaspoons of salt before they train so that they don't sweat and lose their hydration? This will keep their muscle pump, which is the inflation of their muscle cells, being the water content in their muscles, so they look bigger. The recommended daily intake for sodium ranges between 920 and 2,300 milligrams, depending if you're male or female, and what country RDI you read. We average about 3,500, and some people up to 7,200. So that can be many times the sodium or salt we need. Most of our food has salt already added to it during processing. This is to extend shelf life, so adding more can be an optional. I'm not recommending a low sodium diet, however. I do recommend we try to stay as close to the government recommended guidelines as possible, or our RDIs. For example, one KFC Big Snack Burger has 2,022 milligrams of sodium in it. 1 tablespoon or a 15 milliliter serving of traditionally fermented soy sauce has 902 milligrams of sodium in it. Wow, salt retains water. You can see it now, so be mindful of your sodium intake by reading the labels on the back of what you eat. Some people complain that they eat very little and cannot lose weight. So to put it bluntly, people often can't lose weight because their body will not let them lose the water because it thinks there is a drought. It's the body's survival and protection mechanism. So, they're not fat, they're flooded. There is much more I can say about this, such as detoxification process, reduction of headaches and itchy skin, also smoother and healthier skin. Some of these are my story. I'm just scratching the surface here, so free to do more research on the health benefits of drinking water. There is a sentence I found when I was listening to a recording from a patriarchal book called the Book of Enoch, written thousands of years ago. Chapter 96, verse 6. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly you shall be consumed and wither away. Some versions say, soon you shall wither away. I remembered it. Fat in those days was precious, as it meant you could last longer in arid climates or in times of famine and drought. Water and food is mostly plentiful these days. Back then, not only was water difficult to obtain, but you also had to carry it around, so you were careful of how much you drank. I was working with a girl some time ago on her weight goals. She wanted to lose 12 kilograms. She had been wanting to do this many times and had tried many ways. My guidance was to address the hydration as a start. She argued with me, but after much convincing and science, she agreed to trust my direction. I could see she was dehydrated from the slight imperfections on her skin and knew that she had a large portion of meat in her diet. Meat takes 2 to 4 days to digest. It's hard on the system and has a byproduct of ammonia in the kidneys, which requires a lot of the body's water to flush it out, further dehydrating the body. She did a 3-litre 30-day challenge. I would check up on her. She had excuses, so I told her to keep a bottle of water on her desk at work, her bench at home, by her couch, and her bed, etc., and keep sipping it and refilling it. She lost 4 kilograms in 5 weeks, has more energy, her skin had cleared up as well. She has found hope and excitement on her weight loss journey. On my direction, she has significantly reduced the meat content of her diet, replaced it with great tasting plant-based nutrition, and at the moment is halfway to her goal weight in under 2 months. All this without expensive dieting or crazy workout programs. She looks and feels better. It's the 80% nutrition and 20% exercise rule. Next, try and work on what types of food you eat at what times of the day. High carb, low GI foods in the first half of the day, tapering off to low carb foods in the evening. Lastly, every kilogram of weight puts on 5 miles of blood vessels. If our heart beats 100,000 times a day, that's 500,000 miles a day for each pound of blood. That's a lot of unnecessary work we're doing to keep all this flooding alive. So, if you're feeling a bit lethargic or a bit flooded and want to feel better, Start drinking now and take the 3 litres for 30 days challenge and see how you get on. And if you can, chill the water. Footnote for food junkies. Be careful of chips like Doritos and CCs and all those sorts of things. The taste is scientifically designed so that we cannot exactly identify the flavour. Therefore, we can sit there, eat one chip and then the whole bag. This is because our taste buds don't get overdone with one flavour and our brains can't figure the flavour out. So we keep on eating. I used to do this exact thing and eat a 800 to 1,000 calorie bag of chips and wonder how. So I researched it. I don't eat the first chip now, and it saves me from eating the last one or the whole bag. Addict. Also important to know, an article in Time magazine says that salt will increase our consumption of food by 11% per sitting. This is because our bodies cannot differentiate difference between thirsty and hungry. If we eat salt, we create thirst. Therefore, we eat more. Compound this with high fat content foods, particularly fast food, and the studies show that we'll consume up to 60% more calories. Now, think of fatty, salty foods like potato chips, KFC, etc., and boom, there goes your waistline. I just cannot have the first salty cashew, peanut, chip, or even any nuts, or before I know it, I'm at the bottom of the whole bag. 250 grams of almonds is 1,500 calories, which is about a whole day's calorie requirement for an average human. Wow. Chapter 7, Leave Them Alone. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Jesus. Correct knowledge. The only thing that will set us free from our difficulties, problems, traumatic situations, and unsustainable relationship, or coping with separation, is correct knowledge. Without correct knowledge, we live in the ebb and flow of the pattern of stress, where it peaks and retreats over and over as our brain searches for answers to resolve the current environment. Imagine a computer doing a virus scan over and over again, using up bandwidth and RAM, while having many unused windows open at the same time, and completing masses of computation in the background, all slowing down the tasks in the window we're currently working in. In the same way, when we're in this place of stress, indecision, and indirection, our brain is racing away in the background, searching for answers and a solution to the current unresolved situation, and causing us physical, emotional, and mental suffering or unease. Practically all the knowledge we need now is available at our fingertips. It has been said that we are moving, or have moved, from the information age into the age of connectivity. The world has become a global village where we can connect, view, and interact with information from around the world on mass scale. We can watch a bomb enter a target and detonate, along with millions of others viewing the whole event remotely from a camera sitting on the nose of the bomb in real time. Any person with a smartphone has instant access to every piece of public data available via Google. For example, Stack website developers report that a search of the name Barack Obama in Google shows about 937 million results in 0.49 seconds, ranking over 900 million items within half a second. So, we all have access to knowledge now. What am I saying here is that ignorance is now a choice. Another example that shows ignorance is a choice is Jack and Jill's story. Jill had been in a relationship with Jack for a relatively short period of time. Jill was struggling to reason with Jack. Jack had very little ability to compromise in the relationship, and he had no desire to develop a capacity to reason, discuss, and negotiate a mutually beneficial outcome. We know this attitude as my way or the highway. Jill was in a dilemma. She was emotionally connected to Jack and had also developed a close parental bond with Jack's children. However, Jill was finding Jack very difficult to live with. Not long after they would reach agreement, which usually meant Jill meeting Jack's conditions, his opinions, or what they should do, paying for living expenses or achieving an outcome, Jack would rethink the agreement and the couple would go back to the negotiating table. Jill found this exhausting. If she had an opinion about something, where they went, what she would wear, how they parented, Jack would quickly reverse the tables on her or move the goalpost further into his territory. We call this walking on eggshells. Their relationship was favourable in many ways and they were fond of each other. However, after months of these clashes, their connectedness and intimacy was being depleted. Jill had been doing a lot of internal work dealing with Jack, trying to keep a calm, peaceful environment while not losing her self-respect and self-dignity. Being prepared to lose battles to win wars. We call this picking your fights to hold your ground. Jill had been meditating and using positive, non-confronting language, careful to avoid Jack's triggers. But Jill knew this was stressful and totally unsustainable for her health and their future long term. Jill had given away many friendships that Jack had not agreed with. She had been financially generous and had rearranged her work situation, all to keep the peace. Jill considered the pros and cons. She was willing to negotiate this path with the expectancy of a favourable relationship outcome and also to provide security for Jack and his children. Little did Jill know that the greater purpose of this situation was the building of her character. Jill had been ignorant about the dynamics of the relationship. This type of ignorance is called a blind spot. Jill's brain had also been processing the situation that involved a big decision for about 3 days. This decision to purchase a house together would take them logistically deeper into the relationship. We all know that it's easier to get into a situation in a relationship than to unravel our way out of it, be it a house purchase, the decision to live together, a joint venture in a business, or, dare I say, to start a family. We call the easier option going with the flow. So it's much easier to swim downstream than upstream. Unraveling our way out of a relationship is going against the flow. Even if we just float along in a relationship, the current of the relationship will take us where the current or flow of the relationship is going. If we're not having any directional input into the relationship, we're going to end up somewhere. Usually, this is to a random place orchestrated by a partner who often doesn't have clear goals in life anyway, and mostly to a place we did not plan to end up. We call this consent by omission. In other words, to be silent is actually a decision in itself, allowing someone else to make our life decisions for us. And one day, we wake up in a situation not of our choosing and wonder how we got there. Jill was doing a yoga class one Saturday afternoon, listening to some music on her smartphone to switch off from her challenges at home. For Jill, the gym was a meditative place, her me time. As she considered her situation, she felt a knot in her stomach and thought, here we go again. How do I resolve this? Jill closed her eyes and searched. Then it dawned on her to put all the personality traits that she observed in Jack into Google and see what popped up. When she did this, she found that the personality traits Jack was exhibiting resembled a classic A-type personality traits. Then she had an aha moment. Connect type A with the personality traits she already knew about Jack, choleric, sanguine, and she had a complete description of it. How could she have been so blind to it? Type A personalities can include some of the following, but are not limited to them. Being driven, intolerant, task-orientated, demanding, ambitious, stressed when faced with challenges, unwilling to negotiate, to compromise, or to be teachable, and lacking compassion for others. Type A is not all bad. It's a survival technique, moderately developed, most commonly in females, but sometimes in males, during adolescence for the purpose of protecting the young. It can be a dog-eat-dog out there in business where the type A personalities, which usually can be male, can thrive. This personality type generally thinks of everything as being a threat to their safety and well-being, and that they are on guard at all times. Remember, the way we are living now with technology and our progressive society is reasonably recent. So let's go back to the origin of our physiological makeup. Imagine a primitive village setting with small children who are always in danger from wild animals, poison plants, birds of prey, poisonous spiders, snakes or scorpions, rocky or dangerous terrain. These curious small children wander off, play in the dirt, and put all manner of things in their mouths. The adult must constantly be on guard. The adult is usually a female. This is actually a positive trait, and it's for a purpose. It's called neuroticism. However, it becomes unhelpful when it's impaired or when displayed outside of the environment it was designed for. Note, I say that this personality type shows traits of neuroticism and may be mildly on the spectrum of neuroticism, i.e. no one is 100% neurotic. We do not label people, as that is not helpful in any relationship. Neurotics are usually anxious people. Anxiety is actually a survival mechanism for the protection from danger and the detection of harm. Anxiety becomes a challenge when one is unable to switch it off. It has symptoms of worry, concern, fear, lack, threat of danger, often when there is no evidence or reason that gives rise to these feelings. As a result of this aha moment, the realization of what and who Jack was, Jill fell back from her yoga position, breathed out and relaxed. Now she knew how she could plan a way forward. Based on this new information, her stomach knot was gone. The truth had set Jill free. This new understanding allowed Jill to do further research to add to her knowledge. She observed traits of control, disagreeableness, and lack of empathy in Jack. To Jill's surprise, these traits also put Jack along the spectrum of narcissism. Jill now had a choice. If she was to stay, she would have to develop traits in her life to compensate for Jack's personality type, because type A personalities are not very flexible or teachable. If she couldn't do that, she would have to leave, because this knowledge showed her that she was not a compatible personality match for Jack. After much consideration, Jill did leave. The decision was not easy, as she had a strong connection with Jack and his children. Jill went through a lot of personal and emotional difficulties separating from him. However, in hindsight, Jill knew it was the right choice, and she says that she is now much better off. Jill also says that she'll be more picky in her partner choices from now on, and that she knows a lot more now about what to look out for. You might find Jill's approach helpful in your own life. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I have learnt that to complain about my partner only lowers my representation of who I am, to myself and to others. Who is in the wrong? Is it them because of their behaviour, or is it me for continuing to stay in an unsustainable relationship, or separating but not being able to bounce back from the relationship? Is it my mistake, your fault, or is it me who has to do something about the situation I have put myself in, not them? It's their choice to behave the way they do, but it's my choice to either continually accept their behaviour or to remedy the relationship, whatever that may look like. I have the responsibility for my own actions. Maybe the listener could consider this as well. If we choose to continue our relationship with this partner, we have no right to complain, because at the end of the day, we are responsible for our own choices. In Jill's story, Jack had unknowingly been her teacher in the school of life, and Jill had been the student. Jack's personality type was given to him in the womb. Remember, you were born with your mistakes in you. Then it was nurtured by challenges and difficulties in his upbringing, and developed in the dog-eat-dog competitive society we all live in. What he did wrong was to allow those aspects of his personality to spill over and have expression in his relationship with Jill. What is going on in your life at the moment, which is right in front of you, yet it's in your blind spot? What is life trying to teach you, or to teach me? Life is our teacher. People are our teachers, and information is at our fingertips to help us make the best decisions, both for our own individual futures and for our children. Sometimes it's better for them if you were to leave them to their own devices. Can we look at our past relationships or current relationships and reflect on them? Can we take a moment to sit down, get a bit curious about how to resolve our situation, and do some quiet study about our partner's personality type and see who this person really is? This study will bring more clarity to your relationship and pay handsome dividends in your life. I like the acronym SYSTEM. Save yourself stress, time, energy, and money. How much of your precious time and resources are we wasting by not getting the current information to help us build a framework for our current relationship position? I have been guilty of this for too long. By knowing our partner's personality type, we can make an accurate, informed choice going forward. The importance of this is invaluable. Look at it this way. Once we have developed our goals, we will know how to get to our desired destinations. No one ever arrived at a destination they didn't have. They didn't know where they were going because they didn't have a destination planned. They were tossed to and fro in the circumstances of life, and more often than not ended up in a place they didn't want to be. If we put a destination into our Maps app on our phone, the app will recognize the destination. However, to get to this destination, the app will require a pivotal piece of information, our current position. Where in the world are we? Once we have these two pieces of information, we can plan a route to get there, the quickest route with least resistance. Where we are is vital because if we know where we are, the Maps app can direct us everywhere. But if we don't know where we are, the Maps app cannot direct us anywhere. Remember, bouncing back from a relationship is in 2 stages. 1. Get out and get over this person. Recover from the fixation and frustration they are causing you. 2. Bounce into the life you actually want. Reinvent yourself to become the person you always want to be and find a partner you are in tune with. Remember the saying? God brings some people into our lives for a reason, some for a season, and some for life. What is it that we learn from the situation we find ourselves in? I know this all sounds very philosophical and doesn't take into consideration the heartache we might be enduring. The sense of loss from the failed relationship is not easy to overcome, and no one has words to satisfy and calm the intense feelings we have inside. If you identify with this, then you have a sense of empathy. Some people just cannot feel empathy because of their personality makeup. There are 3 different types of empathy: cognitive, compassionate, and emotional. These can be learned. But for this to happen, a person needs to have a strong desire to learn. This is a valuable character trait. If they do not have the desire to develop these empathy traits, and you are in a relationship with them, you will most likely end up overcompensating for them and be left burnt out, emotionally drained, and numb. Often I have found from my own and other people's experience that knowingly re-entering a relationship that is toxic or at least unsustainable is due to value systems. The person re-entering the relationship has a value system that is too low. They are prepared to give up their dreams, goals, potential, and even to endure pain, trauma, and rejection just to get a small amount of gratification, belonging, and whatever else they feel they will receive from the relationship. Sometimes the logic behind this view is challenging for the person to see it, as it is motivated by the heart and emotions rather than clear thinking. Eventually, in most cases, the pain will become too much to bear. The brain will kick in and override the heart as a survival mechanism and cause the reaction of flight. Once we have assumed the correct knowledge, carefully considered it, and applied it to our lives, we can decide if it's time to leave. We must make an active, intentional choice to leave or work through the challenges or difficulties in the relationship. If we have resolved that separation will be the inevitable outcome, then whatever it is now or later, we will go through the same ordeal. So the choice is not if, but when. If we choose to stay, both parties have to be prepared to give 100% of the relationship. It's not a 50-50 thing. It's 100% input from both sides to resolve the challenges of the relationship. In reality, 50-50 really means you have 1 foot in the door and 1 foot out the door. 100-100 is where both parties give it their absolute all. No boundaries, no limits, no excuses. Their full commitment is to making the relationship succeed. The option to stay means we need to overcome the emotional pain and replace it with our own sense of self-worth and the worth of the partner. We have to make an intentional choice to turn our past baggage into our wings of change. We count our lessons learned and move on. Secure in our decision and drop the blame game and dysfunctional behaviors from our past, never to repeat the same mistakes again. This is a daunting, continuous task, and the reality is more difficult to live out than in making the decision. I have personally re-entered a relationship with both parties fully committed to change, but in a short time into the newly bonded relationship, past behaviors and the blame game resurfaced. The repeating cycle is unsustainable, especially when one partner has not resolved past issues. Such cycles become toxic. The pain became too much. The hope of change diminished. I finally did leave, and as I came to the conclusion that logic had to prevail and the chances of finding a competitive partner out there was far greater than the chances of developing compatibility in the current relationship. Logic won in the end over the heart. I then had to do the heart work and to believe again. It hurt. It was difficult and it took me time, but it was the right decision for both of us. More lessons learned. However, in all honesty, I would do it all over again. Looking back, I totally enjoyed that relationship and I still fully respect her. I just didn't realize until later that the relationship was a vital part of both of our personal development journeys and actually had a best before date. So I see this as a confirmation that God brings some people into our life for a reason and some for a season. And in this case, it was for both. Wise words. It is often considered that Jesus was the most loving person who ever walked this planet. Yet on several occasions, Jesus said, "Leave them alone." Leave them alone? They are blind guides, and if the blind guide the blind, both will fall into the pit. Matthew 15:14. What? Jesus actually said that? I thought he was a socialist fighting against poverty, hunger, social injustice, fighting for the innocent, the vulnerable, etc. But Jesus knew where to draw the line, walk away and leave people to their own devices. If Jesus did that, should we give these wise words some consideration? Jesus knew the value of his time and the importance of his mission and his self-worth. Sometimes we have to come to a point of acceptance or recognize the inevitability of an outcome. Sometimes there is only so long we can hold the waters back until the dam bursts. The waters of reason continue to flow into our mental dam about the relationship we're in, or any other situation we find ourselves in. Reason has been telling us that this relationship or situation just will not work long term. It is unsustainable and cannot continue indefinitely. This is not the right person or situation for us. Think of the different things that guide a person's life. Alcohol is a guide, if you think about it. If someone drinks, uses substances, gambles, or uses sexuality inappropriately, these intoxicants or behaviors cause a person to change. So they are actually leading the person away. Not only the substances or behaviors, but also the associations that go with these habits become guides. If a partner has associates or friends who are causing dysfunction in a relationship, the relationship is being harmed, and at some point there will be a tipping point because of the advice from those associates. The outcome may even be that one of the partners begins to isolate themselves and to become withdrawn. There are many voices acting as guides in this world: advertising, media, celebrities, fashion, other guides including addictions like pornography, overwork, the drive for more money, etc., etc. If these voices are negative, a person may stray off the path. Being led by these guides will eventually be detrimental to a home environment and the relationship to the level where they become toxic. At some point, you have to leave them alone and allow the blind guide to lead the partner to whatever their destination may be. You have to allow a person to fail at times. If you continue to support them, you're preventing them from failing and learning from their mistakes, thus enabling their dysfunctional behavior. When we come to the place of recognition and acceptance that a relationship is not right or sustainable, freedom and liberty is released. If a friend comes to you and says, "My relationship is not working, it's just not right. We are good in a lot of ways, but in my heart, I just know the relationship is wrong or doomed, or I'm just unhappy," what would you say? You have probably said something in the past like, "Looks like it's time to make preparations to leave." It's so easy to tell other people what they should do, but how painful and how difficult is it to take our own advice? Putting it bluntly, take my advice, I don't use it. Yet we need to face the fact that what we sometimes have to do is to make our mind our mate, remember? And take our own advice. The personal discipline it takes to do this is probably second to none. This ordeal will be like a slow train crash. I know this from my past experience. It can go on for months or maybe a year or two. If there is financial involvement or family ties, there will also be strings attached, and they'll need to be unwound too. Acceptance of the end of a relationship is a struggle to arrive at. We make excuses for the other person. We hang on to the good times. We once had so much hope, so much love, so much tolerance and acceptance for each other. It was magical. We had a romantic idealism about them, and it was never going to end. But it did end. The point is, if we see the relationship is not the right fit for us, a dead end, or now no longer aligns with our correct path in life, then we just have to leave them alone. It may be that we got together with a person who represented themselves in a certain manner, with certain character traits, behaviors, integrity, compassion, understanding, reliability, and honesty. We got into a relationship based on the representation they gave us. We offered them ourselves in fair exchange, a mutual agreement of understanding. Now we have to ask ourselves if this person actually changed, or did they give us a false representation of themselves? Someone can keep up a charade for a while, but eventually the truth comes out. We might think that person has changed, but have they really? Perhaps the real personality was in there all the time. It just took a while for them to come out and show themselves. This is more common than uncommon. There is an interesting graph in a study done by Stanford University in 2019. The graph shows that increasingly the two main ways people are now meeting potential partners is at bars or online. All the other ways we used to meet potential partners are declining. The significance of this is that we are now forming relationships with complete strangers. In the past, we met people relationally. The graph shows that previously, 86% of the time, we met and coupled with people we already knew. We most likely knew their personality, their temperament, their habits, maybe what they look like without all the frills and masks, or on their bad hair days. We knew their friends, knew what others had to say about them, how they related to others, their flaws, and so on. With all those assessments, we could make informed decisions over time about whether we liked them or not, and about their suitability or compatibility to us. To an extent, you could say we could see their path in life due to the influences or guides they had in their life, where they were going and if it matched our future hopes. The risks of picking someone inappropriate were substantially mitigated due to the homework and reconnaissance we had done prior to coupling up. In the How to Unlove chapter, we looked at the honeymoon experience, how the honeymoon period of the relationship is so exciting, due to curiosity and stimulants it provides. Because in the past, 86% of partners met relationally and had knowledge of the other person. There was less curiosity and more understanding of each other. Each partner would have been more real to the other person. So the honeymoon period may not have been such a great high, but also less of a harsh come down afterwards at the end of the honeymoon. The graph shows now that we couple up with people we met non-relationally at a bar or online 66% of the time. If I was to continue the trajectory of their graph to today's date, it would be around 70%, and as we go forward, even more so. When we meet a stranger, we know nothing about them except what they looked like in the beginning. Usually well-groomed, and who they represent themselves to be, especially at a bar after a few drinks. You can drink anyone good-looking as you stare at them through the bottom of a wine glass. After a few dates, we get hooked. The connection is made, and that draws us in. They have a whole backstory that we did not know about, a whole set of relational dynamics and relational infrastructure that is foreign to us, a set of voices and guides they have in their life that we do not know of either. What they're like on a bad hair day? There is so much to find out, but all this is secondary to the powerful emotions we feel. Because we now meet around 70% of potential partners online or in bars or similar environments as strangers, the curiosity and expectation can run very high, even at fever pitch. So the come down will almost create a hangover, even to the point of detox and withdrawal symptoms, as the body and brain go through a cold turkey experience. This creates a lot more issues for the relationship going forward. There are scenarios where a person can get addicted to the honeymoon experience and become a serial short-term relationshipper, while leave them aloners can make saying goodbye into a form of art. As we get addicted to the sugar high of the relationship, using the car as the new partner metaphor, and all we want to do is take the car for a test run to get some cream, what is the mechanical condition of the car? How has it been maintained, and where has it been in its travels? What their body count is, the number of sexual partners. We hardly think about that. If we do get a story of where this person has been, it is a very one-sided point of view, well glossed over. No one owns up to their failings or how they messed up a past relationship to a new prospective partner. The inherent risks associated with this type of introduction is fraught with danger and unseen red flags. What is my point here? I have been told directly by people who are dating that when they get asked about previous relationships, they do not tell the truth about their past. Many men out dating have been known to have a female partner at home. It's an everyday event in today's society. This is an issue that sits well under the radar, the stealth hunter-gatherer syndrome, the thrill of the kill. Once they've had their fill or they had their turn, they move on. There are also stories of wives at home with kids, having a break from a long-term partner, seeking a fill-in until they work through their issues. Are these extreme cases? Not really, and there's not a lot of difference between polyamory, dating multiple people, and early onset affairs. I have been on several dating websites. It is another world. Tinder is most commonly accepted as the largest dating app in the Western world. I imagine it to be a gigantic virtual factory with conveyor belts running in opposite directions to each other, with rows of face or body cards, maybe a small blurb about what they are looking for, and we would swipe left or right and keep going on to the next card. Members try to sum up what they're looking for and maybe a line about who they are. We have no idea what this person is like. The introduction is simply a text message, so 70% of relationship hunting is almost a production factory with an easy, no questions asked, return and swap policy, and no refunds are available. A continuous cycle of leave them alone and move on to the next. That no refunds are the system we invested into the relationship, remember? Stress or emotion, time, energy and money, or our resource. This being said, there are some good luck stories. My daughter met her husband on a dating app and they have a wonderful marriage and 2 beautiful sons. No matter how or when a relationship ends, for most people it's always difficult. Recovery from a traumatic experience is hard. A relationship breakdown is like attending a funeral of a loved one over and over again. It has the potential to push a person to have depressed thoughts and feelings, even thoughts of suicide. Studies have shown that as many as 40% of people who experience a relationship separation experience symptoms of clinical depression. The brain experiences emotional withdrawal much like that of cocaine or heroin withdrawal, and ruminating thoughts can be like a methadone injection. The difference with substance addiction is that they know that they're using methadone or diazepam to manage the experience of drug withdrawal, but the person experiencing separation withdrawal does not have those physical symptoms. They just feel the pain intensely. Emotional separation from a relationship is often a long process, as you have been interacting with that person on so many levels: social events, work levels, intimacy levels, places you went, things you did, the gym, or read books together, similar interests of the children's friends' parents even remind you of them. Once you have come to the realization that the end is in sight, there is only a matter of deciding how long you will prolong the process. Imagine a road sign saying, "Bridge out." Once you've passed the road sign, the relationship is going off the cliff. The decision is how fast you will drive towards that cliff, or if you will park the car and stare at the cliff where the bridge used to be. There was a movie made in 1991 called Thelma and Louise, starring Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon. It was an Academy Award winner. The final scene in the movie reminds me of a relationship that doesn't last. These two planned a great weekend, which went very wrong, and the final scene, they are in a car being chased by cops. They sit there looking at the cliff and then drive off it. The released movie ended with the car in mid-air, but there is an alternative ending referenced here where you see the car disappear. The reason I like this alternative ending is that, to my mind, the two occupants of the vehicle do not represent you and your partner, they represent you and yourself or your heart. The directors had choices to make. Do both women die, or does Louise die and shove Thelma out of the car at the last minute? This is like the decision you and I have to make. Do we let our heart drive off the cliff, stay in the relationship, and be imprisoned to a heartless, emotionless relationship? Or do we leave, or get left by, a partner and our relationship goes off the cliff, but our heart gets frozen in time and is not able to fully recover from the heartache? Or do we go off with the consensus of the film production team, sending everyone off the cliff and leave them alone so that we can start again, fully recovered, ready and willing to make good choices in love, with more clarity, experience, knowledge, and most of all, patience? Looking in the rear vision mirror, you can see your past experiences in a relationship, so you can always turn around and do it all over again if you want. In my experience, and the experience of many people I've spoken to, even after a reconciliation, the issues still exist. The good times sometimes last only a matter of days because they are just masked with hope, usually false hope. We try to put in what was missing or cover the dysfunction that is there. If there is any chance of true reconciliation, it probably requires professional counseling, true forgiveness, true repentance, a turning away from old behaviors, arguments, and the blame game. I have seen this work. I have seen people giving up drinking to save a relationship. However, there will always be mistrust to some degree. The heart has been damaged. There was always one person I could not leave alone after a failed relationship, and that was me. Sooner or later, I had to stop, look in the mirror, and take ownership of my past. I've done this, realized my errors, apologized, and made amends where I could. It had been too easy to play the blame game and make excuses, but that only got me so far as to go around the circle again, until I looked up one day and recognized the place I was in. This was about the third time around. I thought, hey, I know this place. I've been here before. The truth is, the only thing that was common to all my relationships was me. And you know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Let me push this truth a bit further and go deeper. When I share this with people, individually and in group sessions, The result is that they find it personally empowering and it creates considerable positive change in their lives. I am sure it will resonate with you also. It came to my realization that I blamed others for the negative situations in my life. I was actually giving my power away. I was becoming the victim to their behaviors and bad treatment I felt they had given me. Therefore, I was playing the victim in the story of my life. As a victim, I was rendered to some degree more helpless than I actually was. I was fooling myself about perceived weakness that in reality didn't exist, putting myself in these situations where I could be treated in a manner that devalued my own self-worth. Let me explain. I could see what was happening in my life, but not why it was happening. We have spoken about blind spots, just like when we're driving down the motorway and wanting to change lanes. We indicate and start moving over. Then we hear a beep as we narrowly miss a car that was behind us, but we didn't see it due to it being in the blind spot of our mirrors. We can have character blind spots that we cannot see, but have consequences that we can see. I had a mother that I loved. However, my mother would often blame me for my brother's unsatisfactory behaviors or failings. Because she blamed me, I felt accused, and that caused me emotional pain. Somehow, along the way, I welded love to the emotional pain. Pain comes in many forms in a relationship. Sometimes we can choose a partner who displays traits that our parents did, even ones that we did not like. Awa Max sings a song called Sweet But Psycho. On reflection, I was subconsciously choosing partners that I loved, but it caused me emotional pain. I'm not saying any one of them was a psycho. It's just a song. But what I am saying is, when we choose each other as partners, we didn't choose a partner who was well suited to us. A bit like putting diesel fuel in a petrol car. It will go, but will never run right. It may at first, while the remaining petrol in the tank, but when that runs out, the car will splutter and cough. Frustration and dissatisfaction will be the outcome. You can take that car through a car wash, put on a good face, and say that everything is okay to the world. You can go and see a mechanic, a counsellor. But if there's one thing that I've learned through my many years of counselling and giving it, you can counsel a lot of things in relationships, but you cannot counsel being in a relationship with the wrong person. In adult relationships, we can subconsciously create the environment we're brought up in. Consider these questions. Looking back, were you attracted to, or did you attract partners that reflected the traits of your opposite sex parent, even though you may not have wanted to? Did you experience a similar set of emotions with your partner that you did with your opposite sex parent? I did, where the feelings of love and other unwanted feelings attach together. I can. Did you or do you find yourself treating your partner the way your same-sex parent treated their partner? Can you see the pattern here? Therefore, we can take the picture of the relationship experience that we saw in our parents and subconsciously define that as love. Go into the world and recreate that picture in our adult life, whether we wanted it or not. On reflection, I can see the pattern of my relationship undoing in this. I see my errors clearly now. I wish I had learnt this stuff when I was younger. The problem with youth is that it's wasted on the youth, but you cannot put an old head on young shoulders. Cher sings a great song that reflects this, If I Could Turn Back Time. As I owned my mistakes, my own errors and self-sabotaging behavior, then those errors belonged to me. When I blamed others for my mistakes, I was attributing ownership of my mistakes to them. My mistakes became their mistakes and I couldn't do anything about my mistakes. But once I owned them, they belonged to me and no one else. I could then do something about them, making changes in my life as necessary to overcome and correct defects in my character and to start rewriting my life story. I could then become the full and complete person I really am, not the person I was told I was or the person I felt that I was. In reflect, I took back my power in my life. I was no longer giving my power away to others by allowing them to have control over my life by playing the victim. I could then become the hero in my own life, my own victor. I discarded old beliefs that were not serving me and took on true beliefs that would serve me. Thus, I went from weaker to stronger, from disempowered to empowered, from victim to victor. I have discovered that if I take me out of the equation, by me I'm referring to my weaknesses, errors, and victim mentality, I can then have the perfect relationship. If we can get rid of expectations, demands, issues, our sense of entitlement, and do our inner work, our relationships will open up like a budding rose into a beautiful flower. It's simple, but difficult to do. Once we have healed the wounds of previous relationships, removed the baggage from our past, and are personally empowered, we are ready to find the wings of love again. We will use this tool of looking for truth and find a compatible partner. Someone who has also done their inner work, believe in love again, and allow life to deliver us our true partner match. Chapter 6, Your First Relationship. As has been stated in this book, more often than not, we are looking for a partner to complete us, a significant other, a soulmate. And how often have we drawn the short straw? The reason you are most probably reading this is that the tango of the past relationships was great at the start, but sooner or later one of the dancers slowed, got out of step, and eventually walked off the dance floor, and you were left standing there. All the spectators' eyes had been on your relationship, and now they are on you, and there goes another relationship. Everyone except you may have known you were not right for each other, and there were fundamental issues in your relationship. Relationships can rob you of your future self. Everyone knows what it's like to be in a relationship with someone and to love that someone. But how many of us truly know what it's like to be in a relationship with ourselves and to really love ourselves? As opposed to the tango in paragraph 1, think of it as a solo performance, like a freestyle gymnast at the Olympics, bouncing around and doing double somersaults in the air and landing perfectly on our feet. So instead of being the couple who were the object of other people's conversation, the crowd now applauds your solo performance because you have learned to dance in life as an individual. To bounce back from our separation or prepare for our separation, we're going to accept ourselves, forgive ourselves, stop beating ourselves up, evict the self-critic from our life, and become our own best friend. Then we'll excel in life, be our own student and teacher, and live a successful, happy, and fulfilled life. Our first relationship is with ourselves. Before we can even think of getting into a relationship with another person, it would be extremely beneficial to consider our relationship with ourselves. We have looked at becoming complete, the most complete person we can be with ourselves. Then the question is, how do we do this? The idea here is to approach this topic as simple as possible so we can wrap our mind around it quickly and not get lost in complexity or bored with detail. So let's consider the necessities of life. Everyone needs something to do, something to hope for, and someone to love and be loved by. Something to do. It is a good thing to enjoy your life and also feel a sense of contribution. To go to bed at night with a feeling you've accomplished something that day. It can be as simple as the children are fed, warm and safe. This is actually a great achievement for a mother. I was with one of my daughters a few days ago. We were visiting the doctors for one of her children to receive a 3-month immunization. She was asked by the receptionist what she did for a job. My daughter said, "Oh, nothing." I immediately whispered in her ear, "Never say that again, honey. You are bringing up 2 children, which is actually the most important job in the world. Even the Queen or the President of the USA needed someone to mother them. Tell her you're a mother or a home executive or something. Say anything rather than nothing." So she asked the receptionist to correct her job to a home executive. It has been said, the devil finds work for idle hands. The less we have to do, the greater the risk we'll find ourselves doing something that we shouldn't be doing. Have a hobby or an interest that you do with friends. Maybe make it to the gym or walk 2 or 3 times a week. Keep your body moving. It is true, if you don't use it, you do lose it. My father would often say that the day you haven't learned anything is a day wasted. Pick up books like this one or do some study online. This will keep that powerful brain of yours growing. The reason for gaining knowledge is to improve your chances of success. Knowing more will give you choices. More choices will open up more avenues for you to resource what you need to reach your goals. When you are busy doing something positive, you don't have time to worry or gossip or feel sorry for yourself. I like the saying, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Something to hope for. I will remind you of something I have said previously in this book. Depressed feelings are on most occasions just an absence of hope. When we are in a place of hope, H-O-P-E, holding only positive energy, this will drive our emotions. When we are in a place of expectation, this will spill over to excitement and enthusiasm. Our emotions are up and we are looking forward to our future. We are looking out for good things to happen, and we seem to be able to climb over difficulties faster and more easily instead of dragging ourselves up in the morning to get to the office or to work for another Groundhog Day or to get the kids off to school again while we hope Friday comes around faster this week. Hope will charge your batteries and you will get out of bed to attack and conquer your day. Emotion. Emotion. Energy in motion. Find our energy source. It is as easy as finding what will drive us to our passions. To find our passions, we will discover our unique strengths and apply them to a continuous journey of outcomes that enhance our lives and those around us. Passions give us dreams, and dreams give us goals. Goals motivate us due to the joy of the incremental successes we achieve as we travel through life. This creates confidence to empower us to deal with and overcome the challenges of life that we encounter along the way. All this wrapped up into a bow is to say that finding the thing that makes us feel better every single day is how we evolve as a person. Hope, how original people evolve. Someone to love and be loved by. We all feel good when we are appreciated, when we are valued by another, when we are significant in a person's life. We can find this in our children, in our family and workplace, in common interest groups, in social settings. As we read in the What is Love chapter, love has many facets and also many languages. To love and be loved by starts with self-love and self-nurture. One way to picture this is that two abysses can never make a height. Two canyons cannot make a mountain. We just end up in a bigger hole. When we become our own mountain, we will attract another mountain, and then we can have a summit experience. Once we gain self-acceptance, we can reconcile our past to our present, developing all the ingredients of completeness within ourselves and enlarging the windows of hope for our future. You are the cake, and you can have your cake and eat it. This opens the channels to develop a complete and harmonious relationship with a significant other in all its fullness. In effect, the icing on the cake burning bright with the candles of passion. We just need a good cake first. Then we can decorate it with icing and light the candles. You are the cake. If you are a creationist, or if you're not, this can just be an analogy. Here is an interesting point you undoubtedly have not thought of. In Genesis 1:14, God made man. Then in Genesis 2:18, God saw man that he was all alone. Then in verse 23, so he fashioned a woman out of the rib of man. In other words, God took a biopsy. It doesn't say that women were incomplete, only the man. Also, God only made man, but he fashioned woman. Womb, man, woman. Somehow, I think that woman got the better deal. That could be the reason why women enjoy fashion so much. It's in their makeup. No emotion we feel is a bad emotion. I have had many discussions surrounding this viewpoint of emotions. However, few people have understood it. We've been taught that we have good emotions and bad emotions. Good emotions can be described as happy, cheerful, grateful, amused, excited. You can think of the rest. Then supposedly there are bad emotions: fear, sadness, helplessness, guilt, shame, failure, jealousy, etc. I'm here to challenge your thinking about this statement regarding good versus bad emotions. Think of it this way. Bad emotions are simply a call to action. They are an inbuilt survival mechanism. That is all they are. They are just signals for us to change the direction of our life. A road sign to say, road out ahead, or a news report that warns us of a storm coming, get prepared. They are there to keep us from danger, to protect our physical health and our mental hygiene. We have an inbuilt navigation system that is continually in relationship with ourselves. It is designed for our safety, providence, and for those around us. These emotions are to restore us, to correct and to uplift our healing emotions, and are living proof that we are our own best friend. Caveat: we're discussing moderate emotions that affect the general public. If you're experiencing extreme emotions, extreme anxiety, depression, or mental health challenges, please consult your doctor or call a local helpline in your country to get appropriate advice. Do not stop or reduce any medication without professional medical advice. Let's look at guilt. What is guilt saying to us? Stop what you're doing and change your situation. What is going on that your inner self is disagreeing with you with? If you keep going down the path of internal conflict, the feelings of guilt will increase. When we challenge our situation, we ask ourselves why. Where is this guilt coming from? Is the origin of the feelings of guilt internal, or is this feeling of guilt coming from an external environment? Is it from what we're doing, or is the guilt put on us from someone else? In other words, are we being manipulated by guilt? Am I doing something wrong? If so, how do I correct the situation so it does not spiral and lead to further mental challenges like depression? Or is someone incorrectly trying to unload guilt on me so that they can control my emotions for their own agenda? These are personal questions for you to ask yourself. I remember when I started drinking around the age of 37 to 38. I felt guilty about my actions, but I didn't listen to the warning signs bridge out. I finally gave up drinking about 10 years later, but by then I had careered off the edge of the cliff and suffered the consequences. I should have listened to that guilt early on. Fear is an interesting emotion that ranges across our psychological spectrum. I would have saved a lot of time, money, and energy if I had listened to this. Fear is actually innate in our psyche as a specific survival mechanism. Some researchers say that fear is inbuilt. However, I believe in many ways what we are fearful is a taught mechanism, like teaching children not to run on the road. If you were to yell at them, they would get a shock. The next time they went near the road, they would have an emotional response of shock and be more careful, or we hope so anyway. Otherwise, we would continue to do that until they developed that emotional response. Standing near high edges, fear of heights, hot stoves, pulling things off the benches, etc. are other examples. In relationships, we definitely learn fear by experience. Our parents can only tell us so much. The media and TV can give us examples of harmful relationships, but experience is second to none. After a relationship breakdown, we feel like we have made a huge mistake. We blame the other person and blame ourselves, and often we feel shame. If we deflect the blame to the other person for everything that happened in our relationship, we can build up an immunity to accepting our role in the relationship breakdown. We then repeat the same unhelpful behaviors until we eventually see a pattern emerging through our past relationships. As in my case, and in the case of others, this can take decades. In my experience, the acknowledgement, or not, of this point can make or break us going forward in life and maturing in ourselves. We hinder our personal development by the refusal to learn. In that case, we can invariably take all of what we were, including our unhelpful behaviors, into our next relationship, more often than not to repeat the whole cycle all over again. As I've already stated, by owning what role we played in the relationship, we are empowering ourselves to adopt a new set of behaviors that will be more congruent to who we really are and what we really want, and to give us the autonomy to dictate our future. Let me go deeper. We often look for red flags in relationships or potential partner choices. If we have what I call carryover from previous negative experiences, this can color our view of relationships going forward. This is done by knowing or unknowingly instigate conflict in a relationship where there doesn't need to be conflict. Therefore, when we actually do meet the right one, our subconscious is so busy dealing with unresolved issues from the past, we can miss the green flags of go. This one is for you, baby. Wrap your arms around them and don't let anyone else get hold of them. Green flags for go. Green flags are just as important as red flags. When we do find a compatible partner, if we have resolved our past and identified our own role in our past failed relationships, we will know how to refrain from sabotaging future relationships. We will no longer knowingly or unknowingly instigate conflict in a relationship where there doesn't need to be conflict. I have a friend who runs a singles group. He was single and there was a really nice girl there who was also single. Well, you'd think that would be obvious. But I know people who are not single who go along to singles groups. Whether it's be for friendship or otherwise, it's not for me to judge. Previous to their meeting, they both had been married and had resolved their past. They began a relationship and now have been married 5 months. They are a great couple and well suited. This is an excellent example of moving quickly when recognizing the green flags of go. What am I saying here? We will be empowered to adapt our behaviors and to be able to negotiate and compromise with our partner. We will not sweat the small stuff, but will keep focused on the main thing, the health and future of our relationship. We teach others how to treat us. As we come into contact with other people, we present an image to them of the person we are, our body language, the uprightness of our body and how we hold our posture or walk, our clothing, our hygiene, the way we look at them, the amount of eye contact we hold, and the way we speak, our nervousness, and so on, creates an image. The way we think of ourselves is presented in all these factors, so all this information is intuitively picked up by the other person and they automatically adjust themselves to meet us where we are by reflecting our view of ourselves. If we approach them as a confident person who is assured in ourselves, knowing who we are and what we're about, this is an image we portray to them. That image will invariably direct the level of response we receive from them. In a relationship, this can go very deep. To change an ingrained perception of what our partner thinks of us or how we have allowed them to treat us will take time to change. You may be reading this book and you have come to the realization that your relationship has to change for the better, or that you are accepting unsatisfactory behaviors from your partner. That change will take time. You may be feeling that things need to change, but you can't put your finger on what it is just yet. However, you do know that you're worth more than you're getting. I am writing this piece that has happened to me at the very early stages of the book. I am currently seeing a wonderful girl. A month or so ago, we had a date at my place. She came over for dinner. I was cooking. I had some flowers for her. She was happy to receive them, but I noticed a slight apprehension at the time. I passed it off as nerves, but I took a mental note of it. Soon after, I was travelling into another city on business. On completion of my work there, she met me for a few days and over the weekend, which, at the time, again I had flowers for her. She was pleased to receive them, but I noticed a slight look of confusion. A few minutes later, while doing something, she casually asked me if everything was okay. I replied, perfect. But I thought to myself, that's an interesting question. Are these two events connected? I didn't want to upset the atmosphere, so I decided I would come back to it later. A day or so later, I did some arranging on the flowers on purpose and said they needed some sugar for a bit of reviving. I asked her if she liked receiving them. It was a loaded question. She replied, "Yes, I do. From you. I like looking at them." I asked, "Why me? I'm sure you receive flowers, many flowers actually." She said, "Yes, but." As soon as I hear the word "but," I know there's something under the surface. As gently as I could, I created a conversation. It turned out that she had only ever received flowers before as an apology. As soon as I heard this, I immediately knew the whole picture. She only received flowers with an agenda attached to manipulate her to make up. Never in a free and willing scenario without an agenda. Obviously, I have an agenda, but we won't go there. She really liked receiving flowers, but in the past they had negative associations. She didn't really enjoy them. However, with my ones, she did enjoy looking at them over the following days. She was just unaware why. Then I went on to explain about manipulation by gifts to obligate the receiver, the facial expressions I had noticed, and the reason she liked my flowers later. She totally agreed with me on everything and was very surprised. The point I'm making here is that this had become a habit in her life and she was actually unaware of it. Her previous partner knew the mode of persuasion he needed to get her to overlook his unacceptable behavior and win back her approval. This became an adopted pattern which, in hindsight, she realized just swept issues under the carpet. We know that if we continue to sweep issues under the carpet, eventually we will end up with a lump under the carpet the size of a dead body. That body will be ours, or our relationships. Even in our culture, we are subconsciously trained to put something in front of us as an olive branch in an apology setting. This action actually dilutes the power of the apology by making the offering of flowers, chocolates, dinner, jewelry, or any other trinket a distraction to hide behind and away from what the focus is. The main thing is teaching partners how to treat us properly and not to repeat avoidable mistakes. The bigger question we then ask ourselves is, what is going on in our relationships or our lives that we have been unaware of, or where can we teach others how to treat us properly? Te whare te tapawha. I teach a program that I think is brilliant for developing a completeness of holistic personal hygiene. The model helps us review who we are and gives us the ability to access quality in our holistic health by looking at the four main areas of our human makeup. The program, created by Mason Drury for the Māori people, the indigenous people of New Zealand, aptly encompasses most of the human elements. I'll simplify this concept and you can do further research if you wish. It is a picture of a village hut, a whare, with its four strong sides holding up the roof. It illustrates the four dimensions of the human being. Should any of the four dimensions be missing or weakened in some way, extra strain will be placed on the other three sides or elements, which, long term, is unsustainable for health. The four elements are as follows. Physical health. Good physical health is a requirement for our development and personal growth. Our physical being supports our essence and protects us from the external environment, improving immunity, promoting longevity, and quality of life. Spiritual health, the capacity for faith and wider communication, underpinning the belief in something bigger and longer lasting than we are. Holistic health is related to unseen and unspoken energies. The spiritual essence of a person is their life force. This determines us as individuals, as a collective, who and what we are, where we're from, and where we are going. Whānau health. Whānau is a Māori word for family. However, it also encompasses the extended family and close community connections. The capacity to belong, to care, and to share, and where individuals are part of a wider social system. Whānau provides us with the strength to be who we are, This is the link to our ancestors, our ties with the past, the present, and the future. Understand the importance of whānau and how whānau, or family, can contribute negatively or positively to illness or to assist in curing illness is fundamental to understanding our health issues. This could be viewed as our relational infrastructure. Mental health. The capacity to communicate, to think and to feel. Mind and body are inseparable. Thoughts, feelings, and emotions are integral components of the human body and soul. This is about how we see ourselves in this universe, our interactions, that which is unique to us, and the perception that others have of us. This could be considered our worldview. This four-part model can be pictured in many analogies. Think of a chair with four legs. When one area of the four parts of our life is weakened, the chair becomes unsafe to sit on, or at least it cannot take the weight of the person the chair was designed for. As this chapter is about self-relationship, it is the outcome of a continuous journey of knowing thyself. When we are faced with issues in our lives, like the girl with the flowers, who knew there was something amiss but couldn't figure out what it was, we need to discover the cause. The way we do this takes a bit of self-care or meditation. We sit down or lie down and go through a process called trace, face, and replace. There are other names for it, but I like that one because it's easy to remember. We allow the uncomfortable feelings to come up, or we catch feels. Then we ask ourselves, what part of our life does it come from? This is the trace. We can use the model above, physical, spiritual, relationship, or mental, to help with the trace. We trace the feels back to the area of life, the time or event where the uncomfortable feelings come from. When we get there, we face that action or event and acknowledge it for what it was. We become honest with ourselves. What was the incorrect belief that allowed me to accept that behavior or caused me to do that thing? This may take some time, as I have found I made decisions or inner vows to myself decades beforehand that interrupted my development for years. For example, I will never trust again. That was an inner vow I needed to face and break 20 odd years on. I learned to replace it with every person is different, to be able to assess people on their own merit and be able to trust again. I got a bit ahead of myself there, but you see where I'm going. We need to replace whatever it is that is causing us difficulty, be it a belief, a habit, or an inner criticism that is limiting our development or arresting our growth. If it is, something is being done to us that we no longer agree with. We need to take strong steps to make the necessary changes to prevent its continuance. Dealing with shame. To close this chapter, I think we must address shame. This topic is a big one for me, and in fact can be an unknown undercurrent in people's lives. Shame is a totally unnecessary emotion. It really serves no purpose at all and is unique only to the human being. Have you ever seen a sparrow looking ashamed? No. So we should treat shame as a foreign emotion and slam that door in its face when it tries to come in. Shame arrests our development and limits us because we are unable to come to terms with ourselves and make our mind our friend. Imputed shame is a trap. Webster's dictionary describes impute in this sense as describing something that brings discredit by way of accusation or blame. Imputed shame is shame that has come from an external source. In the trace, face, and replace model I represented above, we need to go and find out where the shame came from. It is difficult to break out of the shame trap unless we address the issue head on. If we are unable to come to terms with our own awfulness in this area of our life, a good way to start is by knowing that all humans are flawed, regardless of how they present themselves. If anyone has caused us to feel shame or laid shame on us, it is because they've forgotten their own imperfections or flaws. If they cannot see any flaws in themselves, give it a couple of decades, hand them a mirror, and they soon will. All humans are flawed in different ways. One flaw we all have in common is our mortality. It's the terminal condition we call time that each one of us are born with. It will get us in the end, in any case. Here is a bit of science for you to prove it. The health industry is pushing antioxidants. Why? If you leave a shiny brand new piece of steel in the weather, it will eventually rust. What is rust? Rust is oxidization. The atom for iron is Fe. Oxygen is O. Rusting steel is FeO, ferrous oxide. The body oxidizes and breaks down over time. We call it aging. We take antioxidants to slow down the aging process and to prevent illness. However, it cannot stop it altogether. So in reality, the air we're breathing to keep us alive is actually slowly killing us. Shame can be a silent killer in our lives, sabotaging our future and dreams and robbing us of our self-worth. I was once on a silent meditation retreat in a semi-remote area, the meditation about self-exploration. One night, unknowingly and unexpectedly, the issue of shame came up from within myself. When these feelings began to surface, because it was dark with just a few candles and no talking in the group, I did not have the freedom to escape or distract the thoughts, so the only way was to go deeper. That night I realized I had a deep root of shame in my life. It was awful. As I allowed the uncomfortable feelings to come up, I saw some of my childhood, schooling, teachers, and the effects of religion that had imputed shame into my life. I continued to trace it further. I saw it in my mother's life as she was brought up in a convent due to her mother passing away when she was an infant. I realized shame was in my DNA's coding, given to me from birth. I then remembered my father's line that I saw shame in my grandfather. Sometimes tough times or incorrect religious affiliations can leave us with feelings of unworthiness and unnecessary guilt over areas in our lives. We feel like we just can't be good enough to accept ourselves. This is a lie. Self-acceptance is our birthright. I saw it as a vein that ran through both sides of my family tree and even into my children. Once I discovered this, I was able to start dealing with it by challenging those thoughts of shame. With proper self-worth thinking and correct spiritual perception, we tell ourselves, I am loved, I have been forgiven, and I am worthy. I may not be where I want to be, but I am making progress. On this basis, we can forgive ourselves. If you do feel a sense of shame in your life, trace, face, and replace those feelings of shame in your life with the truth of the perfectly imperfect person that you are, and we all are. There are times to get on our knees, but once that's done, it's time to get off our knees, stick on a smile on our face, and walk off into the world as a confident person, oozing with all the success that this God who lives in us brings us. We are forgiven, set free, and victors in life. The truth is, the past is the past, and that is where it belongs. We are now forgiven, and we are now set free to live now lives of victory. Chapter 7, Leave them alone. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Jesus. Correct knowledge. The only thing that will set us free from our difficulties, problems, traumatic situations, and unsustainable relationship, or coping with separation, is correct knowledge. Without correct knowledge, we live in the ebb and flow of the pattern of stress, where it peaks and retreats over and over as our brain searches for answers to resolve the current environment. Imagine a computer doing a virus scan over and over again, using up bandwidth and RAM, while having many unused windows open at the same time, and completing masses of computation in the background, all slowing down the tasks in the window we're currently working in. In the same way, when we're in this place of stress, indecision, and indirection, our brain is racing away in the background, searching for answers and a solution to the current unresolved situation and causing us physical, emotional, and mental suffering or unease. Practically all the knowledge we need now is available at our fingertips. It has been said that we are moving or have moved from the information age into the age of connectivity. The world has become a global village where we can connect, view, and interact with information from around the world on mass scale. We can watch a bomb enter a target and detonate, along with millions of others viewing the whole event remotely from a camera sitting on the nose of the bomb in real time. Any person with a smartphone has instant access to every piece of public data available via Google. For example, Stack website developers report that a search of the name Barack Obama in Google shows about 937 million results in 0.49 seconds, ranking over 900 million items within half a second. So, we all have access to knowledge now. What am I saying here is that ignorance is now a choice. Another example that shows ignorance is a choice is Jack and Jill's story. Jill had been in a relationship with Jack for a relatively short period of time. Jill was struggling to reason with Jack. Jack had very little ability to compromise in the relationship, and he had no desire to develop a capacity to reason, discuss, and negotiate a mutually beneficial outcome. We know this attitude as my way or the highway. Jill was in a dilemma. She was emotionally connected to Jack and had also developed a close parental bond with Jack's children. However, Jill was finding Jack very difficult to live with. Not long after they would reach agreement, which usually meant Jill meeting Jack's conditions, his opinions, or what they should do, paying for living expenses or achieving an outcome, Jack would rethink the agreement and the couple would go back to the negotiating table. Jill found this exhausting. If she had an opinion about something, where they went, what she would wear, how they parented, Jack would quickly reverse the tables on her or move the goalposts further into his territory. We call this walking on eggshells. Their relationship was favourable in many ways and they were fond of each other. However, after months of these clashes, their connectedness and intimacy was being depleted. Jill had been doing a lot of internal work dealing with Jack, trying to keep a calm, peaceful environment while not losing her self-respect and self-dignity, being prepared to lose battles to win wars. We call this picking your fights to hold your ground. Jill had been meditating and using positive, non-confronting language, careful to avoid Jack's triggers. But Jill knew this was stressful and totally unsustainable for her health and their future long term. Jill had given away many friendships that Jack had not agreed with. She had been financially generous and had rearranged her work situation, all to keep the peace. Jill considered the pros and cons. She was willing to negotiate this path with the expectancy of a favourable relationship outcome and also to provide security for Jack and his children. Little did Jill know that the greater purpose of this situation was the building of her character. Jill had been ignorant about the dynamics of the relationship. This type of ignorance is called a blind spot. Jill's brain had also been processing the situation that involved a big decision for about 3 days. This decision to purchase a house together would take them logistically deeper into the relationship. We all know that it's easier to get into a situation in a relationship than to unravel our way out of it, be it a house purchase, the decision to live together, a joint venture in a business, or, dare I say, to start a family. We call the easier option going with the flow. So it's much easier to swim downstream than upstream. Unraveling our way out of a relationship is going against the flow. Even if we just float along in a relationship, the current of the relationship will take us where the current or flow of the relationship is going. If we're not having any directional input into the relationship, we're going to end up somewhere. Usually, this is to a random place orchestrated by a partner who often doesn't have clear goals in life anyway, and mostly to a place we did not plan to end up. We call this consent by omission. In other words, to be silent is actually a decision in itself, allowing someone else to make our life decisions for us. And one day we wake up in a situation not of our choosing and wonder how we got there. Jill was doing a yoga class one Saturday afternoon, listening to some music on her smartphone to switch off from her challenges at home. For Jill, the gym was a meditative place, her me time. As she considered her situation, she felt a knot in her stomach and thought, here we go again. How do I resolve this? Jill closed her eyes and searched. Then it dawned on her to put all the personality traits that she observed in Jack into Google and see what popped up. When she did this, she found that the personality traits Jack was exhibiting resembled a classic A-type personality traits. Then she had an aha moment. Connect type A with the personality traits she already knew about Jack, choleric, sanguine, and she had a complete description of it. How could she have been so blind to it? Type A personalities can include some of the following, but are not limited to them: being driven, intolerant, task-orientated, demanding, ambitious, stressed when faced with challenges, unwilling to negotiate, to compromise, or to be teachable, and lacking compassion for others. Type A is not all bad. It's a survival technique, moderately developed, most commonly in females, but sometimes in males, during adolescence for the purpose of protecting the young. It can be a dog-eat-dog out there in business, where the type A personalities, which usually can be male, can thrive. This personality type generally thinks of everything as being a threat to their safety and well-being, and that they are on guard at all times. Remember, the way we are living now with technology and our progressive society is reasonably recent. So let's go back to the origin of our physiological makeup. Imagine a primitive village setting with small children who are always in danger from wild animals, poison plants, birds of prey, poisonous spiders, snakes or scorpions, rocky or dangerous terrain. These curious small children wander off, play in the dirt, and put all manner of things in their mouths. The adult must constantly be on guard. The adult is usually a female. This is actually a positive trait, and it's for a purpose. It's called neuroticism. However, it becomes unhelpful when it's impaired or when displayed outside of the environment it was designed for. Note, I say that this personality type shows traits of neuroticism and may be mildly on the spectrum of neuroticism, i.e. no one is 100% neurotic. We do not label people, as that is not helpful in any relationship. Neurotics are usually anxious people. Anxiety is actually a survival mechanism for the protection from danger and the detection of harm. Anxiety becomes a challenge when one is unable to switch it off. It has symptoms of worry, concern, fear, lack, threat of danger, often when there is no evidence or reason that gives rise to these feelings. As a result of this aha moment, the realization of what and who Jack was, Jill fell back from her yoga position, breathed out and relaxed. Now she knew how she could plan a way forward. Based on this new information, her stomach knot was gone. The truth had set Jill free. This new understanding allowed Jill to do further research to add to her knowledge. She observed traits of control, disagreeableness, and lack of empathy in Jack. To Jill's surprise, these traits also put Jack along the spectrum of narcissism. Jill now had a choice. If she was to stay, she would have to develop traits in her life to compensate for Jack's personality type, because type A personalities are not very flexible or teachable. If she couldn't do that, she would have to leave, because this knowledge showed her that she was not a compatible personality match for Jack. After much consideration, Jill did leave. The decision was not easy, as she had a strong connection with Jack and his children. Jill went through a lot of personal and emotional difficulties separating from him. However, in hindsight, Jill knew it was the right choice, and she says that she is now much better off. Jill also says that she'll be more picky in her partner choices from now on, and that she knows a lot more now about what to look out for. You might find Jill's approach helpful in your own life. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I have learnt that to complain about my partner only lowers my representation of who I am, to myself and to others. Who is in the wrong? Is it them because of their behaviour, or is it me for continuing to stay in an unsustainable relationship? Or separating but not being able to bounce back from the relationship? Is it my mistake, your fault, or is it me who has to do something about the situation I have put myself in, not them? It's their choice to behave the way they do, but it's my choice to either continually accept their behaviour or to remedy the relationship, whatever that may look like. I have the responsibility for my own actions. Maybe the reader could consider this as well. If we choose to continue our relationship with this partner, we have no right to complain, because at the end of the day, we are responsible for our own choices. In Jill's story, Jack had unknowingly been her teacher in the school of life, and Jill had been the student. Jack's personality type was given to him in the womb. Remember, you were born with your mistakes in you. Then it was nurtured by challenges and difficulties in his upbringing, and developed in the dog-eat-dog competitive society we all live in. What he did wrong was to allow those aspects of his personality to spill over and have expression in his relationship with Jill. What is going on in your life at the moment, which is right in front of you, yet it's in your blind spot? What is life trying to teach you, or to teach me? Life is our teacher. People are our teachers, and information is at our fingertips to help us make the best decisions, both for our own individual futures and for our children. Sometimes it's better for them if you were to leave them to their own devices. Can we look at our past relationships or current relationships and reflect on them? Can we take a moment to sit down, get a bit curious about how to resolve our situation, and do some quiet study about our partner's personality type and see who this person really is? This study will bring more clarity to your relationship and pay handsome dividends in your life. I like the acronym SYSTEM: save yourself stress, time, energy and money. How much of your precious time and resources are we wasting by not getting the current information to help us build a framework for our current relationship position? I have been guilty of this for too long. By knowing our partner's personality type, we can make an accurate, informed choice going forward. The importance of this is invaluable. Look at it this way. Once we have developed our goals, we will know how to get to our desired destinations. No one ever arrived at a destination they didn't have. They didn't know where they were going because they didn't have a destination planned. They were tossed to and fro in the circumstances of life, and more often than not ended up in a place they didn't want to be. If we put a destination into our Maps app on our phone, the app will recognize the destination. However, to get to this destination, the app will require a pivotal piece of information: our current position. Where in the world are we? Once we have these two pieces of information, we can plan a route to get there, the quickest route with least resistance. Where we are is vital, because if we know where we are, the Maps app can direct us everywhere. But if we don't know where we are, the Maps app cannot direct us anywhere. Remember, bouncing back from a relationship is in 2 stages. 1. Get out and get over this person. Recover from the fixation and frustration they are causing you. 2. Bounce into the life you actually want. Reinvent yourself to become the person you always want to be, and find a partner you are in tune with. Remember the saying? God brings some people into our lives for a reason, some for a season, and some for life. What is it that we learn from the situation we find ourselves in? I know this all sounds very philosophical and doesn't take into consideration the heartache we might be enduring. The sense of loss from the failed relationship is not easy to overcome, and no one has words to satisfy and calm the intense feelings we have inside. If you identify with this, then you have a sense of empathy. Some people just cannot feel empathy because of their personality makeup. There are 3 different types of empathy: cognitive, compassionate, and emotional. These can be learned, but for this to happen, a person needs to have a strong desire to learn. This is a valuable character trait. If they do not have the desire to develop these empathy traits, and you are in a relationship with them, you will most likely end up overcompensating for them and be left burnt out, emotionally drained, and numb. Often I have found from my own and other people's experience that knowingly re-entering a relationship that is toxic or at least unsustainable is due to value systems. The person re-entering the relationship has a value system that is too low. They are prepared to give up their dreams, goals, potential, and even to endure pain, trauma, and rejection just to get a small amount of gratification, belonging, and whatever else they feel they will receive from the relationship. Sometimes the logic behind this view is challenging for the person to see it, as it is motivated by the heart and emotions rather than clear thinking. Eventually, in most cases, the pain will become too much to bear. The brain will kick in and override the heart as a survival mechanism and cause the reaction of flight. Once we have assumed the correct knowledge, carefully considered it, and applied it to our lives, we can decide if it's time to leave. We must make an active, intentional choice to leave or work through the challenges or difficulties in the relationship. If we have resolved that separation will be the inevitable outcome, then whatever it is now or later, we will go through the same ordeal. So the choice is not if, but when. If we choose to stay, both parties have to be prepared to give 100% of the relationship. It's not a 50-50 thing. It's 100% input from both sides to resolve the challenges of the relationship. In reality, 50-50 really means you have 1 foot in the door and 1 foot out the door. 100-100 is where both parties give it their absolute all. No boundaries, no limits, no excuses. Their full commitment is to making the relationship succeed. The option to stay means we need to overcome the emotional pain and replace it with our own sense of self-worth and the worth of the partner. We have to make an intentional choice to turn our past baggage into our wings of change. We count our lessons learned and move on. Secure in our decision and drop the blame game and dysfunctional behaviors from our past, never to repeat the same mistakes again. This is a daunting, continuous task, and the reality is more difficult to live out than in making the decision. I have personally re-entered a relationship with both parties fully committed to change, but in a short time into the newly bonded relationship, past behaviors and the blame game resurfaced. The repeating cycle is unsustainable, especially when one partner has not resolved past issues. Such cycles become toxic. The pain became too much. The hope of change diminished. I finally did leave, and as I came to the conclusion that logic had to prevail and the chances of finding a competitive partner out there was far greater than the chances of developing compatibility in the current relationship. Logic won in the end over the heart. I then had to do the heart work and to believe again. It hurt. It was difficult and it took me time. But it was the right decision for both of us. More lessons learned. However, in all honesty, I would do it all over again. Looking back, I totally enjoyed that relationship and I still fully respect her. I just didn't realize until later that the relationship was a vital part of both of our personal development journeys and actually had a best before date. So I see this as a confirmation that God brings some people into our life for a reason and some for a season. And in this case, it was for both. Wise words. It is often considered that Jesus was the most loving person who ever walked this planet. Yet on several occasions, Jesus said, "Leave them alone." Leave them alone? They are blind guides, and if the blind guide the blind, both will fall into the pit. Matthew 15:14. What? Jesus actually said that? I thought he was a socialist fighting against poverty, hunger, social injustice, fighting for the innocent, the vulnerable, etc. But Jesus knew where to draw the line, walk away, and leave people to their own devices. If Jesus did that, should we give these wise words some consideration? Jesus knew the value of his time and the importance of his mission and his self-worth. Sometimes we have to come to a point of acceptance or recognize the inevitability of an outcome. Sometimes there is only so long we can hold the waters back until the dam bursts. The waters of reason continue to flow into our mental dam about the relationship we are in, or any other situation we find ourselves in. Reason has been telling us that this relationship or situation just will not work long term. It is unsustainable and cannot continue indefinitely. This is not the right person or situation for us. Think of the different things that guide a person's life. Alcohol is a guide, if you think about it. If someone drinks, uses substances, gambles, or uses sexuality inappropriately, these intoxicants or behaviors cause a person to change. So they are actually leading the person away. Not only the substances or behaviors, but also the associations that go with these habits become guides. If a partner has associates or friends who are causing dysfunction in a relationship, the relationship is being harmed, and at some point there will be a tipping point because of the advice from those associates. The outcome may even be that one of the partners begins to isolate themselves and to become withdrawn. There are many voices acting as guides in this world: advertising, media, celebrities, fashion, other guides including addictions like pornography, overwork, the drive for more money, etc., etc. If these voices are negative, a person may stray off the path. Being led by these guides will eventually be detrimental to a home environment and the relationship to the level where they become toxic. At some point, you have to leave them alone and allow the blind guide to lead the partner to whatever their destination may be. You have to allow a person to fail at times. If you continue to support them, you're preventing them from failing and learning from their mistakes, thus enabling their dysfunctional behavior. When we come to the place of recognition and acceptance that a relationship is not right or sustainable, freedom and liberty is released. If a friend comes to you and says, "My relationship is not working, it's just not right. We are good in a lot of ways, but in my heart, I just know the relationship is wrong or doomed, or I'm just unhappy," what would you say? You have probably said something in the past like, "Looks like it's time to make preparations to leave." It's so easy to tell other people what they should do, but how painful and how difficult is it to take our own advice? Putting it bluntly, take my advice, I don't use it. Yet we need to face the fact that what we sometimes have to do is to make our mind our mate, remember? And take our own advice. The personal discipline it takes to do this is probably second to none. This ordeal will be like a slow train crash. I know this from my past experience. It can go on for months or maybe a year or two. If there is financial involvement or family ties, there will also be strings attached, and they'll need to be unwound too. Acceptance of the end of a relationship is a struggle to arrive at. We make excuses for the other person. We hang on to the good times. We once had so much hope, so much love, so much tolerance and acceptance for each other. It was magical. We had a romantic idealism about them, and it was never going to end. But it did end. The point is, if we see the relationship is not the right fit for us, a dead end, or now no longer aligns with our correct path in life, then we just have to leave them alone. It may be that we got together with a person who represented themselves in a certain manner, with certain character traits, behaviors, integrity, compassion, understanding, reliability, and honesty. We got into a relationship based on the representation they gave us. We offered them ourselves in fair exchange, a mutual agreement of understanding. Now we have to ask ourselves if this person actually changed, or did they give us a false representation of themselves? Someone can keep up a charade for a while, but eventually the truth comes out. We might think that person has changed, but have they really? Perhaps the real personality was in there all the time. It just took a while for them to come out and show themselves. This is more common than uncommon. There is an interesting graph in a study done by Stanford University in 2019. The graph shows that increasingly the two main ways people are now meeting potential partners is at bars or online. All the other ways we used to meet potential partners are declining. The significance of this is that we are now forming relationships with complete strangers. In the past, we met people relationally. The graph shows that previously, 86% of the time, we met and coupled with people we already knew. We most likely knew their personality, their temperament, their habits, maybe what they look like without all the frills and masks, or on their bad hair days. We knew their friends, knew what others had to say about them, how they related to others, their flaws, and so on. With all those assessments, we could make informed decisions over time about whether we liked them or not, and about their suitability or compatibility to us. To an extent, you could say we could see their path in life due to the influences or guides they had in their life, where they were going and if it matched our future hopes. The risks of picking someone inappropriate were substantially mitigated due to the homework and reconnaissance we had done prior to coupling up. In the How to Unlove chapter, we looked at the honeymoon experience, how the honeymoon period of the relationship is so exciting, due to curiosity and stimulants it provides. Because in the past, 86% of partners met relationally and had knowledge of the other person. There was less curiosity and more understanding of each other. Each partner would have been more real to the other person. So the honeymoon period may not have been such a great high, but also less of a harsh come down afterwards at the end of the honeymoon. The graph shows now that we couple up with people we met non-relationally at a bar or online 66% of the time. If I was to continue the trajectory of their graph to today's date, it would be around 70%, and as we go forward, even more so. When we meet a stranger, we know nothing about them except what they looked like in the beginning. Usually well-groomed and who they represent themselves to be, especially at a bar after a few drinks. You can drink anyone good-looking as you stare at them through the bottom of a wine glass. After a few dates, we get hooked. The connection is made, and that draws us in. They have a whole backstory that we did not know about, a whole set of relational dynamics and relational infrastructure that is foreign to us, a set of voices and guides they have in their life that we do not know of either. What they're like on a bad hair day? There is so much to find out, but all this is secondary to the powerful emotions we feel. Because we now meet around 70% of potential partners online or in bars or similar environments as strangers, the curiosity and expectation can run very high, even at fever pitch. So the come down will almost create a hangover, even to the point of detox and withdrawal symptoms, as the body and brain go through a cold turkey experience. This creates a lot more issues for the relationship going forward. There are scenarios where a person can get addicted to the honeymoon experience and become a serial short-term relationshipper, while leave them aloners can make saying goodbye into a form of art. As we get addicted to the sugar high of the relationship, using the car as the new partner metaphor, and all we want to do is take the car for a test run to get some cream, what is the mechanical condition of the car? How has it been maintained? And where has it been in its travels? What their body count is, the number of sexual partners. We hardly think about that. If we do get a story of where this person has been, it is a very one-sided point of view, well glossed over. No one owns up to their failings or how they messed up a past relationship to a new prospective partner. The inherent risks associated with this type of introduction is fraught with danger and unseen red flags. What is my point here? I have been told directly by people who are dating that when they get asked about previous relationships, they do not tell the truth about their past. Many men out dating have been known to have a female partner at home. It's an everyday event in today's society. This is an issue that sits well under the radar, the stealth hunter-gatherer syndrome, the thrill of the kill. Once they've had their fill or they had their turn, they move on. There are also stories of wives at home with kids, having a break from a long-term partner, seeking a fill-in until they work through their issues. Are these extreme cases? Not really, and there's not a lot of difference between polyamory, dating multiple people, and early onset affairs. I have been on several dating websites. It is another world. Tinder is most commonly accepted as the largest dating app in the Western world. I imagine it to be a gigantic virtual factory with conveyor belts running in opposite directions to each other, with rows of face or body cards, maybe a small blurb about what they are looking for, and we would swipe left or right and keep going on to the next card. Members try to sum up what they're looking for and maybe a line about who they are. We have no idea what this person is like. The introduction is simply a text message, so 70% of relationship hunting is almost a production factory with an easy, no questions asked, return and swap policy, and no refunds are available. A continuous cycle of leave them alone and move on to the next. The no refunds are the system we invested into the relationship, remember? Stress or emotion, time, energy and money or our resource. This being said, there are some good luck stories. My daughter met her husband on a dating app and they have a wonderful marriage and 2 beautiful sons. No matter how or when a relationship ends, for most people it's always difficult. Recovery from a traumatic experience is hard. A relationship breakdown is like attending a funeral of a loved one over and over again. It has the potential to push a person to have depressed thoughts and feelings, even thoughts of suicide. Studies have shown that as many as 40% of people who experience a relationship separation experience symptoms of clinical depression. The brain experiences emotional withdrawal much like that of cocaine or heroin withdrawal, and ruminating thoughts can be like a methadone injection. The difference with substance addiction is that they know that they're using methadone or diazepam to manage the experience of drug withdrawal, but the person experiencing separation withdrawal does not have those physical symptoms. They just feel the pain intensely. Emotional separation from a relationship is often a long process, as you have been interacting with that person on so many levels: social events, work levels, intimacy levels, places you went, things you did, the gym, or read books together, similar interests of the children's friends' parents even remind you of them. Once you have come to the realization that the end is in sight, there is only a matter of deciding how long you will prolong the process. Imagine a road sign saying bridge out. Once you've passed the road sign, the relationship is going off the cliff. The decision is how fast you will drive towards that cliff, or if you will park the car and stare at the cliff where the bridge used to be. There was a movie made in 1991 called Thelma and Louise, starring Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon. It was an Academy Award winner. The final scene in the movie reminds me of a relationship that doesn't last. These two planned a great weekend, which went very wrong, and the final scene, they are in a car being chased by cops. They sit there looking at the cliff and then drive off it. The released movie ended with the car in mid-air, but there is an alternative ending referenced here where you see the car disappear. The reason I like this alternative ending is that, to my mind, the 2 occupants of the vehicle do not represent you and your partner, they represent you and yourself or your heart. The directors had choices to make. Do both women die, or does Louise die and shove Thelma out of the car at the last minute? This is like the decision you and I have to make. Do we let our heart drive off the cliff, stay in the relationship, and be imprisoned to a heartless, emotionless relationship? Or do we leave, or get left by, a partner and our relationship goes off the cliff, but our heart gets frozen in time and is not able to fully recover from the heartache? Or do we go off with the consensus of the film production team, sending everyone off the cliff and leave them alone so that we can start again, fully recovered, ready and willing to make good choices in love, with more clarity, experience, knowledge, and most of all, patience? Looking in the rear vision mirror, you can see your past experiences in a relationship, so you can always turn around and do it all over again if you want. In my experience, and the experience of many people I've spoken to, even after a reconciliation, the issues still exist. The good times sometimes last only a matter of days because they are just masked with hope, usually false hope. We try to put in what was missing or cover the dysfunction that is there. If there is any chance of true reconciliation, it probably requires professional counseling, true forgiveness, true repentance, a turning away from old behaviors, arguments, and the blame game. I have seen this work. I have seen people giving up drinking to save a relationship. However, there will always be mistrust to some degree. The heart has been damaged. There was always one person I could not leave alone after a failed relationship, and that was me. Sooner or later, I had to stop, look in the mirror, and take ownership of my past. I've done this, realized my errors, apologized, and made amends where I could. It had been too easy to play the blame game and make excuses, but that only got me so far. So far as to go around the circle again, until I looked up one day and recognized the place I was in. This was about the third time around. I thought, hey, I know this place. I've been here before. The truth is, the only thing that was common to all my relationships was me. And you know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Let me push this truth a bit further and go deeper. When I share this with people, individually and in group sessions, the result is that they find it personally empowering, and it creates considerable positive change in their lives. I am sure it will resonate with you also. It came to my realization that I blamed others for the negative situations in my life. I was actually giving my power away. I was becoming the victim to their behaviors and bad treatment I felt they had given me. Therefore, I was playing the victim in the story of my life. As a victim, I was rendered to some degree more helpless than I actually was. I was fooling myself about perceived weakness that in reality didn't exist, putting myself in these situations where I could be treated in a manner that devalued my own self-worth. Let me explain. I could see what was happening in my life, but not why it was happening. We have spoken about blind spots, just like when we're driving down the motorway and wanting to change lanes. We indicate and start moving over. Then we hear a beep as we narrowly miss a car that was behind us, but we didn't see it due to it being in the blind spot of our mirrors. We can have character blind spots that we cannot see, but have consequences that we can see. I had a mother that I loved. However, my mother would often blame me for my brother's unsatisfactory behaviors or failings. Because she blamed me, I felt accused, and that caused me emotional pain. Somehow, along the way, I welded love to the emotional pain. Pain comes in many forms in a relationship. Sometimes we can choose a partner who displays traits that our parents did, even ones that we did not like. Awa Max sings a song called Sweet But Psycho. On reflection, I was subconsciously choosing partners that I loved, but it caused me emotional pain. I'm not saying any one of them was a psycho. It's just a song. But what I am saying is, when we choose each other as partners, we didn't choose a partner who was well suited to us. A bit like putting diesel fuel in a petrol car. It will go, but will never run right. It may at first, while the remaining petrol in the tank, but when that runs out, the car will splutter and cough. Frustration and dissatisfaction will be the outcome. You can take that car through a car wash, put on a good face, and say that everything is okay to the world. You can go and see a mechanic, a counsellor. But if there's one thing that I've learned through my many years of counselling and giving it, you can counsel a lot of things in relationships, but you cannot counsel being in a relationship with the wrong person. In adult relationships, we can subconsciously create the environment we're brought up in. Consider these questions. Looking back, were you attracted to, or did you attract partners that reflected the traits of your opposite sex parent, even though you may not have wanted to? Did you experience a similar set of emotions with your partner that you did with your opposite sex parent? I did, where the feelings of love and other unwanted feelings attached together. I can. Did you or do you find yourself treating your partner the way your same-sex parent treated their partner? Can you see the pattern here? Therefore, we can take the picture of the relationship experience that we saw in our parents and subconsciously define that as love. Go into the world and recreate that picture in our adult life, whether we wanted it or not. On reflection, I can see the pattern of my relationship undoing in this. I see my errors clearly now. I wish I had learnt this stuff when I was younger. The problem with youth is that it's wasted on the youth, but you cannot put an old head on young shoulders. Cher sings a great song that reflects this, If I Could Turn Back Time. As I owned my mistakes, my own errors and self-sabotaging behavior, then those errors belonged to me. When I blamed others for my mistakes, I was attributing ownership of my mistakes to them. My mistakes became their mistakes and I couldn't do anything about my mistakes. But once I owned them, they belonged to me and no one else. I could then do something about them, making changes in my life as necessary to overcome and correct defects in my character and to start rewriting my life story. I could then become the full and complete person I really am, not the person I was told I was or the person I felt that I was. In reflect, I took back my power in my life. I was no longer giving my power away to others by allowing them to have control over my life by playing the victim. I could then become the hero in my own life, my own victor. I discarded old beliefs that were not serving me and took on true beliefs that would serve me. Thus, I went from weaker to stronger, from disempowered to empowered, from victim to victor. I have discovered that if I take me out of the equation, by me I'm referring to my weaknesses, errors and victim mentality, I can then have the perfect relationship. If we can get rid of expectations, demands, issues, our sense of entitlement, and do our inner work, our relationships will open up like a budding rose into a beautiful flower. It's simple but difficult to do. Once we have healed the wounds of previous relationships, removed the baggage from our past, and are personally empowered, we are ready to find the wings of love again. We will use this tool of looking for truth and find a compatible partner. Someone who has also done their inner work, believe in love again, and allow life to deliver us our true partner match. Chapter 8, Dating Again. This chapter is not about dating to hook up or to get one across the line, which is likely to be the wrong one in the long run. This chapter focuses solely on finding the right one to grow into a full expression of a loving relationship with. The heart has reason that reason knows not of. Pascal. Pascal invented the arithmetic machine, which today we know as the calculator. This quote from Pascal acknowledges the depth of our personality, the deep currents within our subconscious that invariably affects our everyday lives. Metaphysics tells us that we operate out of our conscious awareness about 10% of our daily lives at most, and for the rest we operate out of our subconscious. That means we live 90% of our lives out of our pre-programmed subconscious. Then we wonder why we repeat the same behaviors so often and we see these repetitive cycles in our relationships. If we are single now, we have an opportunity to reprogram ourselves to become all that we can be. And if we're single again, then all options are open to us. Then, if we begin another relationship, to start afresh will be like a brand new beginning, a self-reinvention. As we become more mindful of ourselves, we can increasingly calculate our desired future and in decisions about our future partner to arrive at the choice of partner that aligns with our ideals. There are endless views about dating, the do's and don'ts, the hows and how-tos, the whys and the why nots, and on it goes. There are endless ways to hook up with someone. We can find these on YouTube, hows and how-tos. But this may be half the problem. We're being taught to put on a facade, representing only the best aspects of ourselves. I want to look at it from another perspective, which I believe is the correct perspective. Let your separation difficulties be a learning point. By using the right tools to identify a valuable, trustworthy partner, you can now be your own private tutor in learning wise dating skills. I sometimes go to singles events, not because I want to find a partner, but just out of interest. I go out with other people to other singles events because I know people there. A time to catch up with friends. I also enjoy talking to strangers. When I talk to people at these events, I do what I call a convo hunt, where I try to find out what they're interested in and what excites them. If I can find out what they're interested in, they will relax and talk freely. It takes a bit of practice, but it pays to know a little bit about a lot of things. Then I listen with an affirming, oh, yeah, every now and then to their favourite subject, while maintaining on and off eye contact, because some people don't like too much eye contact. About 80% of the time, the conversation will come around to their separation. How long it's been, how tough it was, the drama of it all, the residual effects of the separation. I hear about the love lost and the lost connection, but behind it I hear the longing to somehow find love and connection again. Often when I listen, I hear a sense of hopelessness. It's not uncommon for it to have been several years since their last separation. The point is, I don't think it has to take this long to get over these emotional attachments. I believe with the right internal conversations, self-nurture, and owning what part we played, we can realize our mistakes and learn our lessons. Then we can release the past, allow our wounds to heal, build ourselves back up, and set out to find love again with wisdom, experience, and confidence. We must now be clear about what we're looking for and ready to walk away quickly if we can see red flags. Our intention is not to take on negativity, but to enjoy the experience. We also need to be emotionally ready and confident to move forward when we see the green flags or go that signal a compatible partner. Look for truth. In communication, there is the 7-38-55 rule concerning the communication of emotions. The rule states that 7% of communication is verbal, 38% of communication is tone of voice, and a whopping 55% of communication is body language. This information is easily accessed on the internet, so we can all learn, observe, and practice these methods of communication and dating, using inflection, body language, and having the right script. While it is good to know these things, the person opposite us may also know them or intuitively use them. If they put on a good display, have the right smile, and say the right things, we might think we have met Mr. or Mrs. Right. However, we need to remember what unwise choices have cost us in the past. Years of wasted life and the difficulties and the loss we've suffered by falling for well-rehearsed scripts. When we use dating behaviors, we are putting on an act and the other person is our audience. No one is able to keep up the performance though. Sooner or later, the actor will finish their act, come off stage, take off their costume and makeup, and talk without a memorized script they have been using with you. Who are they then? Not the person you thought you met. They just stopped acting. It may take 6 months depending on how often you see them, but it will eventually happen. The character you met was not who they represented themselves to be, so, strictly speaking, they were lying. I know that sounds harsh, but in reality, it was a deception. They were the deceiver and you were the deceived. Often people do not even know they are putting on an act because telling others what they want to hear has become a way of life. This is self-deception. Pushing it a bit further, the self-deceived person doesn't know they're self-deceived, but it has become normal culture to put on an act in today's society. We used to say art imitates life. But in today's society, life imitates art. While sitcoms like Seinfeld, Friends, The Big Bang Theory, and other sitcoms do imitate life, in reality, TV programs like Keeping Up with the Kardashians watchers want to imitate these icons. to take on their look, to buy their makeup and clothing, to identify with the lifestyles they portray and any current actors portray. Happily Ever After movies, where the handsome alpha male hero always gets the girl at the end of the movie, have been branded into our thinking, and these fairy tale endings get burnt into the psyche of the watcher. Who doesn't want that ending? But is it a reality? It is so important to look past the facade and to look at the real person. Then we will be able to make an assessment about whether this person is the right fit for us or not. I know what I'm talking about here. I have been guilty for falling for the facade, although I didn't see my mistake until later. I was self-deceived. I have done this on both sides of the table. So I know that it takes a whole lot of work and pressure to keep up appearances. I studied screen performance at diploma level many years ago. This type of acting called method acting, where the actor takes on the actual characteristics of the character they are portraying. In effect, they become the character rather than playing the character. The problem here can be that the actor can actually lose their identity, or they can develop identity confusion after playing so many roles. This situation is possible in real life too, where the partner adopts character traits in order to fit in with the expectations of their partner. We call this not being ourselves. When they eventually revert back to their true personality, problems can arise and the relationship can start to break down because the person's true personality is not compatible. There is an art to listening. We have heard it said that people hear what they want to hear. This is called confirmation bias. Listeners are self-confirming. We want to be liked. We want to be thought well of, and we're looking for love. So we run what we hear through subjective filters in order to arrive at a conclusion that will confirm our pre-existing beliefs. We don't even realize it's happening. It's a natural human behavior. A good takeaway from a first and second date would be to ask yourself these questions. Number 1. Which parts of what I heard did I glance over or ignore red flags without realizing? 2. Which parts of what I heard did I automatically agree with without thinking about whether they were true? 3. How did I react to what I heard, whether I agreed with it or did not agree? Was I being my true self? 4. How many green flags were there and how many red flags were there? It would be helpful to put these in writing. That way you can see the pros and cons more clearly. Did the stories they told add up? Sometimes we get asked about a date and we say that they were nice or some general statement like that. But if we can answer these questions more critically with more intelligence, we can get a better idea of the fit we have with the person and unpack how we really do feel about them. Don't waste valuable time with the wrong person. You instinctively know whether you have a connection within minutes or at least hours of meeting them. Listen to your inner self. Don't argue with it. Your inner self knows more than you think. It has proven itself to you before and will do so repeatedly. Once we recognize that we do have a connection with a potential partner, then we can go hunting for what type of connection it is and what it means. It could very well be a friendly connection that was mistaken for a romantic connection. Don't be a masochist, getting yourself into a situation which causes you suffering or difficulty. To risk exploring a connection can be inviting when we think a reward is possible. A bit like buying a stock on the stock market. You expect it to go up, but it can just as easily go down. It has for me many times. A reminder to embed into your memory. Think of your partner or potential partner as a stock you're investing in. Your investment is your resource. Your resource is your time, emotional energy, and things like money or materials and cars or houses, equipment, food, etc. But most importantly, time. It is reasonable for you to expect your life to be bettered by your relationship, not to be worsened. For your partner to add value, joy, and satisfaction in how you experience life, not to reduce the quality of your life. Get a return on the investment you are making in them, not a loss of your self-worth along the way. The point I am making here is, if you're going to give your heart away, expect theirs in return. Dates and prospective partners will be on their best behavior, turning on all the charm and filtering their words and actions. but a person's true self will always come out. Do not be persuaded by promises. You can tell a bullshitter, but you can't tell them much. They are too busy deceiving themselves. People speak about the connection they had at the end of a relationship, and as they got deeper into the connection, they get hooked. But the reality is that it can be just a connection, an emotional entanglement, and they are the wrong partner. So we must think with both our heart and our mind, using wisdom and intuition to keep that hook out of us. The longer we explore a dead-end connection, the longer we're putting off meeting the right person. I will use the word soulmate loosely as an expression. You may have another word for the human connections as we perceive with others. Soulmate has various expressions of connection. Examples may be a very close friendship, a romantic attachment or teacher-student, a healer, which is a person who is an emotional guide in your life, karmic, sometimes referred to as a wrecking ball relationship, a friend or a partner who shakes your perceptions up and challenges you to look deeper within yourself, a family or bloodline soulmate where you have a deep affinity with a sibling or an extended family member, a soul tie, usually for a divine or specific purpose, to name a few. Then there is the twin flame. The twin flame is the soulmate of the highest order in relationships. We could think of this connection as our matching puzzle piece. The analogy of this connection, I think, is the Adam and Eve story, where a biopsy was taken from Adam to form Eve. We have a deep innate longing for this person or this particular person in our life that we already feel a part of. This incredibly unique connection to this one person is the feeling of completeness, the feeling of coming home, and where the knower is also the known. When dating and perceiving a connection, try to slot this person into a connection category so that you can correctly identify the best form of relationship you may have with them. My second wife was a good friend and soulmate, but we both confused it with romanticism. We were great business partners and great friends, but I really never felt that romantic flame for her. My first wife was a soul tie for the purpose of bringing my wonderful children into being. A fascinating lady. I was engaged to this karmic soulmate who challenged me at every level. Definitely a wrecking ball for the purpose of self-growth and maturity. For that, I am thankful I met her. Look back at your partners and see if you can categorize them. To put it bluntly, it's a numbers game. The person you are on a date with may not be right for you, but they might be right for the person they meet after you. So, even if there is a connection, don't kiss that frog. Move on to your prince. Keep your list of ideals in the personality makeup of your goal partner. The real number of the game is making yourself number one. You do this by putting your own needs, wants, and expectations first. And don't settle for less. Traits to look after in a prospective partner. There are 3 foundational traits to look for in a prospective partner: honesty, connection, and teachableness. The song 2 out of 3 Ain't Bad by Meatloaf will not work for you. Your partner needs to have all 3 traits. Remember Pascal and his calculator? The reason he invented the calculator was because his father was an accountant and he hated all the long equations. An accountant needs the books to balance and to end up with the same number at the bottom of both columns. We want a balance of love in our relationship, so just like an accountant, we need to work backwards. We start with the answer we want first and then we'll fill in the equation. If we get the equation wrong, we won't get the answer we want. We know what the answer we want, the right person. So let's get the factors in the equation right by using this system. Remember, system, acronym, save yourself stress, time, energy, and money. Honesty. Honesty holds the cards. There are 2 types of honesty. Honesty in love is a beautiful thing. It's homely, warm, and cozy where you can let go. But there's also honesty without love, which is brutality. Honesty in love is about communication, loyalty, trust, reliability, dependability, supportiveness, kindness, navigation, and open discussion. You know where you are with this person, and together you can figure out how to get to where you want to go. Together you can negotiate and find compromise. This is a person you can trust and they will be easy to settle with. Connection. There are two types of connection, one for self-interest and one with community. Connection for self-interest is connection with an agenda to serve themselves. In short, it's what's in it for me, with them. What can I get out of this relationship? In the end, you'll hear statements like, you don't love me how I want to be loved, or in reverse statement, which is really the same thing in a more cunning way, I just don't love you the way you want to be loved. What that really means is, I've got what I wanted from this relationship, and you're no use to me any longer. It's a one-way street. It is the thrill of the kill in the short term and the hunter-gatherer mentality in the long term. You'll pour yourself out like water, run on an empty tank, and build up resentments. Recognize this trait early and get out fast. Do not argue with yourself. You know intuitively that they are not going to change. They are just looking for supply. Once you realize this, it's no longer their fault for expecting things, emotion, or service from us. It's our fault for staying in a relationship where we have become their supplier. Connection for community is authentic, interdependent connection, full of love, equality, mutuality, and respect. In other words, your success is my success, your failure is my failure, your pleasure is my pleasure, and your pain is my pain. You will give yourself to me because I trust you enough to become vulnerable to you. I love me by loving you, and to harm you is to harm myself. Our relationship is our safe place, our bubble, the haven where we escape from the world. I support you and I am supported by you. What I have and what you have is what we have. It's not me and you, it's us and we. We're a team and together we can take on our world. Teachableness. This is about two individuals' ability to adapt in a relationship. The ability to negotiate, which is often not found in relationships. Each partner needs to be willing to learn about the other, to get to know them. It's about togetherness through compromise. You're going in the same direction and differences in strengths makes the team strong. It is commonly accepted that the older we get, the more stuck in our ways we become and the less teachable we are. When we're young, we have a lot of maturing to do, so a couple can learn and grow together. But when we're older, we must find a partner who is already compatible, someone like us who shares our way of thinking and common beliefs. Beliefs are so important in a relationship. Foundational beliefs are absolutes from which we derive our worldview. We need some common absolutes in a relationship. Sometimes these worldviews can be impossible to resolve. Examples of this would be opposing religious views, or where a hoarder marries a minimalist, or one person is a saver and the other person is a spender. The retail therapist meets the accountant. Imagine the arguments. If you choose the strong, silent, or the quiet type, expect to marry a fridge and end up at counselling complaining, we just don't talk. The only thing worse than being lonely is being lonely in a relationship. Plan ahead when looking for a partner, knowing what you want in the partner. This will save you time and pain. Chivalry. Woman, if you enjoy genuine jesters, look for a guy who genuinely displays chivalry. This is an old word from the Knights of Armour days. It is described as the sum of all the ideal qualifications of a knight, including courtesy, generosity, valour, and dexterity. Physical ability, especially in the arms. Why the arms? The arms are the main part of the body to enact physical tenderness and protection. Generally speaking, chivalry is a lost art. A lot of women wonder if chivalry even ever existed, or if it's just in movies. Chivalry in love is a set of behavioural codes involving kindness, care, respect, and protection. That doesn't mean a man sells himself short, drops his self-respect, values, goals, and purpose in life. It means he shows his wife chivalry with valour. There is a story about a newly elected mayor of a town in the USA who was travelling through the street parade with his wife to his inauguration. He had just been voted in. The mayor recognised a man in the crowd. The man, a mechanic, was someone the mayor's wife had been interested in before she married her husband. The mayor leaned over to his wife and said, "Aren't you glad you married me, not him?" The wife whispered back, "No, aren't you glad you married me? If I had married him, he would be sitting next to me, becoming the mayor today." Moral of the story. Guys, we need to get our act together and start treating our women with chivalry. They hold a huge part in our success. If you're a man and your woman has a foot outside the door, look up the codes of chivalry, both in history and contemporarily, and make chivalry a habit. I bet you she will bring both feet back in the door, as well as her arms. Intimacy. If you're a woman, leave this book lying around with the doggy ears of this page folded over. He will certainly pick it up and read about chivalry. He'll get the message and read this very line. He will know exactly what you're trying to tell him without you even having to say a thing. Expect the car door to be open for you the next time you get in. You'll surely both laugh. Pretend agreements. A pretend agreement is just that, an agreement that is not actualized, or an unwritten, unidentified expectation of compliance by one or more parties. How often do we get into a relationship where we just see each other for a while to see where it goes? Or we get together, we like each other, and we form a sort of close or loose agreement where we're dating and just cruising along. Then one partner does something that the other partner doesn't agree with. The other partner gets upset, and there's a disagreement around that behavior. Most of the time, we are starting to get serious and the other person doesn't treat us the way we expected, so we feel devalued, disrespected, or offended. We all have expectations about what a relationship would look like, the way we want to be treated, the loyalty we should expect, the contribution we should provide, and what the other person's contribution should be. The problem here is we have not put forward our honest expectations in the relationship so that we both know what the other person is expecting from us. Differing sexual expectations can be a big issue. I have heard quite some challenging expectations around this. One was a guy who wanted the inclusion of porn in the relationship, for self-use, that is. He thought there was absolutely nothing wrong with that. But that relationship ended because the female partner found out about the level of his porn use and obviously thought very differently. Some people have wildly different expectations of relationship. If a guy expects to be waited on, he's probably looking for a cross between a housekeeper and a mother. How can you blame a person for their behavior? What contribution they bring into a relationship, how they treat you, or what they expected from you. If you have not discussed your expectations, is it their fault or is it our fault? We're to blame for this because we have silently permitted it by not stating our boundaries or relationship requirements. Writing down a list of agreements gives both people an opportunity to see who the other person really is in the relationship they're planning to enter. It sounds a bit clinical, but it will save a myriad of arguments later. Remember this agreement document and refer to it. It is a living document, so it can be added to or changed, but it will give you a good snapshot of where your relationship is and from time to time. Now you know what to do before you enter your relationship. If you don't do that, then look in the mirror when you're looking for fault. It's also a really good idea at the beginning of a relationship to discuss the expectations of finance. Someone might say, I don't want anything from you, and then 10 years down the track, or 5 years, or 3 years, they're into you for half of everything you've got. So I think it's okay to write these things down at the beginning of a relationship. Silly story. I made a list of agreements with a boyfriend before we entered a relationship. I said I didn't want to have sex outside of the relationship. I only want to be in an exclusive relationship before we become intimate. He agreed. I think sex outside of relationships is okay for monkeys, but as humans, we have the options of morals if we want to. If some people do not, that's okay for them, I suppose. Holding off having sex until a relationship is established is a non-repeatable opportunity to show a sense of value and respect for your partner if the relationship continues. One thing he stated was no name calling. I agreed. I still have the piece of paper he gave me with this agreement. How ironic that was. I have never been called so many names in my life. I have kept the long thread of our text messages as a keepsake on an old phone, as a loving memory of him. Not only that, but my children were also character assassinated by him continuously. I think that here I was naive. It never occurred to me that while I was not allowed to call him derogatory names, he was freely able to breathe out this type of language, because, as he put it, that's how we talk where I come from. However, where I am from, it is culturally accepted that we attempt to tame our use of this type of derogatory language, as we term it abusive. Well, I do anyway. I suppose that while I have used this type of language on the odd occasion in the past, it was in an expressive way to try to describe an experience, place or thing. I never want to hear this type of language ever again. Now if I meet a guy who swears, I just walk away as fast as I can. Maybe it's PTSD. I do not like it at all. I now try to look for better ways to describe people, places, and things myself as well. Get the gift of goodbyes. Sometimes you meet people that you are attracted to, yet instinctively you just know they're not the right ones, but you're intrigued by them. You get curious. They excite you and draw you in. You could consider curiosity as just a question mark, but if deep down you're having the feelings of unease, you need to listen to that. It's difficult to walk away from a certain level of attraction, but you need to be careful not to put a question mark where there should be a full stop. It is not that you're rejecting people, it is that you are faithful to yourself and your future self. It's your future self that you are developing this gift for. Using a business term, the fail fast method, you need to cross off people who are not compatible partners as quickly as you can, with no questions. You actually can do this with other relationships in your life too. Do not try to put in what was missing. The more you cross off the ones that might not be good for you, the closer you will get to the one who will complement the person that you are. One who will work with you, who will encourage you and you them. One who will believe in you. There are close to 8 billion people in this world. Do not let that 1 in 8 billion waste your time and trick you into believing they are the one when your heart says they just aren't. Just to be clear, the word no is a complete sentence. Capital N-O, full stop, no. How to trust again. No trust equals no relationship. That's just how it is. Some of us have been fried in the area of trust. So many times I have had it said to me, you men are all cheats, you're the same. There are even books with titles like All Men Are Bastards or All Women Are Bitches. I've also heard it said men need to pay and women need to pay. This is a common perception that's an undertone in our society. I don't understand where these people are coming from if they've been wrongly treated, but to colour every person we meet with perceptions based on past negative experience is a bad idea. It's just not helpful in building strong relationships when negativity is bred and proliferated in the media and on social media. On YouTube, there are even training videos that teach you how to hold polyamorous or multi-partner relationships. Trust is one of those fuzzy, intangible concepts that's so hard to pull apart and relate to everyday living. I hear people say, you either trust a person or you don't. I totally disagree with these statements, but do you think I can clarify trust with these people? If they were to listen to the philosophy of trust, they would get even more confused and stick to their binary view of trust. You do or you don't. There's no middle ground. Dispensational trust is a phrase I've arrived at to best describe how to qualify trust levels for a partner that you're beginning a relationship with, or anyone you relate to for that matter. You dispense trust in installments. It sounds simpler after you read it, but beforehand it's fuzzy. Firstly, you need to compartmentalize areas of trust that relate to your values, loyalty, your heart, self-worth, monogamy, children, beliefs, reliability, punctuality, privacy, finances, possessions, or whatever you value, whether physical, emotional, or mental. You can do this mentally, but it's better to write it down on paper. In separate columns, from left to right, list your most prized values on your left and things with lesser value on the right. These values are personal to you. Monogamy might be on the left for people who value sexual loyalty and faithfulness, but on the right for someone in an open relationship. Then, from 1 to 5, scale it down. 1 being that you can absolutely trust them no matter what. 5 would mean that you expect they will let you down. For example, my first wife could trust me with alcohol and might give me a number 1. Never touch the stuff. Didn't even like it. But my second wife would give me a trust number 5. Absolutely no trust whatsoever. Probably a 5- actually. A future partner might give me a 3, sort of a maybe, maybe not trust, because they've never seen me with a drink, but they do know I've abused alcohol in the past, because I am honest about that. Well, to be honest, I really don't have a choice. I've written it in this book and one day they're going to read it. I would sit at 3 on a punctuality scale because half the day I'm in dreamland or caught up with work and unintentionally forget things, or I'm just late. My kids know to call me about an hour before I'm meant to meet them. My rating for that, you guessed it, 5. Allow your partner to be themselves and don't let them know you're keeping a score of their behaviour. As you get to know them more and more, their scores may change. You'll have heard it said, you can't judge a book by its cover, but I disagree. In relationships, you judge a book by its cover. Judge them by their actions. They did that. Their score is this. Forget about just accepting a sorry from them in the beginning or an excuse of the relationship. Words are cheap. Don't worry about the fine print of excuses and promises. Just watch them. They will tell you everything you need to know about who they really are by their actions. Jesus said, you will know them by their fruits. Matthew 7:16. An apple tree will produce apples. It just stands there and apples grow. If a person doesn't live up to what they say, what else is not true? It's common sense. If they say one thing and do another thing, they're telling lies. Full stop. As you travel along in your relationship, you can gauge your partner with money in small amounts or in larger amounts, as these should sit in 2 different columns. Just because you can trust them with $200, you're not going to put your house in their name. I've heard of stories where both parties saved up some small money every week together and built up a large bank account. Then one day, he went out and bought a car without agreement. With alcohol, you might trust them with a few drinks, but if they've told you they've lost their license twice for alcohol-related incidents when they're drinking, you will keep an eye on your keys and theirs when they're drunk. If they drink too heavily, too often, you have a trust number 4 or 5 on your hands, and you should consider where this relationship is going, or any other destructive habit. If they get angry and say things that are incorrect or harmful, you know the score. Protect yourself and your healthy self-respect and your children. If they go a long time without practicing a certain negative behavior, you can raise the trust number up half a notch. You can see that by using this tool, you can qualify and measure this fuzzy concept called trust with reasonable accuracy. It does take mental awareness and keeping a mindful eye on protecting your heart, your finances, your time, and your self-respect and your children, your privacy, and whatever else you value. It's too hard to get back what you lose after you've lost it. A sensible view to have at the beginning of a relationship is not innocent until proven guilty, but a little suspicious until you've proved yourself innocent. A guilty person will prove themselves guilty by their actions. A good way to practice self-awareness is to do this trust exercise on yourself. See if you can do it without making excuses. A good line to use on yourself is, all excuses are equal. If you really want something, you'll find a way to achieve it. If you really don't want to keep behaving in a certain way, give yourself a score and then work to improve it. Use the amount of time between events as a guide to adjust your own trust up and down. Dispensational self-trust is a great way to get to know thyself. Learning on the job. We learn in 2 predominant ways: by instruction and by trial and error. How easy would it be if we could just read a few relationship books at the beginning of our dating life, remember them, put ads in the local paper or online for the partner with the exact personality traits we wanted, and vetted the applicants. Then we'd apply the connection rule, implement the contents of the relationship books, and live a happily ever after life. And never would we read a book like this. But no. Learning from instruction has not been our method of operation. This is why I'm writing this book and you're reading it. We have chosen the trial and error model, where we learn from our mistakes. And can anyone count their mistakes? My abacus does not have enough sliding balls on it to count mine. I need Pascal's invention, the calculator. So here we are, after all this time, back at the drawing board. I implore you to take a leaf out of this book. Make the hard calls and use your newfound skill of choosing goodbyes at the sight of any red flags, knowing that there'll be more red flags to come. Your life is far better spent with family or working on your own goals and a purpose in life, rather than using your time and energy trying to unravel a difficult relationship when you know deep down it's unsustainable or unhealthy. This has been my experience. Our lives improve no end when we get it right. Do not be desperate and sell yourself short. You're worth much more, so much more. Make sure your partner respects you, or teach them to respect you. If they don't, refuse to lower your standards and walk away. Put your preferred partner on your vision board and make them a goal. Put your ideal picture of yourself on the drawing board and make that your goal too. Believe and never let go of hope. Hope holding only positive energy, HOPE. When you start getting serious with someone, list your expectations. Make sure you agree with theirs and learn from instruction. Your future self will be most grateful you did. To balance the viewpoint, when you do meet the right person and see the green flags of go, you'll be able to move ahead confidently in the relationship. Relationship conflict versus task conflict. I really do like this topic. It has been so helpful to me. While this is not a relationship book, and I do not want it to be, I'll add something to be mindful of in the beginnings of relationship so as to develop a habit of going forward in order to protect the right relationship when we enter into it. We often fall out of a relationship because of conflict in the relationship, not because we actually didn't want the relationship. This can be the case in all aspects of relationships, not just our significant other, but also with our children, in our work environment, and in other settings. We'll concentrate on the romantic relationship perspective. Think of the task of parenting children and the arguments that can happen with different parenting styles that don't get discussed and agreed on, or the desire to keep an active sex and intimacy lifestyle within a relationship, or here's a big one, money. The application of our finances. The different ways of doing tasks often create friction which result in unhappy disagreements. Sometimes doing a task that should be enjoyable, like making it to church, a family outing, going on a vacation, or planning a party, can actually turn into an argument because we disagree on how it is being done. When we reflect on where the conflict came from, we will usually find it was around task-driven operations within the relationship. Was it task conflict or relationship conflict? Did we bring the task conflict into our relationships where it didn't belong? If we're able to manage how we approach tasks with our significant other, we will find that we are greatly reducing our relationship conflict. If we can figure out how to separate our task mode of operation to be more conducive and more adaptable to the other person's task mode of operation, we'll find our relationship will get a whole lot better. We'll most likely get more out of life. Our relationship will be more productive and find we just have better days. Not every battle has to be fought. Sometimes we lose the battles to win the war. By managing task conflict, the relevance for us personally will be huge. The less conflict we have with those around us, the less conflict we have within ourselves. and the more our life improves. This becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby we will have a lot more headspace to plan and execute our very own success story, to live our dream and just be a happier person in a happier relationship. Reusable dressing love. It is often said that the first cut is the deepest. Losing your first love cuts to the bone. It's a deep wound. During adolescence, the brain goes through a period of development where it expands 10% and new neurons are being built. At this time, the body experiences all this wonderful love drugs being pumped into it for the first time. This was the norm in our ancestral days when life expectation was about 26 years, thousands and thousands of years ago. So marriage during adolescence was a cultural expectation. As the brain developed in adolescence, the young partner's brains bonded together in ways of thinking. This created a deep heart bond as well. Neurocardiology has discovered that the heart has its own little brain. It's called the heart brain, which has neurons that are like the neurons in the brain, meaning that the heart has its own nervous system. When the heart is finished its development, all these neurons are pushing chemicals into the body, making the body become more and more addicted to them. The first love feels like heaven on earth, as it was designed to be. However, in modern society, those social norms have changed radically. Now, more often than not, we have multiple relationships in our lifetime. Most of us have experienced the breakup from our first love, our heaven experience. But if one day one of the partners moves on or violates a relationship, and now it really feels just like hell, with no heaven anywhere in sight, we are heartbroken. The metaphorical dressing we use to cover a wounded heart also hurts like hell to peel it off. The adhesion rips off the skin around it, and as the wound heals, we pull a little more off slowly. Have you ever peeled off a wound dressing slowly rather than quickly? That's what I'm describing in the separation. We clean the dressing off and put it away. I distinctly remember my first love. We met around the age of 13. We used to walk to the shops, visit the malls, sit in the grass and watch the clouds go by. We would talk and dream about our future a lot. All the good puppy love stuff wrapped up in innocence. She was English and Polish and some sort of mixed European assembly of cultures, slim, blue eyes, honey blonde hair, a real stunner. I don't remember how we lost connection, but we did for a year or more. I met her again when I was 16. I was showing off. I took her for a drive and crashed my car. Not the best choice of first dates. I met her again a while after that when I was given my first marijuana cigarette and needed someone to smoke it with. It was true love from then on. Love. When I think back, I have done some crazy stuff. We would get some beer and go and sit outside a church on Sunday evenings, drinking with friends and listening to the preacher talking. It was an interesting relationship. I spoke to her recently. She reckons we never used our frontal lobes at all. Looking back, I think I had symptoms of ADHD. We split up when I was about 20. It was not long after I had a serious push bike accident where I lost about 30% of my face. I looked like the Elephant Man and couldn't bear to go out in public for months. I became withdrawn and difficult to be around. In our recent discussion, she said that what we went through as young adults was a trauma event that only a few will ever experience in their lifetime. At the time, trauma awareness was practically non-existent and we were offered no professional support services. She said that we just didn't have the tools to maintain the relationship. That relationship hurt like hell. It took me a long time to get over it. There will only be one first love. We fall in love a second time, and this time the brain has developed and the heart also. If it doesn't work, we get out the dressing and reuse it. It has lost a little bit of its thickability. On the separation of the next relationship, it is painful on our heart, but hey, we've done this before. The third time maybe, we get married and have family. If we break up, the dressing has got a little bit stickier, but it still really hurts pulling that dressing off again because of the kids. The analogy goes on this way. The more times we pull that sticky dressing on and off our hearts, the less stickier it gets and the less it hurts until the heart is almost numb to separation, like, here we go again. The point I'm making here is use the tools of this chapter, take time, pick the right partner, and try not to rip that plaster off again. Awareness over thinking. I'd like to close this chapter with the concept of self-awareness. Self-honesty is the key to self-awareness. When encountering a prospective partner, it's all extremely exciting. Before our first date, we're imagining walking down the aisle, getting carried across the Great Divide into the honeymoon suite and the grand renaissance. Then, the happily ever after. We've all been there. It's amazing. Easy to get a little excited after a wine or two. Be overzealous about ourselves and then catch ourselves adding a little bit of extra oomph to our stories to exaggerate it, puff them up and sound better than they actually are. But what we don't realize is that we're getting that same exaggeration back. On the other hand, we might have more to offer than we think. We play ourselves down, expect rejection, get sweaty palms and a bit tongue-tied, frightened out of our boots about whether they will like us or not, and we pre-plan the rejection we expect because of our "we're not worthy" syndrome. Some of us just can't even try. We have a give up before we start, or been there, done that syndrome. There are just no good guys or girls out there, and the ones that are have already been snapped up. Everyone looks so happy in the coffee shops or in bars, walking on the beach hand in hand or on social media. Where is my knight in shining armor? How about the closest I can get to a girl is she can hear me whistle at her? I'm a single parent and I have 3 kids full time. Who's going to want 3 kids? My life is in a bit of a hole at the moment and I'm not doing very well. I haven't been to the gym and my photos are too crap to put on Tinder. My ex is still in my life. I've been married twice, engaged a further 2 times. I'm a bit of a damaged good case. On one of my first dates, they left the restaurant while I was using the bathroom. I hear these things repeatedly. The point is, little of what we say to ourselves isn't true. It's just what we think. Just because we think it or feel it doesn't make it true. I have been in all these situations. In fact, I just wrote my story. The whistle one, and even the one leaving while I was in the bathroom. It would be comical if it wasn't true. It makes me laugh, and here I am, single again. Remember, this is not a relationship book. It's a bounce back book. Becoming your best, recover and thrive book. There is a saying, the master has failed more times than the beginner has tried. Be aware of the true beauty we are as humans. We are amazing creatures. Remember the advice on setting and achieving goals in chapter 3 and apply it. It works if you work at it, because it just works. Don't argue with yourself any longer, just do it. If that 2,000 euro book, the Bible, has something good to say about love, it's this: love never gives up. It never loses faith. It is always hopeful, and it endures through every circumstance. 1 Corinthians 13:7. The point is, we got married and divorced or de facto separated. Why? Because we could. We might have had relationships that ended, but we did it. It might look like a failure, but it was a win because we achieved it and survived, and we are much wiser for it. So get your hopes up and dream again. I still believe because love never gives up. Here's a free date hack that I have not heard anyone use before. Next time you run into a person you like or go on a date, pretend they are just practice for the real thing. Do not get attached to the outcome. Just be your natural self. Do not think past this date. Use them to sharpen your skills, practice your language, read their actions, rate their trustworthiness by giving them scores and listen to what they're saying to see what's behind the facade. Pretending that it's just a practice releases a lot of stress and expectation. You might discover how much of a prize you have become, and they might have to work hard to win you. Chapter 9. Yes, darling, I do love you, but I love my addictions more. Addictions. Addictions are to a relationship what a slow cancer is to the body. They are parasitic to a relationship in the same way an ectoparasite is parasitic in a body. Most ectoparasites are about the size of a sesame seed. They multiply and live on the blood of their host, defecating on their surroundings, creating infections and causing constant irritation. Addictions are just like that. Bit by bit, they draw the very lifeblood out of the relationship, leaving it anemic and starved of nurture, emotion, respect, and goodwill. This leaves pain, anxiety, and carnage in its wake, putrefying and irritating the relationship and causing other infections, such as financial hardship, arrested development in the children, resentments, arguments, and the like. If anybody ever finds themselves in a relationship with a person with a destructive compulsive disorder or an addiction, it is advisable they seek some quality relationship guidance and confidence. They should find a suitably qualified professional to decide what options are available to them. These destructive disorders run deep. I speak from personal experience here. The person with the disorder requires expert professional help to come to a full realization and acceptance of their disorder. They also need to have a deep, resolute willingness to go through whatever rehabilitation is necessary to manage the symptoms and complete the journey to a full recovery and restoration to wellness. Sound serious? It is. Addiction eventually paralyzes, maims, and kills whatever it comes into contact with. I don't know anyone who desires to be in a relationship with a person who has a destructive disorder or an addiction. In this chapter, we will refer to destructive addictions or compulsive behaviors as disorders because that is what they are. I am definitely not a separation or divorce advocate. Often we feel a sense of responsibility to our marriage vows or our commitment to a relationship, and rightly so. Marriage and relationships are intended to be for a lifetime, especially when children are involved. When we reflect on these vows we made, we ask ourselves if we played our part to the absolute best of our ability. If not, what can we do to correct the relationship and get it harmonious again? There is an interesting marriage vow that most people make in sickness and in health, until death do us part. Usually when we say sickness, our mind instantly jumps to physical sickness. But how many people who made these vows consider mental or emotional sickness in the vows? Was our only consideration in this vow involuntary physical sickness in the brain or body? I think this sentence should be a question. What could be considered voluntary mental and emotional sickness may include addictions, personality disorders, destructively compulsive, emotionally or physically abusive behavior. When we take a fresh look at this vow in the light of our intention when we made it, we can consider our options going forward. An example of this is, I have heard it said many times by a spouse when referring to their unsatisfactory relationship. When I got married, I didn't sign up for this. As I consider these types of statements, it is obvious to me that on making their marriage vows, they did not include habitual, intentional, destructive, or abusive behaviors. There is another vow, in good times and in bad. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, bad means unpleasant and causing difficulties. The Oxford Dictionary represents bad as of poor quality or a low standard, or not such as to be hoped for or desired, unpleasant or unwelcome. If we Google for words worse than bad, we get words like awful, appalling, frightful, grim, ghastly, shocking, revolting, repulsive, horrendous, horrifying, dreadful, terrible, atrocious, disgraceful, deplorable, lamentable, diabolical, and hopeless. When we made this vow, what level of expectation did we attribute to bad? We ask ourselves, at what point does our relationship fall into some of these categories on an ongoing basis? In good times and in bad means there is a foreseeable end. Is there hope for any change going forward? Only we can, hand on heart, answer that. It is our responsibility to do our best in life. Our best is our full capacity. We can apply this principle to our relationship then. Once we have done this, we can stop and consider our position and ask ourselves, does this person we are in a relationship with actually show their continued actions that they have even want to be in a relationship with us? Or have they chosen an addiction or habitual destructive behavior over our relationship. While these points made here are to be considered, remember, children come first, and their lives are precious beyond measure. That is why it is clearly stated, "For I hate divorce, says the Lord," in Malachi 2:16. I would always advise to seek the counsel of an appropriate professional to help you navigate the best way forward. Broken wing syndrome. When we show compassion to a person with a disorder, it takes longer for the healing to be possible for them. In advertisements for safety on an aeroplane, the video shows the oxygen masks coming down and the instruction is given to put your own mask on first, then help those around you. Innately, we are a compassionate species, especially to those we are in a relationship with, to those in our tribe, our community. An individual's safety, survival, and well-being is dependent on the safety, survival, and well-being of the community. Because communities are made up of individuals, a certain amount of care and tolerance is built into us for those individuals. Every person in the community or village is part of the well-being of the entire community, so they hold their value to us in the form of our interdependence with them. One person does the hunting, another looks after the crops, another maintains the buildings in the village, another protects the village from dangers, and so on. Bring this aspect of human makeup into our micro setting of the family, and we have a picture of what a broken wing syndrome looks like. One bird stays grounded to look after the bird that cannot fly because it has an injury, it is disabled or diseased, in the hope that it recovers. This is described as the rescuer syndrome. In these types of relationships, both the birds are grounded, neither ends up flying. So even the healthy bird forgets it can fly. This character trait more often relates to females. However, males can have quite a strong nurture side to them too. I'm told I'm a rescuer. I probably developed this trait during the time I was a solo father, or I may be just overcompensating for my childhood. Either way, it is a character defect, and I have that. I must be mindful of it. My children gave me a reason to live, and I probably needed them a bit too much, creating a mild codependency. When someone gets into a relationship with another person who has behavioral issues, they think they can help them change. Perhaps they're already in a relationship with a person who has issues that they think they can help them resolve. So an interdependent codependency begins. One person, usually the female, may try to help by expressing their innate caring nature and meet their own need to feel valued and appreciated, while the other enjoys being nurtured and cared for. This happens at the beginning of a relationship. However, this pattern soon turns sour, and the end result is a dysfunctional relationship, full of hurt and blame. The couple use each other to meet certain needs, unaware of the roles they both play in the dysfunction. The relationship eventually putrefies and dissolves. Then more often than not, the two people go their separate ways to repeat the cycle with another person, or no longer trust the other gender, believing that all future partners will have issues. Many women complain of being in these types of relationships. They give their all, bankrupting themselves emotionally in the process, and feel like they're looking after a boy because the immature man will not change his ways. But in reality, the woman has enabled his addiction or his unacceptable self-centered behavior and further ingrained the destructive habit into the partner's life. For a relationship to function harmoniously, where both parties are healthily validated by each other, the law of mutuality, equality, and reciprocity must be alive and active. But here, the naturally generous, caring person subconsciously attracts a partner with a dysfunctional personality trait, the bird with a broken wing. They believe in the partner and think that if they can heal their broken wing, they will both soar the heavens together in a happily ever after story. They both have a dream that they can turn their baggage into their wings. The 3 stages of unhealthy codependent giving and receiving begin here. The first stage is where the receiver shows appreciation and gratitude to the giver. This validates the giver, who feels significance and worth. It fills a void in their life. The web is spun for the fly and the trap is set. In the second stage, the receiver slowly becomes a taker, developing expectation and entitlement to the giver's service and emotion. The giver now feels under obligation to the taker, So an unhealthy habit is formed and the fly is caught in the web. What was wonderful at the beginning of the relationship has now turned stale. Arguments and resentments begin. Emotions have dried up, and all that is left is the giver's hope that things will change back to the happy times they once had. So they keep giving with expectation and often misplaced hope. The third stage is where the taker despises the giver, seeking control over them and manipulating them with guilt and fear because they are afraid of losing their entitlements and their crutch. The giver is now the victim. The victim must comply out of compulsion and under duress or else. The fly is trapped. The fangs of the spider are now in the fly, and the fly is being drained of its very life. This can go on for some time until the fly eventually escapes or is rescued, wounded and disillusioned, or in some cases, the taker succumbs to the addiction through overdose, accident, or an illness. Tacit consent. Tacit consent is basically when one partner puts up with the other partner's unacceptable behavior. This is especially important in the early days of a relationship. Often, an addictive behavior continues until it reaches what's called critical mass. Critical mass is when something becomes self-sustaining and no longer needs additional energy to remain in motion. The critical mass here is building a destructive behavior pattern in the relationship. Tacit consent is silent consent. The behavior is noticed a little, even supported. If the issue is alcohol, there will always be parties every so often. Then they will become more frequent and become the new normal. It might be incorrect behavior towards the opposite sex, or a night out you see your man being a bit flirty. You don't like it and you catch feels, but you don't say anything. Catching feels is to catch ourselves feeling something. The next time you go out he does it again. You're a bit concerned, but you hold your tongue because you're a bit fearful of saying anything, or he just brushes it off. Maybe you think it's all in your head. It happens again. This time you're concerned, and when you get home you have an argument. However, he's been enjoying the attention and this has created a habit. So now he looks at you as a nag and you feel undervalued. A dysfunction has entered the relationship. The gender here can be reversed. If we catch feels about an action of our partners that we do not agree with, it is wise to address it as soon as possible. Prevention is easier than cure. These destructive behaviors in a relationship come in many forms: a fixation with sports, cars, gambling, hobbies, too much time out with friends, while the partner is left at home with children or even worse, never at home to help, which results in a lack of healthy communication. Work can be a big issue because most couples go out to work now and any strain on the relationship is amplified. Work is an easy retreat to avoid dealing with problems in a relationship that need discussion and resolution. Once a bad habit starts forming and is not challenged, it becomes increasingly difficult to apprehend and rebalance a relationship that has a snowball effect. The moral of the story: take note of the red flags early. A person can only remedy their own character defects. Remember, beware of energy thieves and where their behaviors are headed. Addictions have so many variants it can escape our consciousness that they even exist. This is a blind spot. It can also be denial, especially when we blame our own character defects on something or someone else. Repetition strengthens confirmations. An addict is an addict, whether there is acknowledgement of it or not. Deny, you'll get by is a fool's game. I have been on both sides of the relationship that involved addiction. I know full well the excuses, promises, attempts at recovery, and the failings of these attempts or relapses. The anxiety and pain I have caused, and the pain it has caused me, is soul-destroying and has arrested personal development, resulting in years of wasted life. The ultimatums and one more chances become continuous. If you are in a relationship where you see any of the above and the relationship is unsustainable, I suggest you seek professional advice. This is a painful, lonely road that few recover from. There is recovery and carnage and mistrust left in the wake and is seldomly repairable. Trust becomes the thing of the past, and bitterness and resentment are the outcome. It is very damaging for the people involved, especially the giver. There's often an apprehension about building future relationships. Often the taker will just move on to another relationship and a new supply and their new victim. I will explain a human dynamic. We judge others by their actions and ourselves by our intentions. We often justify our own behaviours to ourselves and others with excuses, but we condemn others by their actions. We make up instant excuses like, I just needed to do this or that. I was late because of the traffic the third time this week. I'm having a bad day. I forgot because something came up. I just need to check an urgent email, text, etc., etc. Nomophobia is an addiction to a smartphone, sometimes referred to as smartphone use disorder. Phubbing is the name coined for someone snubbing or ignoring another person in favour of their smartphone. For years, my second wife would continually tell me about my phone and to put it down. I honestly did not recognise what I was doing. I was totally unaware of it. It was a blind spot for me. I had all the apps on social media going. I was building my Instagram following. I used to make up posts and my own humorous pictures and quotes. I had all the excuses. I just have to do this, or I was just doing that. Someone just commented on one of my posts. Someone disagreed with me in a comment. Someone was interested in property. I had an email that needed urgent attention, and on it would go. I was oblivious to my behaviour at that time. That was until some time later when I met a girl I adored and got into a relationship with her. We were both addicted to texting with each other all day, every day. However, with all of our group chats on WhatsApp, her family overseas, Facebook, building an Insta following, etc., etc., that phone of hers was always in her hand. The funny thing was, she didn't recognise her constant use of her phone, but she definitely recognised the use of my phone. I would say it was about an 8-to-1 ratio. Excuses are so easy to make and so quickly forgotten. Addictions and disorders are the worst blind spots. Addictions include, I'm like this because something happened in my life, or you make me do this. That's always a good one. It will almost always be the fault of someone or something else. Anything other than the person with the addiction taking personal responsibility for their unacceptable behaviour. An addiction can also express itself in the workplace, with employees repeatedly calling in sick for some reason or another. Whatever it is, it usually boils down to, I can't stop my addiction or my bad behaviour because. On the other hand, if someone else does something to us that we disagree with, we don't like it. If someone doesn't live up to our expectations or their word, we find it hard to tolerate. As with the above, most of the time they have a reason for their behaviour. They offer that reason to excuse themselves, to vindicate themselves, to try and let themselves off the hook. But we judge them. They're late. We've been waiting. We don't want to hear the excuses. We just want them here on time. Forget the excuses because we aren't interested in them. It's in our nature to make judgments. It's how we humans are wired. It's actually part of the human makeup to assess people and situations. Originally, it was primarily for survival and protection, for following tracks when hunting for food or keeping watch for predators or enemies. Our life and the community's life depended on making quick judgments. In ancient times, if someone was a watchman on the city wall and they fell asleep, they could be hanged publicly or whipped or imprisoned. An example of a community making judgments regarding their survival is the story of Jack Dunn, a New Zealander who was a soldier in the First World War. His memorial and his story are recounted below. The Wairarapa Daily Times, 3rd of November 1915. Jack was highly regarded by his comrades. Jack was one of the smartest men in the Maxim gun section, and he did some splendid work, being game to the core and carrying out his duties with dispatch and intelligence, which was the subject of every favourable comment from his officers. He was all through the hardest of the fighting and never flinched in the face of the most deadly fire to do his duty. While on their way to Europe, the troops encountered fighting in Egypt. Jack had come down with pneumonia and had been in hospital for 2 weeks. When he came back to join his regiment, he was too sick to fight on the front line. So he was put on sentry duty, guarding a vital passageway. One night, sick and exhausted, he fell asleep. He was seen by an officer asleep and was court-martialed and sentenced to death. Sometime after the sentence, there was an appeal and the sentence was reduced to 10 years hard labour. Jack was given a temporary release order to go and fight in a major battle where he was killed. The moral of the story: The safety of the regiment or the community depended on Jack to play his role in the regiment regardless of Jack's condition. Jack put his regiment at risk, so Jack was without excuse. So, what does Jack's story have to do with this chapter on addictions? Everything. The world has changed so much since then. Globally, our generation lives in probably the safest, most comfortable time in recorded history. For people in developed nations, very little that we face in everyday life will be dangerous or life-threatening other than maybe extreme sports and COVID or maybe ill health. We have credit cards to fall back on in harder times, and paper money is rarely used now, so cash theft has reduced significantly. The social welfare system stops most people from starving. We eat better than kings of ancient times. Even the mightiest or richest could not get an apple out of season. Today we have fresh produce flown in from all over the world so we can eat whatever we want at any time of the year. What we take for granted in today's society was beyond the imagination in ancient times. What's my point? Our amazing brains are designed for sharpness and to notice the smallest threat in our lives. But without these threats to our survival, we have developed a fascination with trivia, especially on social media. WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Viber, TikTok, emails, texts, and on it goes. Not only does this create a flow of excitement, but the sound of a text or a notification actually sets off the same reward chemicals in the brain as the sound of a slot machine to the gambler. Oh, someone wants me, reward. Oh, someone commented on my post, reward. We don't realize that addictions are all around us. We just have blind spots to them. Remember, others can see blind spots in us that we cannot see in ourselves, and vice versa. This sort of fascination with trivia is wasting valuable time that could be used improving our lives and increasing the depth of our relationships. If you have a partner or family, get them to watch Social Dilemma on Netflix and have certain hours each day that are phone free. Understanding addiction and moving on. I have been to many counsellors over the past 30 years. Some were helpful and some were just a waste of time and money. One of my lines of work is a PSS or Peer Support Specialist. A PSS is a person who has recovered from certain life challenges and gone on to create a successful life. They show in their own life the result of successful recovery. A bit like Alcoholics Anonymous, where alcoholics with a long history of sobriety help others achieve recovery and sobriety because they have developed the mental and behavioral tools to beat addiction. The PSS is a relatively new discipline that is fast taking a place on the medical stage due to its effectiveness and the success it is showing. The key factor with the PSS, which makes it such a powerful discipline, is that the PSS can show authentic empathy and patience with a person seeking recovery. Recovery from a relationship separation is such an intense event that it carries all the mental and emotional similarities and nuances of addiction recovery. Our bodies, our minds, our emotions, and even the spiritual aspects of our lives have learned a way of living with this person, and now we need to unlearn ways of thinking and relearn new ways of feeling and acting with a new set of behaviors. However, generalizing the medical pathway, a clinician will diagnose the patient through the identification of a group of symptoms they display, then retreat to their medical journey to label them. The diagnosis might be that they are an addict, they have a depression, are bipolar, schizophrenic, have a mental disorder, whatever it is. Once they've done their job and arrive at a label for the patient, they fit them into a box. Then they go on to an operations manual, recite a list of medications, give varying prescriptions, and job done. This is all about symptom management. The stabilization of symptoms is the goal. Basically, it's a return to zero for the patient if they remain on the medication and prescriptions given. This description is an oversimplification, but what I'm saying is that although there are times for professional services, they are not a silver bullet. A peer support specialist role can be explained in this way. A person falls into a hole along in the journey in life. It could be addiction, depression, a mental health challenge, or even a relationship separation. They yell out, "Help, I can't get out." A religious person walks by and hears the person. He walks up to the hole, says a prayer for the person, then walks off. The person in the hole is not helped and loses hope in religion. They yell out help again. A doctor hears, walks up to the hole, asks what the problem is. Oh, you're in a hole, he explains. He writes a prescription, throws some pills into the hole, and walks off. Then a counsellor hears the word help. He walks up to the hole. Oh, you look like you're in a hole, he says, and draws a picture of a ladder on a piece of paper and writes on the paper, steps to getting out of hole. He throws the paper into the hole and walks off. The government hears, yeah, not likely. The person is in a bad way by now, losing faith that they will ever be able to get out of the hole they're in. But they yell out help again anyway. A peer support specialist hears the person, walks up to the hole, sees the person in the hole, and jumps into the hole with him. The person asks the peer, says, what are you doing in the hole? The peer says, I know all about these holes and I know how to get out of them. Let me show you how and we'll do it together. They both climb out of the hole together and walk off towards their hopes and dreams together. I'm going to explain alcohol and substance misuse from an entirely different perspective, and possibly other addictions. One that you most likely have never heard of before. I'll go pretty deep. I believe it's vitally important for us to understand these things so we can perceive why a person does these things under the influence of alcohol or substances that lead to inappropriate behavior, addictions, jail, institutions, rehab or hospitals, and even an early grave. You'll have to go with me here and I'll put it together at the end. The Greeks were the philosophers of the age. One of the original words for substance use, and you could include alcohol, was the word pharmakia, where we get the word pharmaceutical. The etymological word for alcohol comes from the Arabic akul, which means body-eating spirit, as is the root origin for the English term ghoul. Further back to ancient times, pharmakia was derived from the cutting of plants, meaning the extraction of psychoactive substances from their plant-based origin. From my own experiences and observations, addiction is like this. I see that it is not necessarily us misusing the substances, but it can become the substances or addiction misusing us as its host. How do I come to this conclusion? Alcohol, along with other substances and addictions, is like a ghoul or a spirit. Have you ever been blackout drunk and had no recollection of what you were doing for hours? Or have you done something that was totally outside your character or seen others do that? You wake up the next day and wonder what you've done or why on earth you did what you did. You find texts on your phone, you have drunk and dialed, spoken to people on the phone while they're drunk, or there's a stranger in your bed that you had relationships with unknown to you. Or perhaps you abused someone you love or got into fights. What possessed you, i.e. possessed? What possessed you to do such a thing? You regretted your behavior as it was totally outside of your norm. I have done things like this that I am not proud of. We hear of people using methamphetamine having superhuman strength. The substance was expressing itself through their body. It was as though it was actually using our body to do things totally outside of our character. The ghoul. I was talking to someone one day and I explained this. His eyes lit up. He said, "Now I get it." He told me about a time that he had woken up next to his partner. They had had sexual relations the night before, but he was in a state of blackout and could not remember anything. His partner said he was weird, like he was a different person during the sex. He had never been able to figure out why until I explained this to him, and he said, "You need to write a book about this stuff. People need to know it." Now he is extra careful when drinking. Do you see what I'm getting at? Alcohol is the name we give the substance ethanol. Alcohol, a cool, a body-eating spirit. That doesn't sound very good to me. They don't call high-content drinks like vodka or gin, whiskey, spirits for nothing. Heavy alcohol use will not only destructively eat away at the body, but it will be destructive to everything that person cares about. Loss of relationships, loss of driver's license, loss of jobs, money, children, and more. One of our biggest losses that we don't realize is a loss of opportunity in our life. Alcohol and substance use takes our time and money. The price we pay for them is the most affordable part, but the amount we pay in the end when we misuse them is one that we just cannot afford. Imagine if we applied that same energy and resources to family and to bettering our life. Where would we be? Self-harm is also a disorder that can actually be considered an addiction because it releases powerful chemicals into the brain, endorphins and endocannabinoids. Self-harming involves varying types of intentional self-inflicted injury in order to experience these soothing anesthetic chemicals that ease mental suffering. Self-harm seems to be the reverse of rational thinking at first glance. However, most addictions are a slow form of suicide. Think of smoking. Why would a normal person do such a thing? It doesn't seem rational. But media images and advertising campaigns from corporates normalize or even glamorize behavior that will eventually result in ill health, death, and make you ugly along the way. And people pay a handsome fee for that. Smoking and substance misuse could well be considered self-harming. Relationships can be like this. When we're procrastinating in a wrong relationship or entering one that we know is not sustainable, it could be considered psychologically self-harming. We are losing valuable time that we cannot replace and missing out on opportunities that would be life-improving. We could be in absolutely right relationship, but because we're refusing to work through the issues we need to work through due to a judgment, unforgiveness, and stubbornness, we could be turning a good relationship into a bad one. I know both sides of this firsthand. If I had my time again, I would have made different choices. However, I cannot. So I have chosen to turn my mess into my message and my crap into my fertilizer for personal development, to live my dreams, and to help others find their dreams again. Alcohol is an anesthesia. Although I'm talking about alcohol here, you can substitute alcohol with most other addictions. Often addictions are a distraction from deeper issues. We don't have the space in this book to unpack them all. Alcohol is the most readily available drug on earth. Think of all the liquor outlets around you, the supermarkets, the bulk liquor retail outlets, the bottle shops, the bars. They're almost too many to count. Every one of these businesses have lease payments, power and utility costs, wages, and yet a profit to make, all on the margin of alcohol transactions. All they're selling off is different flavored drinks with a percentage of ethanol or alcohol in them. If you took that single ingredient, the ethanol, out of the drinks, these places would shut down overnight. I never really drank in all the 17 years before I met my second wife. Then, to be sociable, we'd have a few drinks together. Then, over the next year, I had more. By the third year, I was drinking every day. About then was when she decided to stop drinking, but I continued. It is said that alcohol ruins 10% of people's lives, whether it's the alcoholic or the effect the alcoholic has on those around them. My wife was in a constant state of stress because of my drinking. On reflection, I realized that cortisol was reducing her decision-making ability and creating a state of anxiety. This, with a drop of serotonin, compounded a loss in connectivity in the brain. All she could do was think about when I would drink again. She could not stop these thoughts and would constantly reinforce the idea in my mind that I'd eventually drink again. I used to say, I do not need to think of alcohol because you do all the thinking for me and remind me about my drinking almost every day, even though weeks and months could go by when I had not had a drink. When I did drink, I really didn't get hangovers. I would drink and she would get the hangover due to all the stress in her body, and those hangovers ended up being permanent. Because she stayed with me, she was actually enabling my behavior, and when she did finally leave me, it was actually the best thing for both of us. My wife threatened to leave me so many times it became a monthly event. At that time, we belonged to an organisation where she spoke in public. On more than one occasion, while addressing the crowd, she would say that she kicked me out on a monthly basis. Premenstrual tension didn't help matters either. She knew that, and so did I. For some unknown reason, this is when I would sometimes binge. She had a lot of patience, but all her saintly patience was no match for a monthly or bi-monthly binge drinker. There is a whole area of science behind cyclic patterns called circadian rhythms, which may also have contributed to this. I used to blame it on the moon. I could just not feel bad. I was anesthetized. On the other hand, I could not feel great either. My emotions had been dumbed down by alcohol, although I was unaware of this at the time. The reason is, when we get drunk, we don't feel pain as much as we do when we're sober, because it has the effect of anesthesia. The real problem for a drinker is that alcohol anesthetizes the emotions as well. So when we should feel guilty for an unacceptable behavior, we just can't. Our brain is actually affected, and this lasts well after our drinking ends, for months in fact. Alcohol and substance misuse is worse than you think. So if you have an alcohol use disorder, or you are living with a person with one and you think you can put up with it or overcome it, think again. This stuff has poisoned barb hooks that go deep into our psyche. I attended my first rehab at the end of the 3rd year of drinking, but by then it had a hold on me. I went from being an everyday drinker to a binge drinker, which in a lot of respects is worse, as I become a loaded gun waiting to go off. My wife would go mad at me, and I just didn't get it. It was not until the end that I really put all the pieces of the puzzle together. By this time I came around, the damage was well and truly done. She used to tell me it was her or the beer every time I drank, which was about every 1 to 3 months. When I did drink, I was so wild it would be like the space between the binges didn't exist, because emotions sit outside of time and space and trigger those old memories like they were yesterday. She would say, "When I leave you, you'll probably stop drinking." The funny thing is, that's what did happen. She came back from a trip overseas. I had taken the opportunity to drink while she was away, and a week after or so she came back. I just couldn't help it. I binged even though I knew what was coming. I loved her, but I loved my addiction more. When we misuse alcohol and substances, or have other addictions like gambling or other negative behavioral issues, it floods the brain with dopamine, which the brain absolutely loves. The brain does not need to work to produce the feel-good feelings of dopamine, because the alcohol or these other things are doing the brain's job for it. However, when we stop drinking or using, the brain gets starved of dopamine and craves it because it has become used to not producing it. So the brain literally screams for some dopamine, and the alcohol, or whatever it may be, is its method to obtain the dopamine fix. It feels as though, against our own will, we are practically forced to get into the car and drive to the bottle shop to buy some alcohol, or do whatever it is we feel we need to do at the time. Honestly, when I look back, this was my actual experience. It was really more of a mental health issue than an addiction, which is what all addictions, in my view, really are. People think that love and pain are the strongest forces on earth. However, I believe that pleasure is the strongest force. You might disagree with me. Most people do. But I'm convinced that pleasure is the strongest driver we have. Let me explain. An addict gambler will sometimes put their last dollar in the slot for the excitement, knowing that they don't have a bus fare home or rent that week. An alcoholic will sometimes choose the pleasure of alcohol, knowing that it is going to cost them their wife, kids, and house. A drinker will drink knowing that a bad hangover awaits them in the morning. A person will choose the pleasure of an affair, knowing that it will cost them their loving marriage. They love their family, but they love the pleasure of that affair more. Often the pleasure of addictions will send people knowingly to an early grave. I've lost friends and even extended family members as a result of the pleasure they received from their addictions. That binge I had was the last straw for my wife. We sat down to talk the next Sunday afternoon. We were in a new house I had just built, which meant nothing now because all the trinkets, promises and apologies in the will are not worth anything when you're the spouse of an alcoholic. She said, "Can you promise me that you'll never drink again?" And for the first time in our relationship, I was actually honest to her, and I said no. So she said, "We are over then." And with that statement, she left. She made an application to rent an apartment and stayed in a motel that night. I helped her move her stuff to the apartment the next day, and she never returned. Another wife, another payout, and everything else that goes with a divorce. On reflection, and to be brutally honest with myself, as I said before, she did the best thing for both of us, and I honour her for doing it, although it was very, very expensive. I was clean again until one fateful day a friend came to stay. He was an everyday drinker. For many days he drank, and I would abstain. He would say, "Come on man, you're not a bad person, you just have a few drinks. They're all so judgmental. Within a couple of weeks, I thought to myself, yeah, you're right. I'll just have a couple of quiet ones. End result, I ended up locked up in a detox centre for weeks. More about that below. If you sit in a barber's chair long enough, you'll eventually end up with a haircut. On reflection, what was going on under the surface was that his addiction was subtly communicating with mine and drawing me in. Remember the goal? That was my last binge. I learned a lot from that. I know now the extreme power of associations. He's still a friend, but I've learnt to keep my distance. Stop for a moment and reflect. See if you can identify wrong choices you've made in your journey or wrong directions you took in the past and the associations you had at that time. I woke up that morning about 3:30 a.m. trying to figure out what ceiling I was looking at. The room was small. Was it a prison cell? Was it someone else's wardrobe? Where was I? What did I do last night? Did I have a blackout? It took me literally about half an hour to realize I was in a detox center for serious addicts. OMG. I asked myself, how did I get here? Then I had an epiphany. The question became, how did I get here? For the next few hours, I reviewed my life. I had left school wanting to take on the world. I had worked really hard all my life, had studied, had kids and now grandkids, and there I was literally locked in a detox treatment center. If I thought that life couldn't have gotten any worse, it just had. I couldn't really do much and wasn't allowed my phone or my computer or belts or any other things for that matter. I found a Bible in the top drawer on the side table and read through the entire Bible. I settled in and ended up having a lot of fun in the facility. I got others outside in the morning to do exercises. I studied and did a paper on alcohol abuse and how it affects the brain, and I shared it. I ended up being the joker in the treatment facility. My kids, my ex, and some friends came to visit me during visiting hours. I felt like they were visiting me in a low-security prison or something. I remember it was 10 years to the month when I had just started drinking. On reflection, I learned a lot about the effects of trauma from this experience. From what I did know already, and then my certification in trauma counselling, I undertook to find out the following years how trauma affects the brain. Trauma literally disables the memories to come to the surface. We have to go searching for them. Trace, face and replace. Then self-forgiveness, self-healing, self-acceptance. Then a renewed self-value and self-belief. This is a process I know, but it is well worth the journey. From my studies and my experience, I know it takes about 6 months for the brain to recognize it will not be getting any more dopamine from alcohol or addictions or compulsive habits. Then neuroplasticity kicks into gear. The brain starts to build new neuroconnections and begins to heal itself. After about a year, the brain really lights up and you actually become a new person. There is a saying, stay until the magic happens, and it will. I have had this experience myself. I have started another book that has been sitting in my computer on addictions, where I pull this whole topic apart in a clear, simple way and explain how addicts are actually born with chemical pathway differences in their metabolism to that of a normal population. Remember, you were born with your mistakes in you. There is not much others can do to change an alcoholic or any sort of addict, in my experience. The will to change has to come from inside of us. It's called the gift of desperation. We are just wired this way. The real question becomes, what do we find pleasure in? Or better put, whatever we value the most, we will serve. Or another way of putting it is, whatever we love the most, we'll do. If the wrong things are taking our life in the wrong direction, and we all have them, then we just need to adjust our value systems so that we derive pleasure in the things that will improve our lives. Look at your goals and your purpose in chapter 3, and that will help you. Make your successes, self-improvements, and your purpose become your pleasure. Start with the little things you can change and work on them first. Are current unhelpful relationships subsidizing our future correct relationship? To finish this chapter, I'm going to explain a powerful concept that I have never heard or read about before. I can't even find anything about it on Google. I'm sure you'll be impacted by it. However, if you do not agree with it, feel free to just bypass it. This is from a female perspective. but you can gender swap or apply it to same-sex relationships. I was listening to a podcast of Elon Musk's one day about the reason he started the Tesla car company. It was to help the world improve itself from its reliance on fossil fuels. He made the passing comment, "This generation is being subsidized by future generations." Listening between the lines, what I'm sure he meant by that was that the current generation's use of fossil fuels is polluting the air, so future generations will have to pay the price for the damage we're causing the earth today. I found it an interesting concept from a unique perspective. I was talking to a lady I was working with. I'll call her Raywin. Raywin was a pleasant lady with good intentions. She explained to me the difficulties she was having in her current relationship. She loved her current partner, they were well suited, and she could see that they had a great future together. However, now and then he would say one-liners or unknowingly make comments that reminded her of her past relationship, and she would emotionally shut down, not only conversationally, but sometimes in the bedroom also. Her past partner had been abusive and the relationship had been emotionally traumatic. Her past relationship had started with the honeymoon experience, but soon turned sour. She said she prolonged it for years, hoping that it would rekindle, but it never did. While there would be times of calm, promises would be broken, hope would be extinguished, and eruptions would flare up again. It was another cycle. This only built up more resentments and more self-worth issues in her. When Raywin finally came to realization and did eventually leave, years had gone by. She felt like she had been trapped in a time warp, like waking up from a long coma. She could not believe she had waited so long to separate from him. Subsidies work like this. If American farmers produce commodities like wheat or corn, they get sold on the international market for the going rate. If the going rate is less than the cost to produce the wheat or corn, the farmers lose money. The American government will subsidize the price and repay the farmers the difference, so that they do not lose money and go broke. This is because the government recognizes that America needs the produce to protect the population going forward. The government subsidizes the current price as it expects that when prices do go up, it will get repaid by future tax on profits the farmers make. Therefore, future taxes will repay the current subsidies. It's a win-win for everyone, and we have a sustainable future. Back to Elon Musk's view, that future generations will pay the price for our current pollution. As I listened to Raywin, I brought these two concepts together, and it dawned on me that, in the same way in our lives, the longer we are enduring a polluted or unsustainable relationship, the more it's costing us in time and energy, and the more toxicities we are building up in our mental and emotional health. This will come out in future relationships. We are also getting older. We all age. That's how it is. Therefore, our SMV, or our sexual market value, is declining. It's a harsh fact, but in reality, I look at myself in the mirror in the morning too. That's it. No more ice cream for me, and I need a better moisturizer. Raywin had spent years collecting up triggers from the past relationships and losing faith in men, and now she believes she has finally found the matching puzzle piece of her puzzle. She has come to the realization that, by default and subconsciously, she is making her current partner pay for her past partner's misgivings. In other words, she has subsidized her past relationship with her current one. I explained this concept to her. It was as new to her as it was to me, and she got it. The lights came on inside her. She could see where her actions and emotions were coming from and what she was doing. She really loved this guy, and he loved her, and she was unknowingly sabotaging the relationship by creating friction due to unhelpful emotional recall. She felt like she finally got the answer she had been looking for. Happy days. The word sabotage comes from the word sabot. Sabots were a wooden shoe that the French would wear. When there was a labor dispute, a worker would throw an old sabot into the cotton machine or some other machine, jamming the gears, disrupting the production line, and thereby sabotaging manufacture. The best way we can pay for our past unfortunate experiences is by doing self-work. Sometimes it's difficult to be honest with ourselves and accept things the way they are. It can be for me. We ask ourselves this question: What role am I playing in any dysfunctional experience? We can ask ourselves these questions. Is this relationship correct? Is it sustainable the way it is? If not, am I sabotaging my future by prolonging the inevitable? Or in another way, is my current relationship being subsidized by my future relationships, where the hopes and dreams of my future is going to be paying the price for staying in this current relationship? What triggers have I picked up in the past that I can be mindful about in the course of the day? Am I throwing an old shoe into a current relationship, or are they doing it to me? This works for any part of our life or any relationship. What work can we do on ourselves that will improve our interactions with other people and our partner, which will improve our relationships and our life? So, wrapping this up, if you are a spouse, friend, or family member of a person suffering from addictions or showing compulsive disorders, or have any challenges in this area yourself, I suggest you get some expert advice on how to make decisions around your relationship and your life. I look back and see how I should have made changes earlier. I'm not a person to judge in any way, because I definitely know the difficult challenges people face from both sides of the coin. Chapter 10. Spirituality. Spirituality loses its relevance if it is not presented in a manner where it can be applied in everyday life. Spirituality is often presented as a physiological discussion, or religious doctrines that have no significance for us. Jesus, who is probably the most direct preacher of all time, preached in simple terms, then followed it up by giving spiritual relevance to practical life applications that produce eternal outcomes. This chapter is in no way an exhaustive compilation of the multidimensional spiritual beliefs existent. It is a snapshot of the role spirituality plays in our lives, in interpersonal relationships and prospective partner choices, and the spirituality of self-relationship. The problem I had with philosophy at university, particularly the philosophy of spirituality, was that it lacked relevance in my life. It was an endless continuum of arguments, full of conjecture and without substantive reasoning. It was enough to give the best philosophical apologist anxiety, hemorrhoids, and shingles. That's philosophy for you, confusion. However, any attempt to describe even one seemingly insignificant aspect of the infinite is an attempt to describe the infinite itself. The infinite cannot be defined in its infiniteness. So I will leave the vortex of that statement there and get on with the application of it. Let's have a look at exploring the application of spirituality in a way that takes us up the rabbit hole rather than down it, from complexity to simplicity, to find how to express in everyday life what flows from its origin, the inexhaustible entity we most commonly refer to as God. You might refer to this entity as the universe, the grand architect, ultimate intelligence, the collective consciousness, or however you choose to describe this higher power. We're not going to talk too much about God, because the world does not contain enough trees to produce enough paper to write even an introduction to a book about God. However, I believe that if you can't explain something simply, you don't know what you're talking about. This is because a concept is irrelevant if it does not have an application. Most people cannot find because they're looking too high. What do I mean? They don't find God because they're not looking low enough. So, how do we do that? If you want to see God, look at the next person you meet. The Indians have a word namaste, meaning the divine in me honors the divine in you. It's a nice concept and we hear it everywhere now, especially on social media. So what does it mean and how do we apply it? Otherwise, that concept is also useless. Its application is in connection. Presume the person that you meet has something to tell you that you do not already know. Imagine the inner being is trying to pass something meaningful onto your inner being to increase your knowledge and understanding of yourself, to give you direction, to answer a question you've been thinking about, and so to continue your path of personal completion. I use this and it works every time. I really enjoy going on first dates, usually just a coffee. I learn something new every time. They are one of the more challenging things in life, in my view. I have one basic objective: to give the other person a good time, regardless of the outcome, with the perspective that they feel valued. They enjoy themselves, they have a positive view of me, and they have a smile. Normally in everyday life, we converse subjectively, subconsciously trying to steer the conversation around to something we know about or are interested in. Otherwise, we just zone out. So, when you meet someone, see if you can talk objectively with focus. Allow the person to run away with their thoughts and really listen, and watch the pearls drop. I love it. It takes a bit of practice, but it's worth it. If they say something, I might ask for clarification. Or if I have a thought about what they say, I might comment. But I let the conversation flow. I leave nearly every conversation with something new. I have condensed it down to this generalization. If I talk, I get what I know. But if they talk, I might get what I don't know. Conversations get more exciting. People want to be around you more. You improve your life and theirs. This spiritual practice leads me to a better understanding of the divine in me, God within me, and in others. Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you." Luke 17:21. So simple, yet so profound. Applying this practice somehow eases the journey of coming out of separation and becoming complete again. This is a powerful tool. Think of it this way. The divine spark in you has the goal of leading you to completeness. An example of this happened to me recently. I had been training to compete in a regional masters physique bodybuilding competition for the city I live in. During my training program, I had to fly across to the other side of the country for a leadership development course for a while. Following that, I flew to another city to work with somebody who was helping me edit this book. During this time, I didn't have a hire car and only taxied to the gym on the odd occasion. My nutrition plan went out the window. All excuses are equal. My fault. By the time I returned, I had lost over 3.5 kilograms and fattened up a bit. My first morning back at the gym during squats, I felt like I had the weight of the world on my shoulders and could only do a portion of what I could do before I left. I felt I had lost my mojo and was going to withdraw from the competition, feeling like a bit of a loser. I was having a coffee with the boys after training and someone said to me, "Are you still going to compete?" I wouldn't answer directly. They laughed and argued amongst themselves jokingly about who would win the bet. I inquired as to what the bet was about. To my surprise, it was whether I would carry through and compete or not. I found that my mate, who I do the vision boards with each year, bet in my favour. He was the only one actually, that I would carry through and compete. I was quite taken back. I instantly remembered a quote from Abraham Lincoln. "I'm a success today because I had a friend who believed in me and I didn't have the heart to let them down." I immediately said, with renewed enthusiasm, "Yep, definitely. Competition is my middle name." At that moment, I also remembered a line out of the movie Any Given Sunday where Al Pacino says in a speech, "You have to fight your way back into the light." Out of that conversation came my answer and the motivation I needed to get back on track with a vengeance. The competition is 6 weeks away at this time of writing, and I'm giving it all I have. Getting into shape at my age is no easy task. The point here is, when you get the answer, follow the direction with enthusiasm. The second point is find someone who truly believes in you and keep them close. It may be a friend, family member, one of your children, or even a pet. Remember what got Lincoln motivated and don't have the heart to let them down. It's not about where you have been that's important. It's about where your feet are pointing at this very moment. Light at the end of the tunnel. We all have heard phrases like, "Don't worry, there's light at the end of the tunnel. There's always hope. Things will work out," etc. Rah rah. What most people who quote these statements are unable to tell you is what that light looks like, its description, what it is, who it is, and, more importantly, how do you get there? I'm here to tell you it's you. You are the light in your own tunnel. There is no end. There is a continuum of self-discovery of the light that already exists in you. It's you in all your splendor and glory, in your completeness. It's Christ in you. You contain that radiant light. The kingdom of God is within you, Luke 17:21. The Bible actually describes a perception of this light in 1 John 32. We know that when Christ appears, we will be like him, for we'll see him as he is. I would say here that it is each person's responsibility to be on the right side of Christ when that does happen. Many would describe Jesus as the object of completeness and the ideal of good. When we get a true vision of what it means to be complete, we will have a certified image a standard to adapt ourselves to. Our goal here and now is to take the time to perceive goodness or completeness for what it really is, then become it. You are already the light in the tunnel. You light your own tunnel. You just haven't discovered your complete self yet. I realized this after decades of searching for this light that was supposedly at the end of the tunnel, straining to reach it, putting the apparently required practices into place to obtain it. I was left exhausted and drained. I ended up in a continuous downward spiral of monotonous daily routine. Happiness and laughter existed on the outside. People, places, and things did hold some attraction, but inwardly I knew there was emptiness. Being a magpie, I was trying to fill my nest with shiny things. Once I had fulfilled my current goals at that time, obtaining the latest fad, buying the next car, wearing the right clothes, eating at the go-to restaurants, getting savings stashed away, coming back from a planned holiday, the emptiness was there yet again. The light seemed to have moved further away at every attempt to move towards it. Eventually I realized time was moving along and I was getting older. A sense of desperation pushed me to go deeper inside myself, into the darkness, until one day I saw a glimmer of hope. Hope, H-O-P-E. How original people evolve. There was a little light shining in the darkness. This hope wasn't on the outside, it was within. This discovery led me away from materialism, momentary self-seeking pleasures, addictive habits, organized religious practices, current events, political arguments, and the news, into the real value of the eternal soul that every human really is. I learned to grow this light by giving it away, and the more I cared for others, the brighter this light got until now. I intend to walk in the light by daily attempting to be the best representation of who I am. No longer what I am or what I have, but an eternal spiritual being with a finite temporal human form that will age and pass away, in line with the predestined cycle of life. The concept that we live two lives and our second one starts when we realize we only have one, brought me to the conclusion that I will take into eternity the character I developed during my time on earth. So, we have a window of opportunity to adopt and live by a set of principles that are congruent with the eternal being we wish to become. It is definitely a journey. Purity is impossible to obtain. However, it's a relief to know that it's not about perfection, but progress. Each day, each correct decision, every positive attitude change, every gift of ourselves we give to another, every piece of tolerance granted to others is progress. That journey is progress towards perfection until the move from this earthly plane into full spirit completes the journey, the tunnel of light. There comes a time in everyone's life when they go looking for that light. Some people don't look for it until on their deathbed. Many people who have had a near-death experience describe this tunnel when they come back. It is interesting that they describe a tunnel of light, not a dark tunnel with a light at the end of it. Yet it's available to us now if we go looking for it. This search usually happens in the winters of life, the dark times, times where hope is fading, times when we're facing divorce or separation from a person that we have been connected to. That's the best time to look for this light, because light becomes better exposed in the darkness. A light bulb is much brighter in the night than it is during the day. It's all about comparison and context. These times can be the most valuable wake-up call we can have, a chance to reinvent ourselves. Most of us know the parable of the prodigal son, Luke 15:11-32. He took his inheritance from his father early, went away to another land, blew the money, ended up feeding the pigs, and wanted to eat what they were eating. The story tells us that he was sitting with the pigs and he came to himself. He had an epiphany, a momentous self-realization, and realized who he was. His inner being finally got loud enough within himself that he could finally actually hear it. Better put, he had forgotten who he was. But now he realized who he really was. He wasn't able to hear his voice before amongst all the noise of the world, so he'd never comprehend who he was, but now he did. He became complete, the person he had been all along. Do you recall the meaning of recovery? Remembering who you are and using your strengths to become all that you are meant to be. The prodigal was a great man's child. When he remembered that, he quit what he was doing, walked away from the situation that was wasting away his life and purpose, and went home. His father welcomed him, dressed him in fine clothing, and set a feast before him, and he became the envy of those around him. Almost any person who has done anything great tells that their greatness began from a position of difficulty. If you're going through a struggle, or even if you're not, this is your time to come to yourself, to remember who you are and make the changes that will lead you to your own greatness. Using the tools and implementing the concepts of this book will guide you on your way. The meaning of this parable is that the great man in the story is God, and the person remembering who they are is you. God restores each one of us to our completeness so that we can become the likeness of this God we have within. Amigo Dei. Amigo Dei is a theological term applied uniquely to humans, which denotes the relationship between God and humanity, or describing the consciousness of being made in the image of God, discovering and instituting completeness within oneself. A spiritual perception of this would be that you are a localized package of non-local consciousness. This means that while you are localized within the body, there is another aspect of you out there that is co-creating your life. The movie The Secret explains how cause and effect is happening to us in everyday life. Quantum physics tells us how much the observer, our non-tangible self, is affecting our environment. It is described as the measurement problem in the movie. What the bleep do we know? These two movies are must-watches, along with Game Changers and Social Dilemma. There's too much here to say, so I will paraphrase and condense it. Professor Wolf describes the basis of our integration with the world and our environment as popping the quiff, the quantum wave function. When we're looking at our environment, we experience as a particle or matter, what we see and experience. But when we're not looking at it, it's a wave of possibility. The wave is influenced by our intention, and the particle, i.e. our experience, adapts itself to the degree of our intention. Therefore, our intention or our expectation influences our experience. Another way of explaining it is to say that what we believe will actually happen to us to the degree we believe it. Jesus said, "Just as you believed, let it be done to you." Matthew 9:29. There is a measurement problem because the energy of our intention affects our environment. I'll go a little bit deeper. I said in an earlier chapter that the universe will rearrange itself accordingly. This means that our own creative powers manage our expectations. What we expect becomes our reality, our experience. Therefore, the best way to predict our life is to create it. In Genesis 1:26, God said, "Let us make man in our image, in our likeness." God is a creator, and we, being in his likeness, are also creators. As I've said, we know where we are today because we thought it yesterday. We know where we'll be tomorrow because we are thinking it today. Thoughts are things. Thoughts create things. I have a classic car with the number plate QWIF on it, or QWF, and in small writing, pop the QWIF quantum wave function. The plate on my everyday car is ICR38, or I create, and in small writing, yes, we create our experience. I have fascinating conversations with people who ask about my number plates. They are always telling me more of what I do not know. Because this is in some form a relationship book, I will add in a morsel. At many marriage ceremonies, we hear the celebrant quote a verse from the Bible in Genesis 2:24. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two flesh will become one. Today we can apply this to a common union or a relationship, as marriage is optional. Science will tell us that the more we have sex with a person, the more our brains sync together, making two people into one, and we have a co-creator at our side, co-creating our future, influencing our experience and direction in life. So, picking the right person to help you co-create your life is a good idea. Otherwise, you may be living a life you're not happy with, or you won't agree with the direction your life is going and have conflict in your relationship. As Amigo Dei can be described as becoming complete within oneself, Our physical nature and spiritual nature combined into the one person we are today. Our life objective is self-discovery. When we attempt to do this, it's often called finding oneself. This is one of those life tasks that almost everyone wants to do. It's a journey of self-understanding, finding out who we are, what we're about, what we actually want, what is our purpose, and the meaning of life. When we discover this, we can walk through the world with confidence, stand on our own 2 feet even under pressure, and in the difficulties life throws at us. We can manage the loss of our dear ones, whether by death or separation, and always be developing personally. Through being complete in ourselves, no other person can really rock your world to its foundations, because our foundations are not out there, they're in here. The kingdom of God is within you. When Amigo Day is not present in our lives, there are feelings of incompleteness, a lack of confidence, fear of the future. Life is a struggle, and we believe that we need other people or things to feel complete. Often there is a subconscious element to this belief pattern that emerges into our conscious thoughts, where we are looking for another significant individual to complete us. We may have a concern about being alone. Then we invariably look for that missing piece of ourselves in the form of a partner. This person is the entity that we use to fill that void. We are ingrained with the idea of this happily ever after story. This void has a set of rules, ideals, and patterns we think can make us whole again. We believe that once we have found this one true person, we'll be whole again. This puts a massive expectation on that person, as we have appointed them with the task of living up to our expectations and being the missing piece in our lives. When this person falls short of our high expectations, we are disappointed in them. The word disappoint is interesting because it means to remove the appointment of a person. We realize they're not the one and we end our relationship, or we go on living in that relationship with the knowledge that we've sold ourselves short. We settle with someone we just know isn't right, all the while wishing we could go out there and finding our matching puzzle piece. We then have a hole in our heart once again and, to an extent, feel a sense of emptiness. Only this time we are empty in a relationship rather than on our own. Ending this relationship is traumatic at the best of times. It is said that nearly 2/3 of couples live in an unfulfilled relationship. Some studies show that only 10% of long-term couples are truly happy. Remember the saying, what is worse than being lonely? Being in a relationship and being lonely. Often this leads to a systemic breakdown of our relationship. The outcome of this thinking can be infidelity, where one of the partners seeks connection with another person to fill the void in the relationship. Or one partner wants out, starts to pull away, and the other partner feels the rejection. The cycle of dysfunction takes hold in the relationship and in the form of micro-infidelity, where one partner seeks out connections with other people that fill the areas lacking in their relationship. We see this playing out in a lack of communication, lack of quality time together, constant arguments, addiction, inability to negotiate with each other, my way or the highway, just staying together for the kids, a loss of intimacy where sex lacks spontaneity and emotion, or drops off into a distant memory and we use distractions to fill the void. These micro-infidelity connections can be with work colleagues, social groups, developing a separate group of friends, close relationships with others of the opposite sex, same-sex connections where lines get blurred, or even unagreed porn use. Micro-infidelity can be where the partners will discuss intimate areas of their relationship to others outside of the relationship. Excessive criticism can be seen as the betrayal of the relationship, which undermines the integrity of the other person and breeds a loss of respect for the partner. In effect, we gossip about our partner behind their back. The eventual result in the relationship is death by 1,000 paper cuts. This negative process has been amplified exponentially in the last 20 or 30 years with the explosion of social media, chat groups, and other forms of communication. Now we can immediately express our relationship frustrations or get real-time approval from well-meaning friends to support our venting and gang up on our partner. We do this instead of waiting for the negative feelings to pass and discussing the issues rationally with our partner. to mediate a healthy conflict resolution. Imagine a village setting, or even the 1970s setting, where we had to wait for our partner to get home to discuss an issue. We would have the argument and deal with it then. Now we can have a dynamic text arguments, which can be screenshotted or discussed with friends who will validate a dysfunctional relationship where there really isn't one. Thus we have micro-infidelity destroying the fabric of the healthy relationships we desire. What was a molehill is now a mountain. Remember, to err is human and to forgive is divine. To make mistakes is proof that we're human, and to forgive is proof that we have God inside of us. We have all had this type of relationship where we thought that a person was our amigo dei, and they were not. Often we have had several relationships where we experienced variants of the above. My second wife once said, "I thought you were my knight in shining armour, but you're just an arsehole." You see, I was her knight in shining armour at the start, her amigo dei, but I was never the right person for her, or her for me. I could never live up to the unwritten expectations she had set for me, to be her perfect match. Impossible. I fell from grace. I was disappointed by her. I felt rejection. Went out with my mates drinking and ended up with an alcohol use disorder by binge drinking. We had both lost a decade of our relationships and our purpose, along with stacking up another set of beliefs that relationships are just not worth it. I'm here to say, not any longer. Let us not repeat the same cycle. It is my great wish that you can use the tools in this book to never repeat the same cycle again, wasting your valuable time, energy, resources, emotion, and most of all, your purpose on another failed relationship. What has all this got to do with spirituality? Everything. The core of spirituality is love, acceptance, and despite many people's views, pure logic at its best. The balance to spirituality's love is truth. Love and truth go hand in hand because you can't love without truth, and you can't have truth without love. If I am true to you, I show you respect, honor, and equality, empathy, forgiveness, understanding, and support. I care for your well-being. I defend you against other people's negativity, against harm, and against loss. What I have, I willingly make available to you. I am honest with you, even when there is nothing in it for me. And I sure as hell don't talk badly about you behind your back. All these things are expressions of love. In fact, they are love. Truth without love is brutality and bullying. Stating a negative fact about you without seeking ways to overcome the problem. This is not truth at all. It's a counterfeit. Love without truth is not love either. How can it be? It's a lie. It never was love at all. It is just a lie waiting to be exposed for what it is. Love without truth is inauthentic. It has an agenda to get what it wants and move on, or to stay until the supply gets exhausted and there's nothing left to get. Then it will look for other forms of supply. It's a salesperson showing interest in you, showing care and empathy in the hope of a sale. Once the deal is done, they have gone on to the next person to get the next sale. It's performance-based love. No performance, no love. You could call it transactional love. I know this strategy well. I was a top real estate agent for my city. We were trained expertly in how to manipulate people and their emotions to close a deal, and be paid the commission. Of course, the company didn't frame it like that. They called it sales training. The ploy of any sales agent in any business, be it insurance, houses, widgets, etc., is to get our trust. Once they have your trust, they can then empty your pockets. Call it what you like. A spade is still a spade, even if it's amongst a pile of shovels with a label on it saying shovel on it. It's still a spade. A person may say all the right things and do all the right things to gain your approval, to edge their way into your life for their own agendas. There's no truth about this so-called love. This performance-based love is called cold love because it's not actually love in the first place. Protect your heart until your prospective partner proves them trustworthy. Proverbs 3:23 we read, "Guard your heart with vigilance, for from it flows the source of life." This can be also considered spiritual protection. by shielding our heart from loss, manipulation, false beliefs of others, believing they're better or different than they are, sorrow and regret. We actually safeguard our very life force by not giving our power away to be misused by others. Here is Mary's story. I had a boyfriend for a couple of years who used to tell me that he loved me unconditionally. We had met on a dating app, and after a few weeks I thought I was in a relationship carved out of the stars at the start. But once the honeymoon was over, well, you guess the rest. He got drunk one night. I don't drink. We had arguments over something stupid that had got blown out of proportion, and it all came out. He said, "If you don't buy us a house, I'll find a woman that will," very explicitly, I might add. I could afford to because I've done pretty well in my life, but he had very little to his name. As he argued, I tried to reason with him. This is why I don't like alcohol. As we know, loose lips sink ships. Within an hour, the engagement ring was off his finger and thrown at me. I suppose you could say we got disengaged. I could not sleep that night, as I could not get the agreement we had out of my head. We had made a pact that if the ring ever came off again, it was over. Never to be another recycling of the relationship. So I got up in the middle of the night, packed some belongings while he slept, and said goodbye and told him I was leaving. He groaned, rolled over, and I got in the car and drove away, never to return to that house with him living in it again. He drunk texted me about an hour later that I was dumped and made up some exaggerated cock and bull story for his friends and family to make me out to be the cause. I did grieve over that relationship. Damn, I loved him. I would have done anything for him, but if I did not heed the writing on the wall, I would have ended up with my back against it. I would have delayed my future and wasted both my time and his. It is unfortunate that kids are an innocent casualty. I never got to say goodbye to them, as he made it all my fault as usual. I loved his kids like they were my own. We had a bond. So, not being able to say goodbye hurt like hell. I still have deep feelings for him, and I probably always will, I suppose. We loved each other's company. He would say of his own volition that he had narcissistic personality traits. I know myself well enough to accept that I have empath traits. I think these two personality traits go hand in glove together. I learned a whole lot about myself in that relationship. I was actually forced to find myself. In hindsight, it was a good thing. We were so right for each other at the start, but later I realized that he had some maturing to do. He called me his twin flame, which I might well have been, maybe a karmic one anyway. But I supposed even twin flames can separate if they don't accept each other's behaviors. The moral of the story: remember the honeymoon experience. It highlights the risk of meeting somebody without any previous knowledge of their history. You can't blame a snake for biting. That's what snakes do. It's not their fault. You just have to get out of the way so that they don't bite you. So leave them alone and stay true to your purpose. I'm not saying that any person was a snake or any person is a snake. It's just a good analogy to embed the moral of the story. Interestingly enough, Mary tells how she received a text from her ex about 7 months after the separation, where he told her he still thinks about her. Then a couple of weeks after that, she received another text from him telling her that he had been dating a new woman for about 4 months who he described as honest and who he trusted. He went on to say that she owns a house and was going to sell it so that they could buy a house together. I would say she dodged a bullet there. As with the word namaste, we need to really listen to the other person. Try to allow their spirit to communicate who they are and keep attuned to the red and green flags. Allow them to wander away in their discussion of themselves and listen to what they're not telling you or what questions they are fobbing off. Whenever you can, meet their friends and family. Allow their friends and family to do the same. Keep a mental record of this information and build a picture of your prospective partner in your mind so that you can assess their compatibility to you. Think of this process as keeping yourself personally, spiritually hygienic. As difficult as it is, it's our responsibility to find ourselves in this life. I love the verse in the Bible about Jesus, Hebrews 5:8, that says, "He learned obedience by the things that he suffered." Often it's through our own difficulties that we're forced to discover ourselves. A friend of mine, John, was a self-confessed workaholic. He had little time for his family, other relationships, and personal development. A large piece of metal fell on his ankle and he was hospitalized for a few weeks. Afterwards, his movement was restricted. He often reflects on this time as a pivotal period in his life, when he had a self-realization that his lifestyle was dysfunctional. This accident changed his life. He is a much nicer person to be around now. He re-evaluated his life, reduced the amount of time he spent at work, and gave that time to his family. It was a spiritual awakening for him. His faith has grown deeper, and he's happier and more complete. And he now has a great family life because of it. As with Mary and John's stories, relational, physical, and emotional difficulties in our life can either shut down our spirits, or we can take the opportunity to realign our values, reinvent ourselves, and make changes to become the person we always dreamed of becoming. Surrender to your purpose. Surrendering to your purpose sounds like an oxymoron, but it's quite the opposite. Our heart, our inner being, or our true self knows exactly who we are and how to get there. People talk about listening to their inner voice, their intuition, or gut. However, too often we follow our head and end up in a place we wish we had never gone to. Our inner self knows. Think of all the red flags that our gut knew about, or the green flags we didn't follow in our lives. The would have, could have, and should have opportunities we would take if we had the time all over again, be in relationships, investments, career choices, opportunities to travel, or directions in life. The list goes on. We went forward into a relationship that was unsustainable, and we tried in vain to put there what was missing. Think of the times we were so stubborn that we could not say sorry and forgive. We squashed our inner self-talk, and a relationship that was good for us ended. Hanging on to pride is a relationship killer. Think about this slowly. Purpose creates meaning, and meaning creates being. Being is spiritual. Being is what it means to be human. So finding one's purpose gives the human their being. Thus, purpose completes the human being. Simply put, our purpose in life is to live a life of purpose. We could exchange the word purpose for the word mission. Mission has Christian and corporate connotations, but purpose crosses all spectrums. At any time in the process of a divorce or separation, we can dramatically speed up our recovery from the difficult effects of our separation by concentrating on our own recovery and on learning to thrive again. While it's easy to describe, this is challenging to implement. However, the rewards are well worth the effort, and once you begin, you will wish you had started sooner. To thrive again and find any real long-term joy, we must find our purpose, do the work, and get the treats. Purpose is undergirded by two forces in our life, truth and responsibility. We are our own responsibility. We give account of our lives to our future self. So with the effort that we put in today, we'll reap the rewards in the future, and our future self will either be pleased with us for picking up our responsibilities and hitting our goals or not. This is a continuous event, so we take our responsibilities daily. If we miss a day, we make sure we don't miss 2 days. We try not to finish our day in worse shape than we began it, or we learn from that and don't repeat the same mistake twice. Our heart is calling us. All we need to do is follow it. It sounds simple, but it is difficult. I'm in my 50s, and I knew my purpose at the age 25. I got started on it, but I got distracted. I thought that was due to having a family, but when my son was born, I then realized I had a responsibility towards my children as their father. From then on, my children were included as a large part of my purpose. In retrospect, I have come to realize that my children are one of my primary purposes in life. I think a lot of men don't realize how much their children are their purpose, and they miss out on a window of opportunity that will never be repeated again. Once the children have grown up, there is no second chances. I thought I had children, but in reality, my children had me. They actually made me mature. I re-entered other aspects of my purpose at the age of 31 for a few years, but then I went through my first divorce. I got started back on my purpose to support others a couple of times after that, but life, alcohol, and other difficulties prevented me from surrendering to my purpose. Some people would say life happens. So I only surrendered to my purpose again a few years ago. And this time it's worth more to me than almost anything. You may have been living in your life's purpose and lost your way. But the main thing is to realize that now is your time to get back on purpose, whatever your age or the situation you are in. Put the intention out there and start thinking. The universe will arrange itself according to your intention. Remember, pop the quiff? I was discussing this topic with a person I have been recovery coaching. Finding one's purpose is one of the most common themes in recovery. They were talking about the options for the coming year and throwing up ideas. Because we had already had a couple of discussions, I could see that a spark came into her voice and her body became more upright when we mentioned teaching. This time they ebbed and flowed in and out of ideas. Then they arrived at philosophy. I questioned, why that? I already knew the answer. But coaching is not about me. It's about their own discovery. So I must keep my mouth shut and open my understanding. Otherwise, I will steal their thunder and their realization. Then they will not have the epiphany and will lose their self-empowerment. I inquired, what else? They said they had considered other options and it was down to teaching and philosophy. I asked, what gives you the most juice, the most excitement, the most meaning? They replied, teaching. So I said, well, it sounds like you have answered your own question. They said, you know what? I think I have. They used to teach fine arts at university, but they had lost their way a couple of years before due to life's challenges and a relationship loss. I received a text thanking me so much because they had found themselves and decided to re-enter university employment and take further education in teaching. I actually didn't do anything. I just reflectively listened, supportively questioned, and let them come back to themselves. When this happens, our life has changed and it's worth more to me than 10 property deals. If you are single or considering becoming single again, this is an opportunity to autonomously apply your purpose to your life without the complication of a secondary party. Recognition is the first step to realization of your purpose. Your purpose is to succeed in your life. Fulfillment is the definition of success. So, to put it together, living your purpose is living a fulfilled life. Then you can define yourself as a success. Caveat: the journey is the success, not the destination. Simply put, success is a progressive realization of a worthy purpose. Often we find our spirituality in our weakness, in our difficult times, in times of separation. It may be that we have to go to the low places, the dark places, to really appreciate the value in ourselves and who we really are, and to embed this into our own value in our life and the value of our purpose. The power of this realization is in comparison. In the good times, we compare good times with great, so the comparison loses its definition, like turning your car headlights on in the daytime. But in the dark times, when you compare bad with great, the comparison shines bright, like turning on your headlights on a dark country road at night. We value it so much more. Then we never want to let our purpose go again. It took me the pain of another separation and nearly losing everything yet again to really discover my purpose. Experience costs blood. What gives you your juice in life? What have you done that you felt enthusiastic about? Do you know that the root word for enthusiasm means full of God? What inspires you? Once you know this, make it your primary goal and build your other goals around it. Without purpose, even if you reach your goals, you'll find yourself unsatisfied. Finding purpose is finding what is really valuable to you. It is said, if you can find your why, you can find your how. How are you going to achieve it? To put it another way, the bigger your why is, the smaller your how is. Often when I am talking with people I am supporting, they describe how they have a sense of fear or feelings of being paralyzed by their how. How do they achieve what they want? And their paralyzed how becomes their don'ts. So they don't achieve their wants. Do you know that the brain cannot picture a don't? If I say to you, don't imagine an elephant, what is your reaction? you get the picture of an elephant in your mind, like you never even heard the word don't in the sentence. So just do what needs to be done right now. Concentrate on your why. Why do you want this? Because it's your purpose, it's God in you, and your how will reveal itself to you. There is an ancient story that goes like this. A runner was on his way to Olympia to compete in the Olympic Games. He got lost and stopped and asked the man how to get to Olympia. The man said, "Son, to get to Olympia, you only need to be doing 2 things. Be facing in that direction and then take the next step." Little did that man know that he had just asked the master philosopher Socrates. The moral of the story? We all have our own Mount Olympus in life, and we only need to do 2 things to get there. Be facing in the direction of our goals and purpose and keep moving forward. This is well explained by the great orator and nation changer Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep moving. Our task is then just to resist the fear. FEAR, face everything and run, and change it to FEAR, face everything and recover. Take the next step and the following steps will appear. Trust the process, it works. A quick look at religion. A spiritual chapter really isn't complete without a bit of religion in it, so let's have a quick look at what religion really is. Let's get it straight from the Bible so you can quote it in the future. This way I'm not having any persuasion here. As I said at the start of this chapter, if you can't explain something simply, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's just see if I'm true to my word. Pure and undefiled religion before God the Father is this: to look after the orphans and widows in their distress, and not let this world make you evil. James 1:14. In the old days, the widows were basically helpless and the orphans were not cared for by society. Today, in most Western societies, we have a social welfare system. We pay our taxes, right? Yes. Even if you're on the welfare, welfare is an entitlement and most often it is taxed. So our taxes go to the government and the government allocates basic welfare provision to the widows and the orphans. So boom, you're halfway there. It's not your fault if the government misappropriates your tax revenue. If you pay your taxes willingly, you will feel like you're giving and having a contribution to healthcare, education, infrastructure, etc. Practicing the giving intention, you are a blessing to society and attract blessing back in your life. If you pay your taxes grudgingly, you'll feel like you're having something taken from you, a negative perception or at least an annoyance, and you may be challenged with a sense of lack in your life by losing this money you're having to give to the government. If you don't care, you may just be missing out on blessings available to you. Life's all about perception. Next, just try not to live an evil lifestyle. Sure, we all do things wrong and do dumb things every now and then, but just make sure you don't go out there with the intention to do evil. This is Religion 101. Do this and basically you've done your job. Next, the love stuff. Straight from the mouth of Jesus. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul and mind. This is the first and greatest command. The second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these 2 commandments. Matthew 27:37-40. Now the question becomes, how do we love God? There is a picture of love in Romans 12:10. Love each other with genuine affection and take delight in honoring each other. So, breaking it down, we all have a view of God that is developing as we take time to learn more about God throughout our life. When we love God with genuine affection, this uses our heart and we delight in honoring Him. To honor is to put first with intention. This uses our mind and soul. So it could be said this way: live from an eternal perspective. Part 2 is straightforward. Treat others how you want to be treated. These are simple but difficult to consistently practice. However, we're humans, so intention is the key to it all. The last statement from Jesus is a big one. All the law and the prophets hang on these two directives. This means what it says. The whole of Scripture is contained in these verses, so take these to heart and sleep easy. As most of us have jobs, children and bills, or at least 2 out of the 3, we can't really get a one-way ticket to India and do the whole Mother Teresa thing. If we want to feel like we're making a contribution to the world, we can find the answer directly from Jesus. The people asked him, "What must we do to accomplish the deeds God requires?" Jesus replied, "This is the deed that God requires, to believe in the one whom he sent." Jesus was talking about himself here. In conclusion, with religion, Christianity, whatever term you can use, you see it's quite simple. Pay your taxes willingly if you can. Refrain from doing evil stuff intentionally. Have God-honoring thinking, or think from an eternal perspective, and treat others well, or at least make your best attempt to. And to complete it all, believe in Jesus. I personally believe in what's called atonement. I can't make amends for all my wrongdoings, so Jesus paid the price for me by his work on the cross. He atoned for me. Thus, he restored my relationship to God. In short, atonement is about reliance on Jesus rather than effort from me. It sounds simple. It is. If the above belief system works for you, you're free to adopt it. Keep it simple and don't let anyone try to confuse you with complexity. I don't. Putting things in context. To wrap this chapter up, I want to present you with another idea. There is no such thing as a maverick atom. I think this concept is, while natural, it is also very spiritual. I was down at the beach with my son and one of my daughters not long ago, having a coffee. We were just sitting there chatting generally. We got onto the subject of putting life into perspective. People will often say to me, "When do you ever stop thinking?" I floated the idea that there was no such thing as a maverick atom. We know that the basic elements in the universe are atoms, without getting into quantum physics. I reminded them that they learned about atoms at high school and the atomic table. After I unpacked this concept, my daughter said, "Dad, you need to put that in your book." It's a bit of a mind bender, but here it goes. Atoms make up molecules, and molecules make up cells. There are about 100 trillion atoms in a cell, and there are about 100 trillion cells in the human body. So you can see the number of the atoms in our body are definable, written as 10 to the power of 28, or 10 to the 28th power. That is 10 with 28 zeros behind it. On Earth, there is about 1.33 to the 48th power of atoms in total, according to the US Department of Energy's Jefferson Lab. John Calvin and Luther state that the known universe contains between 10 to the 78th power and 10 to the 82 power atoms in it. That's 10 with a lot of zeros behind it. How amazing is it that humans can work out these things? Having studied astrophysics at university and looking at the models used to arrive at this conclusion, I can see the rationale behind Villeneuve's theory. The word maverick means independent or nonconformist because there's no such thing as an out-of-control atom. God, or the grand architect, or the universe, or whatever you may call the higher power, knows the placement of every atom in the universe. Nothing escapes God's notice. Science tells us that the universe started the size of a small dot and went bang. The universe, uni, equals one, verse equals statement. So the universe is one statement, let there be, and there was. Genesis 1. Jesus said, "If you have faith like the grain of a mustard seed, nothing will be impossible for you." Matthew 17:20. Was he saying that it all started with a compressed piece of matter, just like the mustard seed, and bang, creation exploded, just like the scientists say? He may very well have been. He was one smart guy, so let go and let creation take its course in your life. Surrender to your purpose. There is another saying which most people know. God knows the number of hairs on your head. Luke 12:7. When Jesus said this, he was describing how valuable you are to God and how much God knows about you. Why the hairs on your head? There is a concept that we live with a headless perspective on the world. We can see the entire world, our bodies, and every other person, but we cannot view our own head. Mirrors are a recent invention, and even then, it's hard to see the back of your head. How hard would it be to count the number of hairs we have? We can put into context almost everything going on out there, but often we cannot put into context the things going on in here, in our own head. God was saying He knows everything about us, especially the things we don't know about ourselves. Bringing it all together, if we look up and out there, we see just how big everything is, how much everything is in control, the universe spinning in order. When we get hold of this grand order, bring it into our lives and see how small the issues are that we make so big in our heads, especially the emotional ones, we can let go of our control a bit. Just trust a little bit more. Take a big breath. Allow our mind to put everything back into context and allow the Creator to play a bigger role in our lives. Just know that everything will work out and let the Spirit do its work in our lives. Then we will see just how momentarily our problems really are and how important it is to get ourselves unstuck and let these problematic issues go. If we can fix our life issues, we can fix other issues that are causing us difficulties. In my work, I've discovered that putting all aspects of our lives in context is one of the most important things we can do. A lot of the things we refer to as mental health issues are just life issues. Getting over a separation and moving on is to a large degree a spiritual matter. A separation gets into our mind, and sometimes for years we role play scenarios, feel used, hurt, and play the blame game. Often the things we think about get out of context. We make mountains out of molehills. Little things can rule our minds and steal our focus. We get stuck in life, and procrastination hinders our ability to thrive and succeed in life. Our purpose should be the most important thing in our life. Letting go is about loving yourself more and moving on in your purpose. Recovery is remembering who you are and using your strengths to become the person you were always meant to be. The end.